Chapter 1. The Game of Gods commences. Year 2090. Winter, November 23rd, 9 a.m. At this moment, a peculiar line of numbers inexplicably appeared in the lower right corner of every human's vision across the globe, mirrored by a similar string in the sky. These immense numerals were visible from any corner of the earth, clear as day. Regardless of whether it was day or night, no matter where one was located, that identical sequence of numbers could be seen. The figures flowed like blood, as if they had emerged from the depths of a horror game. Suspended high above, they loomed over the earth like deities, surveying their dominion. 001000. At the United Conference, representatives from various nations fidgeted restlessly, incessantly exchanging anxious murmurs with those around them. The venue buzzed with the cacophony of a marketplace, filled with discordant voices and heated debates in myriad languages. The atmosphere within the hall was palpably tense. The most harried were the interpreters, who dared not rest for a moment, their eyes blurred by sweat, fearing that any misstep in their duties might alter the fate of all humanity. All drones that approach the vicinity of the numbers will become inoperative and plummet. An immensely powerful magnetic field exists near that sequence, rendering our radars and various detection instruments useless. Attention! Attention! Unable to detect. Unable to capture. No valid information can be acquired. Each representative's earpiece relayed similar messages, and the conference hall fell into an eerie silence, as if an invisible hand had clamped over every mouth. The blood-red numbers that appeared within everyone's line of sight served as a stark reminder that this was no human-made technology. If such a supernatural phenomenon affecting the 7 billion people on Earth were truly under the control of any faction on the blue planet, it would have long been unified. It's moving. It's moving. What's moving? Be clear. In the sudden stillness, the representatives heard the same information echoing in their earpieces, and through their inquiries, they became aware of the unusual activity in the sky. In the center of the hall, the world was divided into segments, and holographic projections from various locations emerged. The once static blood-red numbers began to fluctuate. 000958, 000957. The attendees instinctively gazed at the illusory numbers beneath their line of sight, and without exception, they pulsed in unison with the digits in the sky, filling each heart with unease. As the numbers continued to change, each nation's representative received conjectures from their think tanks regarding the sequence. It represented time, a countdown for the entire blue planet, and there were less than 10 minutes remaining. No one knew what would transpire on the blue planet in 10 minutes. But gazing at those blood-like digits poised to drip, it was clear that it would not bode well. This global supernatural phenomenon left the nations of the blue planet with alarmingly little time to react. They were utterly ignorant of the sudden appearance of the numbers in both their visual field and the sky. And much of humanity's fear stemmed from the unknown. Panic spread across the globe, just as the highest assembly of humanity awaited their fate in confusion. Within a certain university in the Dragon Kingdom, an undetectable wave silently emerged and then vanished. Super infrastructure system loading. Host default installation. Installation successful. The super infrastructure system is at your service. We wish you a pleasant experience. Oh my, isn't this my university dormitory? Li Yong stared at the white ceiling above, bewildered and unable to comprehend the situation, when he suddenly noticed the illusory numbers beneath his gaze. What is happening? A jolt surged through Li Yang's heart as he hurriedly leapt from his bed and peered out the window. The massive blood-red digits in the sky pulsed slowly. Li Yang gazed at the profound numbers that would irrevocably alter his destiny, murmuring to himself, "I've actually returned to 3 years ago. Just a moment ago, he had collapsed in the city lord's mansion, and now he found himself back in his former university dormitory." This bizarre phenomenon left Li Yang's mind, seasoned by various fantastical events, momentarily in a state of disarray. Below the dormitory, a dense crowd gathered in the open streets, holding their phones aloft to capture the sudden appearance of the blood-red numbers in the sky. Countless individuals uploaded their videos online, and soon, people were astonished to discover that the same numbers appeared across the globe. Though everyone was in different locations, the angle at which the enigmatic numbers appeared in the videos was identical. No one could explain why this was happening, nor could anyone discern the meaning behind those numbers, except for Li Yang. He fixed his gaze on the sky, his thoughts a tumultuous whirlpool. At the same time, in the same place, in a past life, Li Yang had personally witnessed a monumental event that would reshape human history. It was a game, whimsically devised by an extraterrestrial high-dimensional civilization, with the blue planet merely serving as their grand toy, and humanity nothing more than a tool for their amusement. The numbers in the sky represented the countdown to that very game's commencement. That is the countdown to doom. Li Yang silently repeated this phrase in his mind, having accepted the reality of his rebirth. He had returned to the beginning of the death game. When the countdown reached 0, all of humanity was selected as players in the game and transported to another realm. A world a million times more expansive than Earth. A world that had already been ravaged beyond recognition. All those chosen as fortunate game players would assume the identity of a lord, each receiving a plot of land. Players would need to grow, upgrade, and expand their territories, continually becoming stronger. And Li Yang was but one among billions of players. Yet he had been a failure in his previous life. He had struggled within the game for 3 long years. From an ordinary university student, he had navigated various crises and betrayals, eventually becoming a competent lord, only to ultimately fall victim to greed and treachery. Yet now, the world had granted him another chance to alter his fate. As he observed the countdown, a glimmer of determination ignited within his eyes. Given this opportunity, he would never again allow betrayal to befall him as it had in his previous life. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he vanished from his original spot in an instant. Countdown 0. In that fleeting moment, not just he, but all of humanity on the blue planet vanished at that very second. The game of gods has commenced. All players prepare yourselves. Chapter 2. The super infrastructure system activates. Above a ravaged world, billions of meteors streaked across the sky, scattering across the globe. When Li Yang opened his eyes, he found himself in a place both familiar and foreign. Surveying the landscape, he found himself surrounded by collapsed ruins. Towering remnants of shattered buildings loomed in the distance. Echoing in the air were the terrifying roars of creatures. This was no safe haven, but a perilous jungle of steel. Undoubtedly, this was a civilization far more powerful than Earth, yet it too could not escape the clutches of death. And this was the very place that marked the beginning of Li Yang's gaming journey in his past life. As Li Yang regained consciousness, a peculiar wristwatch appeared on his arm, and a translucent screen materialized before him, displaying a deluge of system prompts. Welcome, players, to the World of Gods. The World of Gods is a game that cherishes peace and unity. We have prepared identical Lord identities for each player and bestowed upon them a territory that belongs solely to them. Players are encouraged to cultivate their lands and upgrade their domains. We offer a rich reward system to recognize every outstanding player. An ultimate grand prize awaits the mightiest player. To express our gratitude for your support of the Game of Gods, the system will distribute a beginner's gift pack to all players in 10 minutes. Please be sure to collect it on time. Character attribute panels activated. Spatial inventory activated. The remaining content is for players to explore on their own. We wish you all an enjoyable gaming experience. Attention! Each player has only 3 chances at death. Exceeding this limit will have consequences. Please take care of yourselves and cherish your lives. The crimson text bore an uncanny resemblance to the numbers that had appeared above the blue planet, especially the final warning, which was repeated thrice, ensuring every player understood that death in this world was not without cost. As the system's prompts faded, all players began to explore their territories while awaiting the arrival of the beginner's gift pack. Yet Li Yang heard a distinct voice within his mind. The super infrastructure system has been activated. The lottery system has been activated, delivering the beginner's gift pack to the host. The beginner's gift pack has been received. Please check it promptly. The voice was entirely different from the game system, leaving Li Yang somewhat perplexed. However, when he noticed a red gift pack icon pulsating beneath his view, he instinctively focused his attention on it. Opening the beginner's gift pack. Congratulations! You have received 5,000 square kilometers of land. Congratulations! You have received 10 tons of construction materials, cement, sand, and steel bars. Congratulations! You have acquired an S-class nuclear reactor capable of powering a city of 5 million for 500 years. Congratulations! You have obtained blueprints for building structures. Congratulations! You have secured an A-class assassin, The extraordinary one possessing skills in A-class firearms, assassination, and stealth. Congratulations! You have received a submachine gun with infinite bullets. The voice echoed, causing Li Yong to momentarily pause in astonishment, followed by elation. Wow, this is incredible. It is worth noting that in his previous life, although he faced betrayal, his territory had developed quite well. He certainly did not possess such extraordinary resources at the outset. Had he been equipped with such remarkable materials back then, it would have taken little time for him to ascend to the top ranks, perhaps even claiming the first position without difficulty. Moreover, with the presence of the extraordinary assassin within the super infrastructure system, he was afforded considerable advantages in eliminating zombies from the very beginning. While every player started with 10 gold coins, an iron dagger, and 5 refugees as beginner gifts, none of that could compare to his newly acquired infrastructure starter pack. As Li Yong pondered this, he wasted no time. With a swift gesture, the various rewards, now manifesting as item cards within his backpack, appeared before him. With a crack, he shattered 5 refugee cards and the card of the extraordinary assassin. In an instant, these cards transformed into streams of blue light particles, from which 6 figures emerged. Greetings, Lord of the City. Among the 6 individuals, the 5 refugees appeared somewhat frail, however. Due to their status as his initial character cards, their loyalty was remarkably high. The extraordinary one was a different story, boasting a well-defined physique that clearly indicated countless hours of rigorous training. A-class represents a formidable tier among the ranks from E-class to SSSSS class, and it is worth noting that resources can be upgraded to even higher levels after reaching a certain threshold. Observing the 6 individuals bowing slightly in respect, Li Yong nodded in satisfaction. There is no need for such formalities. Your task henceforth is to construct houses and establish our city within this 5,000 square kilometer territory. With a wave of his hand, 10 tons of materials descended from the heavens with a thunderous roar, causing the ground to tremble. This spectacle astonished the 5 refugees. They wondered how their lord had acquired such a wealth of foundational materials. However, after the arrival of the 10 tons of materials, Li Yong produced a few cans of low-grade food. This will be your sustenance for today. Extraordinary one, prepare for battle. Li Yong did not squander any time, as the 1-minute countdown for the new player gift was about to expire. While other players fancied this as a system-provided boon, only Li Yong was fully aware of the true nature of this so-called starter pack. It was a monster siege. Defeating the encroaching monsters would yield gold coins, reputation, blueprints, experience points, and a variety of technical resources. In his previous life, unprepared players suffered devastating losses at the hands of countless mutated creatures, with nearly every player expending their first resurrection opportunity. Having claimed the gift provided by the super base system, Li Yong possessed combat capabilities that far surpassed those of his peers. At that moment, his mission was to slay the mutated creatures besieging him, increasing his gold reserves and reputation. Once his reputation soared, the refugees in the game world would willingly join his city. At that point, the numbers would swell, potentially including experts and professors from various fields. Should a high-level engineer among the refugees emerge, the speed of his construction would accelerate significantly. Yes, the others nodded in agreement. Immediately, a housing construction progress bar appeared above the heads of the 5 refugees. Li Yong merely glanced at it before shifting his focus elsewhere. Accompanied by the extraordinary one, the 2 ventured forth into the distance. At that moment, the surrounding area reverberated with continuous roars, and upon closer inspection, red glimmers flickered amidst the steel forest. The new player gift has been delivered. All players, please acknowledge receipt. The wristwatch flickered, transmitting information to all players, and the entire world trembled in response. From the depths of shadowy corners, countless grotesque monsters, resembling zombies, launched an assault on the unsuspecting players. Chapter 3. The first player, Li Yong, and the extraordinary killer proactively approached the slowly advancing mutated creatures. Ordinary zombies, level 1, E-grade. Skills, pounce, bite, attack power, 10, speed, 10. Fire-breathing rats, level 2, E-grade. Skills, fire breath, flame bomb, attack power, 20, speed, 20. Mutated zombies, level 2, E-grade. Skills, claw, strong, attack power, 25, speed, 15. Various mutated creatures surged forth like a tidal wave, with even a single mutated rat the size of a calf from Blue Star. However, upon examining their attributes, Li Yang chuckled to himself, thinking, "I'll make short work of you." Extraordinary One, engage. With this command, the zombie seemed to catch the scent of humans and began to pounce towards Li Yang's position. Yet, at this moment, Li Yang merely smirked as he brandished his submachine gun, equipped with infinite ammunition. Bang, 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 bang. Like a fire dragon, bullets erupted from the gun as if they were free, and in an instant, the foremost mutated rat collapsed in the path of the onslaught. In his previous life, Li Yang had fought these mutated creatures countless times and was acutely aware of their weaknesses. The gunfire did not cease. One mutated creature after another fell beneath Li Yang's aim. Congratulations, player has killed mutated zombies X3, earning experience X60, gold X30, red bricks X30. Congratulations, player has killed ordinary zombies X13, earning experience X130, gold X13, cement X13. Congratulations, player has leveled up. Congratulations, player has leveled up. Congratulations, player has leveled up. The continuous system notifications flooded Li Yang's wristwatch. Various basic resources quickly filled his backpack. Meanwhile, the extraordinary killer had already vanished at the onset of the battle, appearing at the rear of the beast tide, leaving a trail of severed limbs in his wake. With the support of the infinite ammo submachine gun and the extraordinary killer, not a single mutated animal or zombie could approach Li Yang. As time elapsed, the number of mutated monsters besieging him dwindled, and the relentless gunfire gradually subsided. With the last zombie falling to his gun, Li Yang's level reached 5, the battle ceased, and a system notification appeared on Li Yang's panel. Congratulations! Player Li Yang has successfully completed the novice gift package. Based on your outstanding performance in the activity, you are rewarded. Territory Level 2, Refugees 100. Immediately, the wristwatch, which had just stopped vibrating, popped up a holographic screen, and the crimson system notification reappeared. Novice gift package delivered. World channel activated. Leaderboard activated. As the world channel opened, an avalanche of messages flooded the screen, with none other than curses directed at the deceptive novice gift package. What kind of novice gift package is this, filled with monster grinding? With a broken iron knife, I can't even break the skin of the monsters. Is this something a person can handle? Not to mention, I summoned the refugees provided by the system, and they were all killed by the monsters. How can I develop in the rear like this? Trash game. Can someone tell me what is happening? Why did I wake up in a godforsaken place, being chased by a horde of terrifying monsters? If I hadn't dodged quickly, I would have been done for. Is this truly the peaceful game of the gods? What a nuclear annihilation! After this novice gift package, 99% of humanity on Blue Star perished at the jaws of mutated creatures. Only a fortunate few players managed to evade the beast tide. Yet they possessed no means to resist, let alone slay any of the mutated beings. It seemed as if a mysterious presence behind the system had played an exceedingly cruel joke on all Blue Star players. As the surviving players vented their frustrations about the deceptive system in the world channel, a series of resounding system notifications filled the entire holographic screen. All players' wristwatches displayed the same message. World announcement. Congratulations to player Li Yang for killing 100 mutated creatures. Achieving the milestone. 100 slaughter, earning reward, basic brick house construction blueprint X1. World announcement. Congratulations to player Li Yang for ranking first in the kill leaderboard, earning reward, S-grade psionic tank X1. World announcement. Congratulations to player Li Yang for ranking first in the territory leaderboard, earning reward, S-grade electrical engineer X1. World announcement. Congratulations to player Li Yang for ranking first in the level leaderboard, earning reward, S-grade architectural engineer X1. World announcement. Congratulations to player Li Yang for ranking first in the comprehensive leaderboard, earning reward, S-grade water resource engineer X1. World announcement. Congratulations to player Li Yang for obtaining the unique title, first player. Countless resplendent fireworks adorned every player's holographic screen, celebrating the emergence of the first player, Li Yang. In an instant, the entire game world reverberated with the name of this player. The previously bustling world channel suddenly paused for a second, followed by an even more terrifying stream of information that overwhelmed the channel, leaving players in a daze. People began discussing the first player named Li Yang, who had appeared like a shooting star, shaking the entire game world. Was this the disparity between humans? Indeed, the gap was far greater than that between man and dog. What the hell? We had over 10 players gathered, and we couldn't even kill 2 mutated zombies. Yet he single-handedly killed 100. Is he hacking? Absolutely. He must be cheating. I want to report him. Wake up. The entire human population of Blue Star has been dragged here to play this trash game. Would someone with such power commit such a low-level bug? Truly, trash is trash. No matter the world, it only serves to ridicule the strong. Haha, such a person must surely be a citizen of our noble nation. A true hero, get lost. The cosmic nation is utterly shameless. The system must belong to you. Thanks to the game system's marvel, all players from Blue Star found themselves devoid of language barriers, effortlessly comprehending the languages of various nations. This eliminated all obstacles to communication among players, propelling Li Yong into the limelight on a global scale. Countless players fervently sought information about Li Yong, each with varying motives, but to no avail. While other players passionately debated this suddenly emerging first player, Li Yong, the focal point of the event, remained remarkably unfazed. He glanced at the incessantly rolling world channel, the dense stream of information causing him a slight headache. Shutting down the world channel interface, Li Yong opened the leaderboard. Comprehensive ranking. First, Li Yong, level 5, territory level 3 second. Lambert Eric, level 2, territory level 1/3. Brian J, level 1, territory level 1/4. Zhou Shanjing Tai, level 1, territory level 1. Chapter 4 S-grade electrical engineer on the leaderboard. Regardless of either player or territory level, Li Yong far surpassed all others. While the beleaguered players struggled to rebuild their domains, Li Yang's territory level had already reached level 3, with his character level soaring to 5. Is this fellow truly one of us, a human from Blue Star? This sentiment resonated among countless players. Meanwhile, Li Yong was busy organizing the spoils he had acquired from the recent battle. He had gathered numerous basic materials and several construction blueprints during the skirmish, none of which he had yet to examine. Coupled with the resources awarded by the system, Li Yong was now extraordinarily wealthy. As long as he utilized these resources wisely, his territory was poised for monumental development. Li Yong took out 2 golden cards from his backpack, specifically the rewards from the super infrastructure system, 5,000 square kilometers of land and an S-grade nuclear reactor. The novice gift package from the super infrastructure system was the true boon. The novice gift package from the game system paled in comparison. Even the prize for ranking first on the leaderboard seemed somewhat meager. Without hesitation, Li Yong crushed the 2 cards in his hand, and a brilliant golden light flashed in what was once a desolate steel jungle. A flat expanse of 5,000 square kilometers emerged. A radiant nuclear reactor appeared at the heart of his territory. Congratulations, controllable nuclear reactor construction successful. Sufficient to power a city of 5 million for 500 years. Following this, Li Yong summoned the awarded 100 refugees. After a flash of azure light, a throng of ragged individuals appeared in the vast territory. Comprising men and women, old and young, they all bore expressions of hunger and gaunt physiques. The 100 newly emerged refugees gazed at Li Yong, who held a submachine gun, their faces filled with trepidation. They all knelt before him in unison, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the lord of the city." Li Yong nodded subtly, observing the frail refugees before him. A silent question lingered in his heart regarding their capacity for labor. Subsequently, he summoned all the resources he had acquired from vanquishing monsters during the recent activity. In an instant, a substantial heap of supplies, resembling small mountains, materialized before the refugees, comprising a variety of construction materials, copious food, and an abundance of drinking water. The refugees showed little interest in the stacks of building materials, their unwavering gazes fixated solely on the diverse array of food. Yet, none dared to act impulsively. Pleased with their demeanor, Li Yong acknowledged that while the loyalty of this batch of refugees was not as high as the 5 he had initially possessed, it was still commendable. Addressing the eager crowd, he proclaimed, "I have no other demands, merely your loyalty. Fulfill the tasks I assign, and my assurance to you is this. As long as I remain the city lord, every one of you shall have food to eat, clothes to wear, and shelter to dwell in. Now, let us prepare a meal." His voice, though not thunderous, resonated deeply within the hearts of the refugees. In this post-apocalyptic world, food was of utmost importance. The prospect of a stable source of nourishment was something every refugee would grasp tightly. Furthermore, the promise of a safe and warm home was worth sacrificing their very lives for. He then designated 20 female refugees to prepare the fire for cooking while the remainder, along with the initial 5, were assigned to commence the construction of houses, utilizing the blueprint for a basic brick house provided by the system. In the next moment, an influx of knowledge surged through the minds of the refugees, each mastering the fundamental skills required for brick house construction with remarkable ease. This miraculous ability instilled a sense of reverence for Liang among the refugees, who diligently approached the mountain of supplies and set to work earnestly. Before long, the enticing aroma of food wafted through the air above their territory. Over 100 refugees caught the sweet scent, their efforts intensifying, and the previously vacant expressions in their eyes began to sparkle with life. Their city lord had indeed spoken the truth. They would finally have the opportunity to enjoy a hearty meal. The loyalty of the refugee farmer, Kong San, reached 100, contributing 1 to the territorial social stability and granting him 100 experience. Similarly, the loyalty of the refugee who also reached 100, with the same benefits. Congratulations! Your territorial social stability is exceptionally high. The work efficiency of all refugees has increased by 100. Your territory level has reached level 4. Please name your city. The watch vibrated, and system notifications flooded in. Li Yang was astonished at how swiftly his territory had advanced. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, Yang City. The system acknowledged, City number 738155 has now been renamed to Yang City. Players are advised to click the data panel for further details. Thus, Liang accessed his data panel. Player. Liang Identity. City Lord Race. Human Age. 22 Level. 5 Strength. 15. 10. Constitution. 16. 10. Spirit. 24. 10. Agility. 17. 10. Note. The maximum attributes for Earth humans are capped at 10. With each level up granting 2 to all attributes. Equipment. QCW-05 Submachine Gun. Unlimited Ammunition. Resource Cards. S-Class Psionic Tank 1. S-Class Electrical Engineer 1. S-Class Construction Architect 1. S-Class Water Conservancy Engineer 1 City. Yang City Territory Level. Level 4 Territory Range. 5,000 square kilometers City Residents. 106 Prosperity. 80 Social Stability. 100 Gazing at the remaining 3 S-Class character cards in his inventory, Liang felt a surge of excitement. A-Class assassins were already formidable, having significantly aided him during the monster siege. The potential strength of these S-Class characters was bound to be extraordinary. With a flourish, 3 beams of golden light erupted from Liang's hand, landing gracefully on the ground. From the golden glow emerged 3 figures. One donned a hard hat, another wielded a wrench, and the last held surveying equipment. 3 unassuming middle-aged men, each equipped with various tools, stood before Liang. Greetings, City Lord. Liang looked at the 3 humble men before him, elated. These individuals were the greatest treasures of his territory in his previous life. After 3 years of toil in this game, he had managed to acquire only 1 S-Class character, which he had obtained through great effort. Yet, even that single S-Class character had accelerated the development of his territory by double. Now, less than a day into the game, he had 3 S-Class characters, a truly dreamlike start. Liang promptly accessed the attribute panels of the 3 men. Name. Illusion Level. 5. Upgradable. Identity. S-Class Electrical Engineer Skills. Advanced Electrical System Proficiency. Intermediate Electrical Facility Development Attributes. Increases electrical facility output by 100. Reduces power consumption by 100. Indeed, as expected of an S-Class character, possessing only 2 skills, yet each more formidable than the last. Within the realm of the divine game, all characters with advanced professional system skills were proficient from the foundational to expert-level blueprints. Henceforth, Liang would no longer need to painstakingly farm blueprints related to electricity. The intrinsic intermediate development capability was the most significant advantage distinguishing S-Class characters from A-Class ones. With this skill, S-Class characters could autonomously upgrade during work and even randomly generate blueprints, which could be traded with other players, even if they were not needed by the original owner. Essentially, possessing an S-Class character equated to having a mint. Liang envisioned a continuous flow of gold coins beckoning him. Chapter 5. Psionic Tank Gold coins served as the fundamental currency within the divine game, with all player transactions requiring gold coins as the medium. Should any special character with attributes perish within his territory, substantial gold coins would also be needed for resurrection. Beyond that, gold coins held another significant purpose, a fact unknown to most players at this time, including Liang. Upon reaching a territory level of 5, a gold coin store would become available. This store would cater to all players. but only those whose territory had attained level 5 would see it appear on their panel. It would offer a variety of essential resources purchasable with gold coins, pivotal for players' territorial development. However, the most coveted item would be a complete military-industrial production line, while all players wielded makeshift weapons to fend off monsters. A fully operational military-industrial production line could propel a player's territory to new heights. Such an asset would undoubtedly drive players to madness. Yet, all items in this store were limited. Once purchased, they would not restock. In his previous life, when the gold coin store refreshed, Li Yang was merely a lowly level 3 lord. Upon finally reaching level 5, he was met with the sight of a military-industrial production line marked as out of stock, tears of envy streaming down his face. Despite holding onto a sliver of hope that the store would restock, he waited and waited, yet the refresh never came, not even until the moment of his rebirth. 3 years. This was undoubtedly yet another cruel jest by the game system. Now, however, Li Yang's territory level far surpassed that of all other players, placing him in the prime position to obtain that production line. Only by defeating mutated monsters could gold coins be earned, yet for ordinary players, acquiring gold coins was a formidable challenge. Players armed with nothing but battered blades found it exceedingly difficult to slay even a single monster. And even when they did, there was no guarantee of gold coin rewards. This scarcity left players reliant solely on the meager gold coins granted by the system. At present, the priority remained the construction of his city. With this thought in mind, Li Yang continued to examine the attributes of the remaining 2 individuals. Name: Du Jiang level 5, upgradable, identity. S-class water conservancy engineer skills. Advanced water conservancy system proficiency. Intermediate water facility development attributes. Increases water source discovery rate by 100, reduces water resource consumption by 100. Name: Gao Su level 5, upgradable, identity. S-class construction architect skills. Advanced engineering system proficiency. Intermediate engineering facility development attributes. Increases construction efficiency of engineering facilities by 100. Reduces material loss by 100. Gazing at the splendid attribute panels of the 3 men before him, Li Yang's eyes sparkled with fervor. They were all treasures. The development of his territory now rested in their capable hands. The piercing gaze of 3 weathered middle-aged men tightened their sphincters, instinctively retreating a step. Subsequently, Li Yang instructed the electrical engineer Lu Zhan to organize a team to head towards the central nuclear reactor of the territory, to construct the entire power system for the domain. The architectural engineer Gao Su coordinated the overall construction of the territory, while the hydraulic engineer Du Jiang led 5 refugees to scout for available water sources within the territory. Upon discovering a water source, he would assist the engineers in establishing the territory's water supply system. After a series of directives were disseminated, everyone worked fervently, with 109 urban residents operating with the efficiency of machines. The entire city transformed at a visible pace. Ding! To protect the lives of the townsfolk, expel those repugnant mutated creatures from your territory. Eliminate the surrounding mutated organisms. 0500. Reward: Basic Medical Expansion Pack. In his mind, the notification sound of the super infrastructure system emerged. Having experienced the might of the super infrastructure system, Li Yang felt a strong desire for the system's reward, the Basic Medical Expansion Pack. The entire human population of Blue Star was transported into the game world by the countdown in the sky. It was evident that this game was rather unfriendly to its players. There was no quest system, only relentless waves of monsters besieging players, forcing them to strive for the development of their territories and to elevate their levels. Only the most elite players would receive rewards from the game system, while ordinary players could only develop independently or choose to relinquish their lordship and attach themselves to the powerful. Compared to his own super base system, the system of the gods game seemed utterly inferior. And indeed, it possessed a rather malevolent disposition. Was it not fortuitous that he could test the strength of the system's reward, the psychic tank? Silently lamenting the game system, Li Yang casually summoned the S-class psychic tank bestowed by the system. Despite his verbal disdain for the game system, Li Yang's body was quite honest. Disdain aside, he could not refuse the reward. Boom! The ground shook violently, and after a dazzling flash of golden light, a colossal entity measuring 4 meters in height and 8 meters in width appeared before Li Yang. Psychic tank level, S-class attack power, 500 weight, 30T attributes, damage splash, targets within a 10-meter radius of the explosion center suffer damage, infinite ammunition. The number of shells fired is positively correlated with the driver's mental strength. Accuracy 100. Was this the power of psychic equipment? The attributes of the psychic tank did not disappoint Li Yong in the slightest. Its formidable attack power would reduce any mutated creatures within its firepower range to ashes. The over 100 mutated creatures that Li Yong had painstakingly eliminated before could be dealt with in just a few shots from the psychic tank. Its built-in damage splash effect was indeed a divine tool for farming monsters. The remarkably high accuracy bonus would allow Li Yong to hit precisely where he aimed. 500 mutated creatures were but a trivial matter. This was psychic equipment. Psychic equipment was a distinctive feature of the middle world. And even in the civilizations that once existed in the realm of the gods, it was a powerful presence. Moreover, psychic energy was a unique force in this world. It was precisely because of the existence of psychic energy that this world could develop such brilliant civilizations. In this world, the physical prowess of humanity far surpassed that of Blue Star, and the animals were even more formidable in the early stages of the game. Any Blue Star human encountering a wild animal would be easily overpowered. In his previous life as an ordinary lord, Li Yong had merely heard of the legends surrounding psychic weapons, having never laid eyes upon them. Such weapons were expected to be discovered by players only in the mid-game. Yet they appeared in Li Yang's hands prematurely. Thus, in the early stages of the game, Li Yong was an existence akin to a cheat. He turned to summon the silent A-class killer, the Transcendent, and instructed him to operate the psychic tank while he himself would control the cannon. 500 mutated beasts would pose a considerable challenge to other newly entered players, but for the reborn Li Yong, it was a mere trifle. He was well aware of the locations of the mutated creatures' nests surrounding his territory. Boom, boom, boom. The psychic tank rumbled forward through the urban ruins, its massive frame crashing through the piles of dilapidated vehicles on the road. Amidst the ruins, the roars of the mutated creatures seemed to weaken. On the continent of the gods, within a certain forest, 5 players wielding long knives were engaged in a life-and-death struggle with a 2-meter-tall mutated creature. The long knives occasionally grazed the creature's body, leaving shallow wounds, from which blue blood slowly oozed. After 10 minutes of fierce cooperation, the mutated beast finally collapsed to the ground. Was this really a rabbit? This creature could not possibly grow to such a size by merely consuming hormones. The 5 players collapsed onto the ground, one of them kicking the fallen monster in frustration, cursing, "What a sight!" Lying in a pool of blue blood was a massive mutated creature. Beneath its fur, torn by the long knife, its blue muscle tissue still twitched faintly. Its crimson eyes lost their luster, and in the sunlight, its enormous tusks gleamed with a metallic sheen. One player, looking at a robust man among them, solemnly remarked, "Brother, it took all 5 of us to kill this thing, and we nearly lost one in the process. How on earth could that Li Yong manage to take down 100? What kind of person is he? Damn, that guy is already level 7. Is he even human? It's utterly ruthless. Indeed, it's simply inhumane." This exchange drew nods of agreement from the others, while the muscular man glanced at the leaderboard in silence, merely sharpening his long knife on a stone, by the sea of the continent of the gods. Dozens of players with Western features gathered, armed with various weapons. They had just repelled a wave of mutated creatures emerging from the ocean. Was supposed to be a new player gift pack, but was, in fact, a monster siege event. Countless players, under the terrifying pressure of mutated creatures and the threat of death, abandoned their lordships to band together into teams. The group of players before them was a newly formed team. A young man with blonde hair and blue eyes stood at the forefront of the crowd, holding not a long knife, but a fully automatic rifle lammer. That Li Yang's rank has changed again. He is already level 7 now. How did he manage that? We had over 30 players helping us level up, and we still couldn't keep pace with him. Oh my god, this leveling speed is simply despairing. As the players stood beside the young man, they gasped in awe at the leaderboard. The man before them was none other than Langbo AI-like, the second-ranked player, at the onset of the event. Langbo AI-like had successfully slain a mutated creature thanks to his years of honed combat skills. Subsequently, faced with an incessant onslaught of mutated beasts, he adeptly evaded their attacks and ultimately endured the onslaught. After the beast tide receded, the ranking system rewarded Langbo AI-like with a pair of supplies and equipment. While he was still utilizing these resources to develop his city, another player approached him. This player had suffered the complete destruction of his territory during the beast tide, losing even the refugees gifted by the system, leaving him utterly unable to progress. With no other options, he sought collaboration with other players and fortuitously found Langbo AI-like. Upon hearing Langbo AI-like's name, he earnestly implored for asylum. Langbo AI-like readily agreed, understanding that in this world, the most crucial aspect was the players themselves. Only players could extract resources from slain mutated creatures. NPCs received no rewards, even upon defeating monsters. Soon, players with similar misfortunes began to appear in Langbo AI-like's territory, gradually swelling their ranks into the formidable force they now represented. With their numbers growing, so too did their combat prowess, leading Langbo AI-like to decide that they should venture forth to hunt monsters and gather resources. Throughout the battles, all members could only inflict severe injuries on the monsters, while the task of delivering the final blow fell to Langbo AI-like. During this process, several players lost their lives. Despite the assistance of over 30 players, Langbo AI-like's level had barely reached 3. Observing the leaderboard, where Li Yang held a commanding lead, the atmosphere among the crowd plummeted. Remarkably, only a mere hour had passed since the Beast Tide's conclusion. It is known that as levels increase, the required experience multiplies. The experience needed to ascend from level 5 to 7 far exceeds the total experience required to progress from level 1 to 5. Watching Li Yang's level fluctuate on the leaderboard, Langbo AI-like silently closed the interface and turned to address the crowd, stating, Li Yang must have gathered over 100 players to elevate his level, for he is currently the top player in the game. And he possesses that renown. However, I firmly believe that his position is merely temporary. Our team shall become the mightiest, and I shall ultimately emerge as the foremost player in this game. Let us all strive together. Meanwhile, in the ruins of the city, players occasionally appeared around Li Yang's territory. Unbeknownst to him, a gathering of over a dozen players had formed outside his domain, yet none dared to step onto his land. They were not interested in developing their own territories. Rather, they sought to latch onto a stronger player. Entering another player's territory without permission could be construed as an act of war. And they merely wished to find a powerful ally, not to stir trouble, especially upon witnessing the seemingly formidable players within the vast expanse of unblemished land before them. However, not all players shared this mindset. Deep within the city ruins, just as Li Yang had dispatched the last mutated creature required for his quest, his wristwatch began to tremble violently. A transparent screen materialized, revealing 3 lines of bloody text at its center. Warning: your territory is under siege by other players. Please attend to this matter promptly. Warning: your territory is under siege by other players. Please attend to this matter promptly. Warning: your territory is under siege by other players. Please attend to this matter promptly. Chapter 7. The invasion in progress 10 minutes earlier. Outside the territory of Yang City, as time passed, the number of gathered players swelled to over 20. These players clustered in small groups, though most remained solitary, vigilant, quietly observing the situation. Among them was a group of 5 or 6 individuals, both men and women, led by a burly bald man. This imposing figure held a shotgun in his right hand while his left arm encircled a scantily clad woman, with 3 or 4 players standing behind him, seemingly having just arrived. Observing the scattered players ahead, the burly man turned to one of his companions and said, Lao San, go inquire about the situation. Understood, big brother. The bespectacled player, who appeared quite refined, nodded lightly in response to the burly man's instruction. He then approached a solitary player and engaged him in an enthusiastic conversation. 3 to 5 minutes later, the player known as Lao San returned, a sneer on his face as he reported to the burly man, a bunch of losers who got wrecked in the Beast Tide. They're all trash? Thinking they can ride the coattails of others, the burly man scoffed, preparing to speak, but suddenly seemed to ponder something, his expression turning inquisitive. Then why aren't they going in? I heard the area ahead is all someone else's territory. They were warned by the system as soon as they approached, so they don't dare venture in, Lao San explained. A bunch of cowards. These pests outside are truly a nuisance. It would be a waste of ammunition to kill them. Let us go check it out ourselves, the burly man declared, raising his shotgun and releasing the young woman from his grasp, giving her a light slap on the backside, prompting a soft squeal from her as he gripped his weapon with both hands and advanced toward the crowd. The players following him brandished their knives, trailing behind the burly man as they approached the gathering. As this group entered the throng, several players' expressions shifted dramatically, and a couple turned to flee. The remaining players murmured among themselves, speculating about the newcomers. Who are these guys? Why do those few look like they've seen a ghost? They're a band of robbers. They stole my supplies, and I only resurrected for the second time because of them. Can we really endure this? Let us fight back. Are you insane? They're armed. Several indignant players, initially eager to retaliate, froze in place, retreating a few steps, fearful that their earlier actions might draw the attention of these formidable individuals. Even though they were currently of little value, the players before them were clearly not to be trifled with. Should they be in a foul mood, it could cost them their lives. Every player present had faced death at least once, and given the game's unforgiving realism, no one wished to experience death again. The crowd instinctively parted to create a path for the burly man, who grinned as he caressed his shotgun in that moment. He felt akin to a lion surveying his territory. Unconsciously, he straightened his posture, making his robust physique appear even more imposing. The crowd recoiled in fear at his actions, and the burly man smiled in satisfaction, disregarding the onlookers as he strode directly onto Li Yang's territory. Warning, you have entered another player's territory. Please exit immediately unless permitted, or it will be considered an act of war. Good heavens. This place truly belongs to a player, the burly man thought to himself, astonished. The land before him appeared immaculately level, starkly contrasting the ruins scattered around. Even so, he remained skeptical that this vast expanse belonged to a player. It was simply too immense. There were no structures in sight, only a stretch of flat land. While other players were confined to a few ramshackle huts in the game's early stages, such an expansive territory was utterly unimaginable. The burly man did not recklessly enter. He took a step back, contemplating the enormity of the land. Charging in with just a handful of companions seemed impulsive. He turned to confer with his companions before pivoting back, aiming his gun at the players idly observing. The others stealthily fanned out around them. The remaining players, initially pleased to see the burly group charge toward Li Yang's territory, were suddenly dismayed when they found themselves on the receiving end of the gun barrels, their expressions darkening. The burly man scratched his bald head, lifting his gun slightly, addressing the now tense players with a grin. I am Lin, who I may not have many exceptional qualities, but I pride myself on being generous. I love to share any good fortune that comes my way. There's a saying, what was it? Oh, right, win-win. Now, there's a golden opportunity before us. Let us all prosper together, shall we? Though Lin Hu smiled, his grip on the shotgun remained firm, his finger poised on the trigger as though ready to take a life at a moment's notice. The players regarded the intimidating bald man with silent curses in their hearts. What prosperity! He just wants us to scout ahead, treating us like fools. This is outrageous. Faced with Lin Hu's invitation, the players fell into a heavy silence. No one daring to speak. The atmosphere grew tense. At that moment, a voice rang out from the crowd. Brother Lin, I just remembered something urgent at home. I think I'll pass on this opportunity. Is that all right? Of course. I, Lin Hu, am not a tyrant. The man's expression brightened at Lin Hu's response, and he excitedly jumped up, thanking Lin Hu profusely as he hurriedly made his way toward the exit. Bang! The sound of gunfire erupted, causing the player who had dashed out from the crowd to shudder and collapse to the ground, blood seeping slowly from their body. The onlookers gasped in shock, turning abruptly to look behind them, only to realize that Lin Hu's accomplices had encircled the group of players. Among them, the bespectacled Lao San brandished a pistol, its muzzle still emitting smoke. It was evident that the gunshot had originated from him. This band of marauders possessed not one, but two firearms. The remaining players, empty-handed, looked on with ashen faces. On the outskirts of Yang City, a group of individuals gradually stepped into Li Yang's territory, wholly disregarding the system's warnings. Lin Hu, clutching a gun in both hands, brought up the rear as the dozen or so players entered Li Yang's domain under the looming threat of violence. Over 20 players anxiously traversed Li Yang's land, walking for several minutes without sighting any buildings. With each step, Lin Hu's apprehension grew. The expanse of this territory was astonishing. Was this truly a player's domain? After another 10 minutes, Lin Hu finally spotted a plume of smoke rising in the distance, alongside a towering nuclear power plant, exclaiming in astonishment, "What on earth is this?" Chapter 8. Defeat beside the nuclear power plant. Lin Hu could scarcely believe his eyes. Dozens of refugees bustled around the massive structure, the building itself visibly progressing at an accelerated pace, as if a fast-forward button had been pressed. Next to the edifice, a middle-aged man wearing a hard hat directed the workers, and under his guidance, the refugees operated with remarkable efficiency, making no mistakes. Piles of construction materials and foodstuffs were strewn about, and the enticing aroma of cooking wafted through the air. Gurgle. A player's stomach grumbled uncontrollably, and after a brief moment of shock, Lin, whose gaze fell upon the abundant supplies, his eyes lighting up with greed. A potent yearning clouded his judgment, and a singular thought consumed his mind. This is my chance, after this haul. I'll be set for life. At that moment, the S-class architect Gao Su, overseeing the operation, turned around to observe the players behind him. Mistaking them for newly arrived refugees, he didn't have time to inquire before the group lunged towards the supplies like rabid dogs. Those peculiar individuals stretched out their hands, and vast quantities of resources vanished in an instant. Enemy attack! Someone's stealing our food! With a sharp cry, all the refugees surged towards the players who were frantically gathering supplies. Nearly 100 of them charged forward, and when Lin Hu glanced up, he saw the refugees rushing at him like a pack of wolves. Startled, Lin Hu felt a wave of relief wash over him as he realized they were just refugees. What a scare! Do they dare to fight back? He had long since detected that this area was teeming with NPCs, devoid of any players. As for the refugees, their combat prowess was hardly superior to that of a well-fed dog. He dismissed them entirely. However, when the battle commenced, the situation unfolded in a manner Lin Hu had not anticipated. Rat-a-tat-tat. What is this? How do they possess submachine guns? Lin Hu witnessed a middle-aged man at the forefront wielding a submachine gun. Flames erupting from the muzzle without pause, bullets swept through the players frantically collecting supplies, and in a single encounter, over 20 players fell, half of them collapsing instantly, while the remaining ones were swiftly surrounded by the throng of refugees. Lin Hu had engaged in combat with refugees before. In other players' territories, the presence of refugees was commonplace. Yet, he believed that taking down just one would send the others scattering in panic. He had expected to trample the opposition effortlessly, only to find that the players were themselves being crushed. Lin Hu readied his shotgun to retaliate. A well-aimed shot from the ordinary middle-aged man struck his right hand. The accuracy was astonishing. Lin Hu let out a cry of anguish, clutching his injured hand as his weapon clattered to the ground. The refugees, seemingly under a spell, exhibited a ferocity that was terrifying, and Lin Hu, nursing his wounded hand, contemplated retreat. 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 Having robbed a dozen players and slaughtering them as easily as one would a chicken, Lin Hu was now paralyzed with fear at the sight of the fierce refugees. He shouted hoarsely to his companions to fall back, casting aside thoughts of the supplies. His only desire was to escape this bizarre place. He could not fathom why these refugees were so starkly different from those he had encountered previously. Despite their gaunt appearances, they exhibited a fighting spirit that led Lin Hu to believe that even with equal numbers, it would be the players who would ultimately be vanquished. Thud. A furious fist struck Lin Hu's face, and he was instantly knocked to the ground as the refugees surged toward him like ravenous wolves. Was the annihilation this swift? Lin Hu was bewildered. The moment he fell, he realized that he was the last one remaining on the battlefield. Were we playing a game? The disparity was staggering. As Lin Hu lay on the ground, he was consumed by profound regret. If only heaven could grant him another chance, he would never set foot in this territory again. From the beginning to the end of the battle, no more than 5 minutes had elapsed, and all 20-plus invading players were utterly obliterated. Ian Li Yang's territory, among the more than 100 refugees. The most severely injured one had merely scraped his skin during the charge. S-class architect Gao Su surveyed the fallen players, a look of confusion crossing his face as he asked a nearby refugee, "Have you ever seen these fools? Are they also refugees?" The refugee shook his head vigorously, hastily replying, "How could that be? They are definitely not. Generally, the foolish do not survive beyond the second day to become refugees." His anxious expression suggested he feared Gao Su might misunderstand, thinking that all refugees were similarly inept, tarnishing their image. With that in mind, the questioned refugee kicked Lin Hu's fallen form in frustration. Lin Hu jolted, letting out a muffled groan of pain, yet remained unconscious. "Let us disperse. Leave a few to bind those still breathing, and we'll deal with them when the Lord returns." Gao Su glanced at Lin Hu and continued, "The rest of you, return to work. We must complete our tasks before the Lord returns." The refugees nodded in agreement, turning back to diligently continue their labor. The entire territory resumed its activities as if nothing had occurred, save for the presence of a pile of bound players. This was a battle Li Yong had anticipated from the outset. From the moment he received the system notification, he understood the general situation. He was all too familiar with the nature of these players. Upon seeing something valuable, they would desire it without restraint. Such a vast territory could not be concealed. It was bound to be discovered. However, Li Yong harbored no anxiety. He glanced at the system prompt, casually dismissed it, and continued to eliminate the aberrant creatures before him, having no intention of returning. It is worth noting that in the early stages of the game, the physical attributes of Blue Star humans were far inferior to those of the native refugees of the Divine Realm. Even though those refugees had endured prolonged hunger, in terms of physical prowess alone, an individual refugee could easily overpower a player. The only factor limiting the combat effectiveness of the refugees was their unwavering fighting spirit. However, all of Li Yang's refugees were of full loyalty, endowing them with an extraordinary devotion to the city. When the city was under attack, this loyalty naturally transformed into an unyielding will to fight, a determination to defend their homeland. In his past life, Li Yong had personally experienced the terror of fully loyal refugees. Once, he led a fully armed combat unit to ambush another player's territory, brimming with confidence, only to be overwhelmed by an equal number of loyal refugees. Leading to a hasty retreat, it was then that he realized the entire territory was populated by fully loyal refugees. Therefore, upon discovering that his own refugees were wholly loyal, he felt secure in leaving behind his infinite ammo submachine gun and confidently ventured forth to complete his tasks. Congratulations, host, for eliminating the surrounding aberrant creatures. 500,500. Reward, Basic Medical Expansion Pack 1. As the voice echoed in his mind, Li Yong signaled the extraordinary beings to handle the last mutated zombie before saying, "Let us go home." Chapter 9. 300 pounds of seeds. Astonished refugees simultaneously, not far from Li Yang's territory. Another locale was abuzz with activity. A middle-aged man, his shoulder burdened by a stone axe, wore a grim expression. Who exactly is this Li Yong? How could he have completed the task so swiftly? Furthermore, without guarding his city, he annihilated those players. The man was taken aback. The recent world announcement had disrupted his plans for further leveling up. This was rather unusual. This individual named Li Yong undoubtedly possessed some unknown advantages. Boss, I think we should hold off on confronting Li Yong for now and observe his movements. He has the ability to wipe out others, and he could do the same to us. Now is not the time to engage in battle. The game has only just commenced, and we must swiftly level up. A man beside them, wielding a stone spear, spoke in a low voice. This individual was none other than the military strategist of the middle-aged man. Presently, they too had established a guild. Everyone was well aware that in a game of such immense difficulty, only by uniting could they achieve quicker advancement. Should they each fight alone, without a cohesive team, these solitary players would soon be surpassed by the guilds. The middle-aged man nodded gravely at the strategist's words. He was not a fool and understood that what was stated was indeed correct. Thus, they decided to observe for the time being. However, while they were conversing, an explosive message erupted in the nearby regional channel. Damn. Dante provoked that guy Li Yong. He has already leveled up to the modern era. He possesses a massive nuclear reactor that provides him with electrical energy. His subordinates are armed with firearms. Do not engage him unless using a human wave tactic. Otherwise, a small number of players attacking together would only lead to their demise. The information in the regional channel caused the faces of those leveling up in the vicinity to change dramatically. Is what you said true? A nuclear reactor? This can't be a joke, right? No joke. I was taken down by Li Yang's band of rogues and returned to the respawn point. I'm weak, not even at level 1. They dismissed me for lacking value, letting me go, while others didn't even get the chance to respawn and became slaves to Li Yong. What? Slaves? Yes, they are forced to labor. Our people are all being made to work. At that moment, the reaction of the players in the region was explosive. A nuclear reactor, a modern city, firearms. These keywords alone proved a great deal. How had this individual developed so rapidly? He must possess some secret. If only they could uncover his secrets, acquiring valuable resources would become exceedingly simple. Let us not act rashly. Didn't he that players say Li Yang has firearms? Therefore, we must deliberate further. Currently, there are two approaches to deal with Li Yang: cooperate or unite and overwhelm him with sheer numbers to bring him down. If we manage to eliminate him, all his equipment will belong to us. I personally lean towards the first option. I find it impossible to bring him down. He has firearms and could eliminate us in an instant. Indeed. Let us not overthink it. We should observe for now. At this moment, the group of players continued to communicate, even pausing their game to refrain from killing zombies. Gradually, after several minutes of discussion, they resumed their tasks. All acutely aware that they could not act against Li Yang just yet. They needed to strengthen themselves or unite with others. Otherwise, it would be their demise. However, this news was still confined to the regional channel. Players were not yet communicating about it on the world channel. The individuals in the region were not foolish. Once they spread this information to the world channel, everyone would learn of Li Yang's background. At that point, larger guilds would undoubtedly take notice, and they might not even get a drop of the spoils. Simultaneously, in Yang City, as Li Yang observed the construction progress at 99 and other progress bars also at 99, a smile inevitably graced his lips. At T-level 7, he was now able to lay out certain plans. However, his level was still insufficient. What he required was not merely this: to resolve the crises of the real world. This level was far from adequate. The crises of the real world were significantly more terrifying than those in the game. Thus, he needed to be thoroughly prepared. Contemplating this, he tallied the materials he had acquired. As for the basic medical expansion pack he received this time, while it might not be the most exceptional item, it was still quite satisfactory. The extraordinary individuals had put forth considerable effort during the zombie extermination, and their strength had notably increased, which greatly benefited his plans. Regarding the psionic tank, to put it plainly, it was an enchanted upgrade of a standard tank, capable of not only firing conventional weapons, but also delivering magical attacks. However, psionic tanks were exceedingly scarce, so he intended to establish a production line for them. Fortunately, he had previously gathered ample resources, and after eliminating 500 zombies and mutated beasts, he had obtained a wealth of foundational materials, including several blueprints and food seeds from level 5 monsters. These items would suffice to enhance his city significantly. With a flash of brilliance, an abundance of seeds, cabbage, grape, potato, tomato, chili, rice, wheat, and more, totaling 300 pounds, fell to the ground. When these seeds emerged, the laboring refugees were left utterly dumbfounded. Damn! So many seeds! Just think of how much food that can produce. It was indeed the right choice to come to Yang City. Countless individuals thought to themselves. Yet, just as they were in shock, the next moment, a ton of fertilizer fell from the sky. The heavy bags of fertilizer caused the expressions of these individuals to shift instantly, for they all understood that this fertilizer could reduce the growth cycle of crops by a third. In other words, what originally required 10 days to mature could now be ready in just over 6 days. What on earth had their lord accomplished during his outing to yield such benefits? In an instant, the refugees were left speechless in their admiration for Li Yang. Chapter 10. Continuous shock, the eruption of world announcements. Simultaneously, the world announcement refreshed abruptly. World announcement. Player Li Yang has successfully constructed 2 30-story residential buildings, which are now electrified. His city has officially entered the electric age. Let us congratulate him. World announcement. Player Li Yang has successfully constructed 2 30-story residential buildings, which are now electrified. His city has officially entered the electric age. Let us congratulate him. World announcement. Player Li Yang, let us congratulate him. A series of 3 world announcements erupted. In that moment, countless players engaged in the game, leveling up, were left utterly stunned. What? 30-story residential buildings? How much cement and sand must that require? Steel reinforcement. These materials all need production lines to create, right? Has this guy Li Yang already mastered steel smelting? It's not that simple. I suspect he even has a cement factory. Otherwise, such speed would be impossible, especially since his city is now electrified, meaning he can produce heating and fans. For a residential building to be comfortable, these are essential. Without them, summer would be stifling and winter would be deadly, not to mention the various extreme weather conditions that could be fatal. Without proper facilities, the fate awaiting these refugees is still death. Thus, I am certain that this Li Yang individual possesses the blueprints for these foundational infrastructures or construction plans. Indeed, in the world channel, countless individuals began to fervently discuss this matter. There was no way around it. The first electrified city, the first residential complex, these were the firsts in the entire game world. And being first meant surpassing others, allowing for swifter development. This was in direct conflict with the interests of others. Currently, the general level of players within the game ranged from levels 2 to 3. Only a few exceptional individuals reached level 4 at most. As for level 5, it was non-existent. The game was exceedingly difficult, especially in the primitive era, where players could only rely on fire, wood, traps, and stone-crafted weapons for combat. Of course, some players were indeed blacksmiths in the real world, possessing such skills. However, smelting iron was a daunting task. The cycle was lengthy, and solidifying and shaping the material could not be accomplished in a short time. Furthermore, separating raw materials was a painstaking endeavor. Thus, the Iron Age could not take shape at this stage. In comparison, that individual named Liang was terrifyingly advanced. I just learned in our regional channel that Liang possesses a nuclear reactor. Moreover, he has a vast expanse of land. He might even be able to create more factories. I believe the power supply issue is indeed due to the nuclear reactor. Furthermore, Liang has firearms. Even the rogue team he created is armed. Thunderous roars echoed. Upon hearing the words of this player, the inhabitants of the world channel were left utterly astonished, as if struck by lightning. A nuclear reactor, firearms. In this primitive era, the emergence of such items defies the very principles of the game. How can this be possible? This individual is truly extraordinary. He harbors a significant secret. I believe we must delve deeper into the enigma that is Liang. Perhaps, if we comprehend his methods, we could reap greater benefits within this virtual realm. Indeed. Let us first focus on our own advancement, swiftly leveling up to assess the global rankings. Currently, that individual, Liang, has already attained level 7. If we fail to progress, there will be a considerable disparity between his level 7 and our level 4. Very well. We shall set aside thoughts of Liang for now. The foremost priority of our guild is to grind monsters and level up. Our aim is to accumulate more gold to procure superior weaponry from the gold shop. Excellent. The group engaged in spirited discussions in the world channel, guild channel, and private chats, meticulously refining their strategy. After all, everyone is acutely aware that certain matters cannot be openly discussed in the world channel. That would be tantamount to revealing one's secrets. Given that we are currently in the gaming phase, and with the abundance of zombies, nearly everyone has abandoned the lengthy meetings of the real world that could last days or even months. Within a mere 3 to 5 minutes, decisions concerning Liang were solidified. Simultaneously, countless players resumed their monster grinding, for time waits for no one. Only through enhancing our strength can we tackle the challenges that lie ahead. At this very moment, on the opposite side of the gaming world, there exists an immense island, a land far surpassing the size of the ninja country in the real world. This island boasts diverse terrains, mountains, deserts, basins, hills, volcanoes, and snowy realms. Within a forested area, a middle-aged man led a group of 100 individuals, slaying zombies. Blood, not his own but that of the zombies, splattered across his body, though it had not touched his skin. Sparing him from harm, with a sudden movement, he swung his axe with all his might, veins bulging from his arms, and with a fierce roar, the axe twisted violently. Crack! A zombie's head was brutally severed. Congratulations! You have slain a zombie and received 1 bottle of tainted glucose. Hearing this notification, the middle-aged man's expression shifted. Damn! What a pathetic reward. Just as he was about to voice his frustration, the world announcement abruptly refreshed. Liang. Upon hearing the name, the middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback. That is a player from the Dragon Country, level 7, first city, and it is powered. How can this be possible? As far as I know, no one globally has managed to achieve electrical conversion. Even with the combined strength of an entire guild, it is unattainable. Zombies constantly interfere. Despite the availability of ores and other resources, the challenges are insurmountable. The middle-aged man felt a wave of frustration. He could not fathom how this Dragon Country player had entered the age of electricity. Just then, a strategist with small eyes hurriedly approached him. A look of urgency etched on his forehead. Lord Vortex, look at the world channel. That individual from the Dragon Country possesses a nuclear reactor. Holy hell! Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man known as Vortex was left utterly speechless. Chapter 11. Investigating Liang, the astonishing S-Class architect. Indeed, it was true. Vortex stood frozen in disbelief, a nuclear reactor. In his mind, such a feat was utterly impossible in the current gaming era. It is well known that this divine game is a construction-based MMORPG, where every player can claim a piece of land and must progressively strengthen themselves using everything within their reach. Only then can they expand their camps, attract refugees, establish tribes, and advance their civilization. Yet, in his recollection, no matter how extraordinary the players, they could not surpass such a vast chasm. A nuclear reactor. This is akin to comparing the heavens with the earth, utterly incomparable. Find out. Investigate Li Yang thoroughly. You have half a day to gather all the information and deliver it to me. I must decide whether to eliminate him or to collaborate. At this moment, Vortex refrained from outright expressing a desire to kill Li Yang. Such an action would be the height of folly. As the saying goes, know your enemy and know yourself, and you can fight 100 battles without danger. Sometimes, upon determining the enemy's information, it may be more advantageous to pursue cooperation rather than hostility. No? Understood, Lord Vortex, I shall handle this immediately. The strategist nodded emphatically, comprehending Vortex's intentions. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of relief that this time, their leader was not acting foolishly. He recalled an incident in the real world's army when another superior officer, in a moment of stupidity, activated a bomb detonator, resulting in the officer's death and the demise of 50 soldiers, leaving only him and another cook alive. Since then, he had developed a profound psychological aversion to foolish superiors. Fortunately, Vortex was not so reckless. In the ninja country, not only was Vortex taking action, but several prominent individuals from other cities were also deploying their spies to investigate Li Yang. Indeed, they were not alone. Players from the Cosmic Nation, Bear Country, the Empire of the Sun Never Sets, the United States, India, and various other federations were also initiating their inquiries. Moreover, it is worth noting that at this moment, there existed teleportation arrays within the game. For a certain cost, one could use these arrays to reach designated locations. However, due to the early stages of the game, the price for utilizing these arrays was prohibitively high. Even so, under the current circumstances, a blinding light flickered as numerous guild members rushed to the gaming zone of the Dragon Country. The motives behind this gathering were all too clear. Meanwhile, the World Channel began to stir with increasing intensity. I fear Li Yang may soon find himself in trouble. What do you mean? I believe this is not trouble but rather a tremendous opportunity. This is electricity. If other guilds or cities were to merge with Li Yang's city, how drastically would their development time be reduced? Thus, I perceive a greater likelihood of cooperation between Li Yang and others. We shall wait and see. Enough talk. I, too, must make my way to Li Yang's location via the teleportation array. The messages in the World Channel began to dwindle, for in this gaming world, time was a luxury few could afford. Development, leveling up, and attending to guild matters were the most pressing concerns, at the same time. In the location of Yang City, Li Yang gazed at the two towering 30-story buildings, a smile gracing his lips. He had finally taken the first step in the game world. Though many workshops had yet to be established, witnessing the electrical wires connecting to the nuclear reactor and truly linking with these two complexes assured him that the subsequent tasks would be significantly simpler. Congratulations, due to the establishment of a fixed settlement in Yang City, the happiness of the refugees within your city has increased, reaching 70. Upon hearing this pleasant notification, Li Yang couldn't help but smile. Gradually, his gaze shifted to the nearby open space, where over 100 refugees had begun constructing water reservoirs, farmland, pastures, and other essential infrastructures. Notably, the architects had commenced planning a new round of housing construction. City Lord, at that moment, a figure approached from outside. It was none other than the S-class architect, Gaosu, to be honest. The rapid progress of the infrastructure development was greatly owed to the S-class architect. Without him, the current pace would have been unattainable. City Lord. We now possess a sand factory, a cement factory, a steel mill, and an electrical wire factory. Under full production, these facilities can meet all our current construction needs in just one day. However, although our city has constructed housing, it lacks office buildings, high-end production workshops, and essential infrastructure such as toilets, curtains, beds, medical supplies, and food-related factories and stores. I wish to synchronize the construction of these facilities, but it requires your decision, esteemed lord of the city. Currently, we do not possess these. Yet, just as Gao Su was about to finish speaking, he was taken aback, for before him, 5 construction blueprints appeared, shimmering with bright light, as if by magic. The convenience store construction blueprint, the tank production workshop analysis blueprint, the preliminary blueprint for the assembly line construction of tank production, the blueprint for the basic construction of submachine guns, the antibiotic production blueprint encompassing 30 essential medications, the plastic sealing packaging processing blueprint, which could extend the shelf life of food. 5 blueprints. These 5 designs encompass the realms of daily life, military industry, healthcare, and food production, a concept entirely beyond the imagination of Gao Su, an S-level architect. Congratulations, Architect Gao Su's favorability towards you has increased, reaching 110. Amidst the melodious notification sound, Gao Su gazed at Li Yang in sheer astonishment. What had their lord accomplished out in the wilderness to acquire such an abundance of blueprints? Chapter 12. 2 minutes, 200 players return to the fountain. Everyone, our lord has created such favorable conditions for us. We must expedite our work. It is well understood that medicine, housing, water, electricity, and food are the necessities that ensure the well-being of the entire city. Now, our lord has employed every means to procure these blueprints for us. If we can construct them, the city will function normally. With food, clothing, and shelter, this state far surpasses any other conditions. S-level architect Gao Su looked at the resting construction workers, his face illuminated with excitement. The workers, upon seeing the glimmering blueprints in Gao Su's hands, also reflected that same gleam of hope in their eyes. Indeed, they were acutely aware of the truth in Gao Su's words. Once these production lines and workshops were fully established, they would have a tremendous impact on the entire Yang city. These refugees had previously faced uncertainty, living in the open and at risk of tetanus infections, constantly in danger of succumbing to this apocalyptic world filled with zombies. Now, gazing at the 30-story skyscrapers and the bustling production lines leading to a better future, they found their motivation. Especially the blueprints for submachine guns, tanks, and medical supplies. These were the ultimate tools to ensure the city remained undisturbed by the undead. With a sense of security, what could not be manufactured? Congratulations! The refugee Shang Shishan's favorability towards you has increased, reaching 100. Congratulations! The refugee Binzi's favorability towards you has increased, reaching 100. Congratulations! The refugee Xiaosan's favorability towards you has increased, reaching 100. The delightful notification chimes echoed in Li Yang's ears. At that moment, the leader among the refugees, Shang Shishan, stood up from the ground without hesitation. Everyone, we must hasten our work, for our future, for our Yang city. Yes, indeed. One by one, the refugees sprang to their feet, no longer wasting time, and under Shang Shishan's mobilization, they re-engaged in the construction efforts. Simultaneously, Gao Su, filled with excitement, crushed several blueprints in his hands in an instant. Plans, construction methods, required materials, and more manifested in the minds of every infrastructure enthusiast. They commenced a new round of diligent work. Before Li Yang, progress bars began to materialize. Tank production assembly line construction has commenced. Progress 1, special note. Due to the refugees' favorability towards player Li Yang and Yang City reaching 100, construction speed increased by 20. Medical production assembly line construction has commenced. Progress 2, special note. Construction speed increased by 20. Convenience store construction has commenced. Progress 10, special note. Construction speed increased by 20. As each notification appeared, Li Yang's lips curled into a slight smile. This was indeed a promising start. He remembered vividly from his previous life how the so-called divine game posed an extraordinary level of difficulty. Even a level 1 zombie could easily eliminate a solitary player. Consequently, on the first day of the last life, over 2 billion players had perished at least once, only to band together for survival after experiencing the bitter taste of defeat. Li Yang was no exception. He was acutely aware of the game's immense challenges, at the very least. This time around, they were exponentially stronger than before, were they not? However, as he pondered this, he shifted his focus to his private messages and friend requests. Noticing that the number had reached an astonishing 9999, a brief glance at the preview revealed that the messages were merely requests for collaboration or invitations to various guilds. These were of little use to him at present. Thus, he promptly refused all friend requests with a single click and set his preferences to allow only designated individuals to send requests, choosing to disregard the rest. Of course, Li Yang was not foolish. He understood that more individuals would undoubtedly come to observe his city and nuclear reactor, and trouble would surely follow. Yet, he remained unfazed. With tanks and submachine guns at his disposal, those troublemakers seeking to exploit him would be courting death. Lost in thought, he suddenly noticed a flash of white light as figures began to cluster at the edge of his city. It is worth mentioning that, at this moment, Yang's city was vast. Yet its truly functional areas were the nuclear reactor site and the two towering skyscrapers. The rest remained mere construction sites. Thus, these individuals approached Li Yang. Upon witnessing the mesmerizing blue glow of the nuclear reactor behind him and the industrious refugees at work, their expressions mirrored that of witnessing a cataclysmic earthquake of epic proportions. "Lord Li, you are truly remarkable," exclaimed a middle-aged man clad in leather, sporting sunglasses, stepping forth with excitement etched across his face. "However, we wish to collaborate with you. As you can see, I have over 100 guild members behind me. Although we may not match your level 7 prowess, we are all peak level 3 to 4 individuals." Yet, before he could finish his sentence, a gunshot rang out. Before anyone could react, the middle-aged man's body disintegrated into a cascade of blue light, vanishing from sight, leaving only a heap of dropped equipment and antibiotics on the ground. Player Immortal God King has been slain by Li Yang. This player has turned red and cannot exit combat mode for 10 minutes. Everyone, attack him now. In an instant, a notification appeared for the nearby players. However, the expressions of those present turned pale with fear. "They have guns." One player stammered, sorry. I was just passing by to admire Lord Li's city, and now bang." Another gunshot echoed. Yet, before the sound dissipated, a figure suddenly appeared around them. Before they could react, they too transformed into beams of light, returning to the fountain. In less than 3 minutes, thanks to the cooperation of Li Yang and the Extraordinary, over 200 nearby players had perished. Only stunned players remained at the periphery, quickly retreating several steps in fear, terrified that Li Yang might turn his wrath upon them. Chapter 13. Comparing people can be infuriating at this moment. Everyone was left speechless. They had not anticipated such an outcome. A mere disagreement leading to death? Is this the proper attitude for collaboration? Yet, the diverse crowd of characters from various countries present at this moment dared not utter a word. They didn't even dare to approach, for Li Yang possessed a gun, especially as they beheld the massive shadow looming behind him. The enormous tank sent chills through their hearts. They finally comprehended why Li Yang was so domineering. Strength. He had guns, tanks, and that mysteriously powerful assassin. With 3 layers of assurance, did Li Yang even need to collaborate with anyone? The reasoning was painfully evident. Mr. Li Yang, quite the masterful approach. However, whether you desire collaboration or not, we have extended our goodwill. The Ninja Nation will provide you with resources. Everything you need can be negotiated. Indeed, our Aishjes Nation can also supply resources. We too are mere individuals, shouting incessantly at Li Yang from a distance. Yet Li Yang pays them no heed. Instead, he focuses on the colossal tank before him, which at this moment begins to gather brilliant blue radiance. In an instant, the crowd is momentarily stunned. Are they about to be slaughtered again? Panic sets in, and they begin to retreat rapidly. However, after taking a few steps back, a putrid stench assaults their senses. Zombies. Countless pairs of eyes widen in terror as they turn around, only to be horrified to discover that behind them lurk over 100 level 4 and level 5 zombies, clawing and gnashing, charging forth with astonishing speed. In that fleeting moment, clarity dawns upon them. At the instant they respawned, they realized they were the most delectable prey for the zombies. The more people congregated here, the greater the allure for the undead. Yet, they themselves are merely level 4 players. Can they withstand the onslaught of these zombies? Thus, the scent of blood begins to permeate the air. Simultaneously, Li Yang's tank unleashes a barrage of firepower. Boom. Boom, boom, rat-a-tat-tat. Amidst the cacophony of cannon fire, gunshots, and human screams, within a mere 3 minutes, the zombies are obliterated. Bang. A crisp sound resonates as coins, gear, and various items dropped by players scatter across the ground, gleaming like treasures in a lavish online game. With a swift motion, Li Yang collects them all. Congratulations! You have acquired 20,000 gold coins. Congratulations! You have obtained 10 boxes of instant noodles. Congratulations! You have received a complete box of antibiotics. Congratulations. You have acquired a box of cephalosporins. Congratulations. Congratulations. You have secured a blueprint for milk processing. This blueprint can upgrade the quality of cows, increasing the value of milk. The first consumption boosts all attributes by 10. Subsequent uses will strengthen the body and enhance immunity. Upon seeing this blueprint, Li Yang is momentarily taken aback, followed by elation. He hadn't anticipated such a delightful surprise among the 100 zombies. Although the milk processing blueprint isn't a vaccine for the zombie virus, its existence is still quite advantageous, particularly with the initial attribute boost it grants. After organizing these items, without further ado, Li Yang sells off all the low-level equipment, amassing 20,000 gold coins. He then uses this fortune to procure an abundance of foundational materials necessary for construction and production. After all, exploring various metallic ore deposits poses a considerable challenge at this stage, especially since blueprints for mining machines and radars have yet to be discovered. Thus, he resorts to purchasing materials with gold. But it matters not. He earns swiftly. After all, wealth brings confidence. What is there to fear? Meanwhile, within the spring, a player dispatched from the Ninja Nation, Chao Tsongfeng, wears a grim expression. He had never anticipated that this fellow named Li Yang would be so unyielding. Despite having laid out his terms, the other party had responded with immediate violence. This individual is ruthless. Chao Tsongfeng, do not be too disheartened. Have we not just witnessed Li Yang's hidden gear? The tank and the submachine gun are achievements we are currently incapable of creating. However, it does not imply that he can continue to grow unchallenged. At this stage, our objective is not to eliminate him directly, but rather to swiftly enter the era of firearms. Setting aside electricity, once we acquire explosives and cannons, he will only possess a solitary tank. If we have 100 cannons, can he still act so brazenly? At that point, as per the old adage from their Dragon Nation, we will make them kneel and sing of their defeat. Indeed. Listening to his subordinate's words, Chao Tsongfeng's anger subsides considerably. However, at that moment, an unwelcome alert suddenly blares. Danger. Please be advised. The host has not received treatment for an extended period. Even in the spring, the body remains severely injured. Please replenish stamina immediately to recover. Otherwise, within 30 seconds, the player's strength will decrease by 1 level. Damn it. Upon hearing this, everyone present in the spring panics, instantly respawning and hastily recovering. Yet, they are left feeling immensely frustrated. While their levels remain intact, they have lost nearly 70% of their experience. This means they must once again slay several zombies to restore their peak level 4 status. Back and forth, this will consume a significant amount of time at Li Yang. Just wait. Someone seethes inwardly. Meanwhile, at this very moment, accurate information regarding Li Yang's possession of a tank, submachine gun, and nuclear reactor begins to spread like wildfire throughout the game. The once tranquil world channel erupts into activity once more. A tank, a submachine gun, along with a nuclear reactor. These formidable items have left many in a WE.it. Is worth noting that players from top nations such as the Ninja Nation, the Third Nation, the United States, and the Empire on which the sun never sets are currently still in the Stone Age, with a few having reached the Iron Age, but still far from the era of modern weaponry. In comparison, Li Yang has already entered a modern society within the game, and this has transpired in less than a day. How could this not astonish foreign players? Under such motivation, countless individuals begin to fervently grind for levels and hunt monsters. After all, comparing oneself to others can be quite infuriating. Chapter 14. The next step, vaccines. The reality is clear. Li Yang's strength, to put it bluntly, is unrivaled in the game world. He is, without a doubt, the strongest player. At this level, no one can hope to challenge him. Without even mentioning the submachine gun and tank, they are already enough to leave other players in despair. Of course, players could band together and employ a strategy of overwhelming numbers against Li Yang. However, have they not witnessed the prowess of Li Yang's team? The enigmatic assassins can effortlessly send players back to the spring. Furthermore, his horde of refugees is not to be underestimated either. Given these circumstances, their attempts to attack Li Yang would be exceedingly arduous. Thus, following today's events, many players have shifted their mindset, momentarily setting aside thoughts of Li Yang and focusing on their own development. This is merely the beginning of the game. After all, even if Li Yang possesses formidable strength, can one individual truly compete with an entire team? A large guild. Consequently, many players have begun to forge cooperative relationships, steadily advancing from a guild perspective. Simultaneously, Li Yang observes the retreating throngs with a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Casually tossing the milk processing blueprint to Gao Su, he prepares to leave the city with the extraordinary ones, embarking on a new phase of development. At that moment, a melodious alert chimes. Congratulations! As you have become the first player to achieve modern technology in the Divine game, you are rewarded with an S-grade special treasure chest. Please open it promptly. A special treasure chest? Hearing this notification, Li Yang's lips curl into a slight grin. He had anticipated that this so-called special treasure chest would be bestowed upon him upon his return to the real world. Little did he know, this time, the settlement would be swifter than in his previous life. A rather pleasant surprise. With this thought in mind, he opens the chest without hesitation. In an instant, a treasure chest shimmering with golden light slowly opens before him, revealing a card that hovers and spins in the air. Special character card. Wang Xiaojun character grade, S level, 7 character skills. Firearms skill, S grade, graduated from Nanxiang Technology School, possesses a perfect level certificate in firearm skills. Secretary skill, SSS grade, a professional super secretary who studied top-notch financial management, public affairs management, and business management at Nanxiang Technology School, holding a perfect level certificate. Perfect level combat skills. Special ability, none, can be cultivated. Gazing at this impressive array of character details, Li Yang is momentarily taken aback, followed by a broad smile. This not akin to having a pillow delivered when one is in need of rest. It is important to note that he has already made significant progress. Although his current level is merely 7, the influx of refugees is steadily increasing. In fact, due to the recent world announcement, the city of Yang has welcomed over 1,000 new refugees. These matters are beyond his capacity to manage, as both Gao Su and the extraordinary ones are preoccupied. Thus, the appearance of a secretary at this juncture would alleviate a considerable portion of his workload. Moreover, this individual is one of the legendary 4 great beauties. Quite impressive indeed. As he pondered deeply, he decisively crushed the card in his hand. In an instant, amidst the gathering of blue light particles, a graceful figure, standing at a height of 165 centimeters, materialized before him. She was adorned in a flowing white dress, and her legs were elegantly clad in black stockings, a unique blend of styles that rendered her distinctly captivating. Greetings, City Lord. From now on, focus on the development of the city, while I shall take charge of matters concerning Yang City. With this, she continued, we have merely embarked on our journey. As more refugees arrive, I will cultivate an elite secretarial entourage for you. Oh, I meant an elite secretarial team, to facilitate your duties. Congratulations! Wang Xiaojun has become your dedicated secretary, and her fondness for you has increased, reaching a level of 100. The melodious notification chimed. At this moment, Li Yang glanced sideways, noticing Gao Su with a somewhat dazed expression, while even the extraordinary protector, a professional-grade bodyguard, appeared momentarily stunned. This was a clear testament to Wang Xiaojun's allure. All right, let us get to work. We have tasks to attend to. Li Yang wasted no time, swiftly rousing Gao Su and the extraordinary protector with a firm clap, and after arranging everything expediently, he set off with the extraordinary protector and the psychic tank towards the distance. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaojun also utilized her time effectively, commencing her visits to the core members of Yang City and simultaneously addressing the affairs of the newly arrived refugees. Her actions flowed seamlessly, devoid of any hint of wasted time. On this occasion, Li Yang ventured to a location housing a level 7 boss. This boss was rather unique. In his previous life, Li Yang and a few companions had fortuitously stumbled upon this place, only to face annihilation several times. Typically, in the gaming realm, bosses emerged in levels of 5, 10, 15, and 20, adhering to a hierarchical structure. However, this level 7 boss was exceptional, having undergone an unexpected upgrade, and the cause of this anomaly was none other than a vaccine. Indeed, a vaccine. Although the gaming world had transformed into a terrifying zombie apocalypse, prior to the cataclysm, numerous research facilities and large cities existed. The boss they had battled in the underground laboratory was initially meant to be at level 5. However, due to an accidental ingestion of a certain enhancement vaccine and a variant vaccine, it mutated and ascended to level 7. Coincidentally, that laboratory was dedicated to researching an immunization against the zombie virus. Possessing complete vaccine blueprints, research materials, and a plethora of data. Furthermore, within that research facility, hidden were the studies of certain doctors regarding the development of extraordinary ability vaccines. Although only 2 experimental vaccines were available. In his previous life, Li Yang and his allies, numbering over 90 skilled individuals from more than 30 guilds, along with thousands of players, perished 5 times before ultimately defeating this boss. Through their research, they discovered that the extraordinary ability vaccine was indeed real. It could genuinely endow individuals with extraordinary powers. Despite the 2 experimental vaccines being misdirected in their intended purpose, the accuracy of the data led to a painstaking 6-month effort to produce both extraordinary ability vaccines and immunizations against the zombie virus, elevating the entire gaming world to a new echelon. In his previous life, due to the implications of vaccines and extraordinary abilities, a near-cataclysmic world war erupted within the gaming realm, resulting in countless casualties and immense losses. This time around, Li Yang resolved to firmly seize control of this boss and the vaccine, as it would allow him to advance further. He understood well the monumental changes the vaccine could bring to both the gaming world and the real-world apocalypse. Chapter 15. Confronting the boss, the formidable Li Yang. Thus, without wasting a moment, Li Yang seized the opportunity to eliminate the boss before anyone else could detect its presence. In his previous life, he had perished 5 times during this battle, particularly as he occupied a central role. Consequently, he had conducted numerous analyses of this boss and possessed a clear understanding of its capabilities. Therefore, this time, he ventured forth with merely an extraordinary protector and the psychic tank, which was more than sufficient. With a crisp sound, Li Yang brandished his submachine gun, swiftly dispatching the 3 level 5 zombies that obstructed his path. These zombies, each endowed with unique attributes, showcased varying speeds and powers. Yet they paled in comparison to Li Yang's prowess. As he advanced, a multitude of zombies lay defeated in the distance. Li Yang's strength, complemented by that of the extraordinary protector, rendered the need for firearms unnecessary. Simply wielding cold weapons sufficed to vanquish these foes. The extraordinary protector, being an A-grade powerhouse, while sharing the same level of 7 as Li Yang, possessed a quality that was undeniably distinct. That moment, a gentle rain began to fall from the sky. They traversed a rugged mountain path, with a faintly dark stream flowing downhill nearby, a consequence of pollution in the apocalyptic environment, rendering the water undrinkable. Even if one were to purify it, the risk of infection remained unless the source of contamination was addressed. Thus, the waters in various regions of this apocalyptic world were largely unsuitable for consumption. Only in particularly perilous locations could one find springs or river waters that were safe to drink. Of course, the survival of the wandering refugees was attributable to their ingenuity. In the absence of water, they relied on fruits, as the juice extracted from fruits and trees proved far easier to purify than the contaminated water sources. Li Yang shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. After all, he himself was not in want of water. Thanks to the existence of the system and ample funds, he could easily purchase purified water from the in-game store without concern. He had no need to rush into future matters. He would eventually uncover the blueprints for potable water. The mountain path was treacherous, and Li Yang stored the psychic tank in his game backpack. He and the extraordinary protector swiftly followed certain tracks deeper into the forest. This place is quite peculiar. Look at that vast orchard. If we ascertain that the fruits are non-toxic, shall we not save money on purchasing water sources? We could compress all of it into juice. Indeed, let us investigate, but we must exercise caution. This is an uncharted area. We have never explored here before. Beware of potential dangers lurking in the shadows. Based on our gaming experience, dangerous locales often harbor formidable beasts or zombies. Have no fear. Our Doomsday Guild has dispatched 200 members. Can we not sweep this area clean? Everyone, stay alert. Watch for dangers in the woods. Within the dense forest, amidst a throng of figures, a man and a woman communicated. And soon, the young woman, her forehead dotted with acne, cautioned the members of the Doomsday Guild. They pressed onward, delving deeper into the woods. At that moment, Li Yang and the extraordinary protector observed their actions from above. Nestled within the crevices of rocks halfway up the mountain, allowing them to scout was prudent. This group displayed considerable audacity and was unafraid to expend a level-up opportunity. Li Yang chuckled softly, stroking his chin. This orchard was the exclusive garden of that boss. As if to validate Li Yang's assertion, within mere seconds, A cacophony of screams erupted from the orchard, one after another. By the time the man and woman realized the danger, at least 20 members of the Doomsday Guild had already perished. The losses were staggering. Retreat. There are threats we are unfamiliar with, cried out a bespectacled young man in his 20s, but before he could finish, a shadow loomed before him. A massive blue lizard, towering at 5 meters, flicked its tongue like lightning and devoured him whole. This spectacle left the nearby female onlooker aghast. Within 5 minutes, not a single living soul remained in the clearing. The ground shimmered with the items dropped by the fallen players. Name: Poison King, Lizard Level 7 Grade. A Abilities: Fire Breath, Poison Spray, Freezing Special Ability. Burrowing. Gazing at this concise attribute panel, Li Yang grinned broadly. The attributes mirrored those from his previous life. This made matters significantly more manageable. It was evident that the repercussions of his reincarnation had not spiraled into terrifying dimensions. Otherwise, if his presence had altered even the level 20 bosses, the difficulty of this introductory phase would have escalated dramatically. Your speed surpasses his, but he is at the A pinnacle, so do not engage in prolonged combat. Follow my lead and synchronize your attacks with my rhythm. Li Yang exchanged a few words with the extraordinary being, and in an instant, he summoned a psychic tank from the fruit forest and climbed inside. At that moment, the blue Poison King lizard, indulging in its meal, took several steps back upon seeing the sudden appearance of this colossal machine. To Li Yang's astonishment, this creature actually retreated. I had forgotten how sensitive it is to danger. I had been remiss, he muttered to himself. However, he did not waste time. With a swift motion of his hand, he pressed the button to fire the tank's cannon. Since the opponent was present, there was no way he would let it escape. Boom! The thunderous roar erupted as the massive shell whirled through the void, hurtling towards the lizard. Yet, to his surprise, the lizard displayed an astonishing burst of speed, refusing to confront the projectile. Instead, it performed an unprecedented leap, aiming for the thick trunk of a tree. At that very moment, the enormous shell split in two. One of the shells struck the lizard precisely as it took off. Boom! A colossal fireball erupted, the tremendous force of the shell pulverizing the tree into splinters, while the terrifying power of the blast sent the Poison King lizard soaring through the air, instantly depleting its health by -1,000. A single strike, a resounding victory, yet Li Yang did not relent. He swiftly fired a second shell. Simultaneously, he shared several positions in his mind with the extraordinary being, instructing him to aim and shoot at those locations in succession. What followed was a scene that left the extraordinary being utterly astonished. Chapter 16. World Announcement: Killed Level 7 Boss. At this moment, in the extraordinary being's line of sight, the so-called Poison King lizard stabilized itself mid-air and, opening its mouth, unleashed a torrent of flames towards the tank. Simultaneously, the bullets fired by the extraordinary being struck precisely at the lizard's neck. 500, 600, 700. In an instant, 3 health decrements appeared. This was due to the extraordinary being's subsequent bullets nearing their target as the lizard's body plummeted towards the ground. Bang, bang, bang. As it fell, every remaining bullet from the extraordinary being found its mark in the lizard's neck. Just as the creature landed, the final bullet penetrated through its neck. At that moment, hidden in the shadows, the extraordinary being, despite his S-class rank, could not help but feel a surge of shock. The bullets he had fired were based on the nodes provided by Li Yang. Yet, during the creature's descent, every shot had aligned perfectly with its trajectory. Was this trajectory calculation premeditated or deduced during the battle? The extraordinary being's admiration for Li Yang soared at that instant. Meanwhile, the psychic tank, engulfed in flames, remained unscathed. The enchanted tank he had created was impervious to such flames. Li Yang wasted no time. The moment the lizard stabilized on the ground, a shell split again and surged forth. This time, the lizard had learned. It swiftly burrowed into the ground as a chilling aura swept through the area, freezing one of the shells. At this moment, the extraordinary being was even more astonished. When the first shell was frozen, the trajectory of the second shell altered dramatically, crashing into the ground 50 meters ahead. Boom! The tremendous explosion created a deep crater with a 20-meter diameter. Eye in the void. A notification of -2,000 health appeared. Another hit. A second prediction. The extraordinary being was utterly bewildered. How could their lord possibly determine the creature's trajectory? It was worth noting that the Poison King lizard had a health pool of 10,000 points. And at this moment, it had lost at least 3,000. Moreover, this was merely the result of 2 shells and the extraordinary being's attacks. If it were any other boss, it would be impossible to dispatch it so easily. At that moment, the extraordinary being could not fathom that Li Yang was a reincarnated individual from a post-apocalyptic world, fully aware of the so-called Poison King lizard. Predicting its movements was a trivial matter. Continue this time to the 3 o'clock direction, then attack the psychic tank's cannon at 3:15. 5 seconds later, Li Yang calmly issued his orders as the shells fired once more. Boom, boom. 2 massive shells thundered towards the ground on either side. This time, they were not split but intact shells. Boom. At this moment, the shells did not explode. Instead, they transformed the impact site into a solid ice pillar. However, the next moment, 3 meters to the left of the first shell, the second shell detonated instantaneously. Boom! The violent explosion triggered the frozen shell, generating an intense heat and blast that uprooted the ground. In this chaos, the Poison King lizard suffered a loss exceeding 2,000 health points. Over 5,000 health remained. The pungent scent of blood filled the air. Simultaneously, in the 3 o'clock direction, the ground trembled and cracked. Yet, just as the lizard emerged from the earth, a volley of bullets from a submachine gun swiftly descended upon it. The target was still its neck, however. At that moment, the boss's eyes turned crimson, disregarding the bleeding wound on its neck, and with a powerful thrust of its legs, it leaped into the air. It aimed to obliterate the tank with flames and all its might. The Poison King lizard had already sensed the threat posed by this colossal machine and wished to evade further trouble. Yet, this beast seemed intent on its destruction, having nearly taken half its life. At that moment, it could no longer endure. Without a second thought, it launched an assault. But just then, another 1,000 health points vanished. 6,000 health remained. However, at this moment, the lizard moved like lightning, suddenly accelerating while its tongue coiled around the cannon. Icy power beginning to freeze the entire psychic tank. Simultaneously, its body descended upon the tank with renewed ferocity. At that instant, the extraordinary being's attack surged forth once more. Yet, the Poison King lizard was undeterred. Flames erupted around it, intensifying as it sought to melt the tank. This was its ultimate skill, the flame body. But in the next moment, a profound sense of crisis surged through the Poison King lizard's mind. Before it could react, the psychic tank exploded. Yes, it exploded. Boom! At that moment, a colossal mushroom cloud, towering 50 meters high, ascended into the sky. All the fruit trees in the vicinity were instantly reduced to dust. Even the moisture evaporating in an instant, the shockwave causing the ground to tremble violently. Though the area was not vast, it irrevocably altered the landscape. Within the battlefield, the intense explosion triggered the detonation of 10 shells stored within the tank, igniting the lizard itself. Though the creature possessed fire abilities, there was no way it could withstand such a terrifying explosion. In the void, a blood-red notification of a 10-fold critical hit appeared. The lizard's health bar was completely depleted. At this moment, the extraordinary being didn't even need to launch a final attack on the cannon. The so-called Poison King lizard was vanquished. Self-destructing tank. The extraordinary being was dumbfounded. Was it really possible to play like this? Ignoring the extraordinary being's astonishment, Li Yang, who had long since exited the tank and hidden in a corner, slowly emerged. He gazed at the various materials scattered across the ground, a slight smile gracing his lips. Let us go and collect the spoils. At the same time, a world announcement resounded, shaking the very fabric of the game. Chapter 17. Player reactions. Entering the experimental base. World announcement. Player Li Yang has achieved the first kill of the level 7 boss. Poison King Lizard, S-class quality, in just 5 minutes. Let us congratulate him. World announcement. Player Li Yang has secured the first kill of the level 7 boss. Let us congratulate him. World announcement. Player Li Yang. Let us extend our congratulations. 3 consecutive world announcements flashed before every player's eyes, and at that moment, shock was etched on countless faces. The world channel erupted in chaos. Mickey Mouse of America. Does he possess a nuclear reactor and, upon entering the age of electricity, is capable of defeating a level 7 boss? Surely, this must be a jest. How many firearms does he wield? Is he devoid of professional special forces? How could this be? Some players from other nations are astonished, struggling to believe such a feat, which is simply too incredible to fathom. The little assassin from the ninja nation. Indeed. Moreover, the crucial point is 5 minutes. Just 5 minutes, and of S-grade quality. While it is true that Liang himself is also level 7, the distinction between an ordinary level 7 and an S-grade level 7 is monumental. How on earth did he achieve this? Smil Chimera, a tank. It must be the tank that Liang possesses, the irate fire dragon. Are you out of your mind? A tank? The peril posed by a boss of such caliber is exceedingly daunting. Especially considering its boss classification, do not underestimate its mobility. If even the tank shells cannot evade it, then what sort of boss is this? There must be some extraordinary methods at play. Moreover, this time, Liang has obtained the first kill of this level 7 boss. Was it not stated that bosses in the game world appear in increments of 5? Why then does a level 7 emerge this time? A special boss, perhaps? I am uncertain. We cannot afford to squander any more time. Liang's recent actions are rather alarming. We must swiftly level up, as he has secured the first kill of the level 7 boss. We must obtain the first kill of the level 10 boss. Once we surpass level 10, we shall devise a strategy to eliminate Liang. This man will inevitably become a scourge. Indeed, within the world channel, Western players are brimming with murderous intent. They are acutely aware that Liang's progress has surpassed their own significantly. If they do not strive harder, they will fall even further behind him, especially as this is merely the early stages of the game. If they reach levels 10 or 20 without advancing to a civilization of modern technology, the consequences could be dire. Thus, prompt action is imperative. Meanwhile, the world channel buzzes with discussions surrounding Liang's world announcement, while concurrently, some individuals from the Dragon Nation begin to clandestinely monitor Liang's activities. His exploits within the game world are too remarkable to ignore. As for Liang, he pays no heed to external matters. Even if he were to glance at the world channel, a faint smile would grace his lips. What of the tank's self-destruction? It does not constitute his core combat power. The true core production line is progressing steadily within Yang City. The emergence of Wang Zhaojun allows for efficient management of all internal affairs. With both internal and external consolidation, superior development is attainable. Particularly in light of this recent world announcement, he believes that an influx of refugees will soon converge upon his city. Consequently, the accumulation of workers will increase, leading to enhanced city development, construction, and operational efficiency of production lines. In this strategic framework, his second plan will soon be set into motion. Contemplating this, Liang wasted no time, casting a glance at the bewildered transcendent beside him, and promptly activated the one-click pickup feature, collecting all the materials scattered on the ground. Instantly, a series of melodious notification sounds echoed forth. Congratulations! You have acquired the production formula and production line for super fertilizer, which can enhance plant growth and maturation speed by 30. Congratulations! You have obtained the blueprint for the metal or radar detector. Congratulations! You have received the venomous liquid of the Poison King lizard and the poison analysis report, enabling the creation of poisonous weaponry. Congratulations! You have acquired the frozen ability seed, beginner. Congratulations! You have acquired the burrowing ability seed, beginner. Congratulations! You have acquired the fire-breathing ability seed, beginner. Congratulations! The harmonious notification sounds continued to resound. This time, he amassed a total of 50,000 gold coins, significantly more than what he earned from slaying lesser monsters, and additionally, he received an extra 1,000 points, marking a notable gain. It is worth mentioning that these points pertain to the point shop's currency, which is of a higher tier than that of the gold shop. Gold can be acquired from any monster or ordinary task, whereas points can only be obtained from bosses, hidden bosses, and other special creatures. The higher the level, the greater the points awarded, thus increasing their value. Naturally, the items within the point shop are considerably more precious than those in the gold shop. However, as he is currently at level 8, he has yet to unlock the point shop, needing 2 more levels to do so. Nonetheless, Liang remains unconcerned. For now, it is sufficient that he has not yet explored the vaccine data within the lair of the Poison King lizard. Merely possessing the 3 ability seeds is an extraordinary boon. Particularly, the radar detector and the poison analysis report are future game changers. The radar detector can locate nearby mineral deposits. Although the game world has yet to witness the awakening of ability users, modern technology alone suffices to develop mining instruments. Thus, with the radar detector, all necessary metallic materials for the city's development can be assured. As for basic materials like sand and gravel, the challenge is minimal. Based on his recollection, not far from here lies an abandoned sand and gravel industrial zone, containing at least 5 billion tons of materials. Once this location is secured, he need not worry about material shortages. With such thoughts in mind, he smiled and led the Transcendent deeper into the forest. The fruit orchard had been entirely obliterated by the explosion, yet the underground facilities remained intact before the apocalypse. The subterranean structures were built to the highest seismic standards. Consequently, when Li Yang and the Transcendent reached an entrance and descended 20 meters underground, a vast laboratory reminiscent of a sci-fi world unveiled itself before them. In this place, there were even 10 figures ensnared by grotesque slime. Upon seeing these individuals, Li Yang was momentarily taken aback. In his previous life, he had not encountered these people upon entering here. Chapter 18. Special Mission: Rescue the 10-person team. Those repulsive slimes could only be the substance exuded by the Poison King lizard. If Li Yang's conjecture was correct, these individuals were captured by the Poison King lizard, intended as sustenance. However, why did this creature refrain from consuming them, opting instead to spare their lives for the sake of preying on others outside? While pondering this, an urgent voice rang out, "Little brother, you must flee. That great lizard will return shortly. You certainly cannot save us. Go back. Return to the main force and inform them that our research has failed, and we have been taken hostage by the great lizard. Tell them not to approach. Coming here will only lead to falling into this creature's trap. It is imperative to clarify that the great lizard possesses intelligence. It can discern certain things." Hearing these words, Li Yang was momentarily stunned as a unique game panel materialized before him. Congratulations, player Li Yang has discovered a special hidden mission. Rescue the Gene Team. Background: this Gene Team, led by Spider-Man, Peter Parker, comprises a group of 10 individuals. Initially, they were dispatched under the orders of Tony Stark to seek out special plants for the creation of a new gene serum, only to be captured by the Poison King lizard. Due to the Poison King lizard's intelligence, it recognized their identity as researchers and intended to keep them captive to uncover the secrets of the laboratory. Mission objectives: rescue the 10-member research team led by Peter Parker and receive 50,000 gold coins and 1,000 points. Upon witnessing this special hidden mission, a peculiar expression suddenly graced Li Yang's face. Was this serendipity? He had initially thought that acquiring the so-called vaccine research data and samples would suffice. Instead, he was presented with an entire 10-member team, and not just any team, but one led by Spider-Man. Li Yang was no fool. He possessed a clear understanding of the value of the animated characters Spider-Man and Iron Man. Thus, he realized that if he could recruit this little spider, it would not only enhance his combat prowess, but could potentially lead to the allegiance of that man, the armored master of Stark Industries. Should he successfully secure both of these individuals, a monumental transformation would ensue within his city. Contemplating this, Li Yang smiled and reassured Peter Parker, "Fear not. There is no need for concern. The Poison King lizard has already been slain." As Li Yang spoke, he raised his hand and waved. With a resounding crash, the severed leg of the lizard materialized before everyone's astonished gaze. Not only that, but a shimmering blue egg also appeared on the ground. And thus, what Li Yang obtained was a hidden reward: the egg of the venom lizard, which could be claimed directly from the mailbox. Indeed, if he could successfully hatch the egg of the venom lizard, then his city of Yangqing would transcend its current simplicity. Who on earth are you? At this very moment, Peter Parker found himself at a loss for words. This was a scenario they had never anticipated. The towering figure of the venom lizard, capable of sealing Spider-Man's powers, had been resolved so easily. Yet, upon observing the young man before him, he seemed incapable of deceit, for Li Yang exuded an overwhelming confidence. "We are Li Yang, the Lord of Yangqing. Currently, there are thousands of refugees gathering within the city, which has now entered the age of electricity, boasting some basic production lines and farms, and it is expanding. Coincidentally, we in Yangqing seek to accommodate skilled professionals to develop the city and ameliorate the post-apocalyptic conditions. Would you consider joining us?" However, merely listening to Li Yang's one-sided account, they remained skeptical. After all, it sounded rather ethereal. Yet, Li Yang granted them no time for idle chatter. With a swift gesture, he conjured a holographic projection panel before him, showcasing the continuous development of Yangcheng, particularly highlighting the two 30-story buildings and the adjacent farm brimming with eggplants, cabbages, and other vegetables. For a moment, they were taken aback. I need to confer with Tony about this. I cannot make a decision alone. Naturally, Li Yang replied with a smile, waving his hand. In an instant, a transcendent being appeared, wielding a long sword and moving like a specter. With a few swift cuts, all the slimy chains ensnaring the individuals were severed cleanly. Go. Discuss this with Tony, and take this recording crystal with you. Let him see it. I believe you both will agree. Li Yang tossed the recording crystal to Spider-Man, knowing it was a trivial item exchanged from the game shop, costing only a few coins. He felt no regret in parting with it. Moreover, he was certain that when Tony beheld these images, he would be irresistibly drawn. For these individuals, including Spider-Man and Tony Stark, Li Yang understood their characters all too well. The post-apocalypse was their greatest abhorrence, and a complete utopia devoid of apocalypse, zombies, and conflict was their true aspiration. These so-called superheroes, as depicted in various media, held a profound sense of compassion for the populace. Thus, when this city was unveiled before Tony, he would undoubtedly come. Are you truly so confident in us? As he departed, Peter Parker hesitated momentarily, but Li Yang offered him no chance to waste time with further queries. He merely waved dismissively and walked slowly toward the door of the sci-fi laboratory. Congratulations! Peter Parker's affinity for you has increased to 30. Congratulations! Peter Parker's affinity for you has increased to 50. The melodious notification echoed as the 10-member team vanished from sight. Li Yang stroked his chin and suddenly broke into a smile. This time, it was indeed an unexpected harvest. He recalled that in his previous life, Peter Parker and his companions only appeared upon their second login to the game world. Yet now they had manifested on the first. This was likely due to his timely resolution of the Venom Lizard. However, now that he had discovered these individuals, how could Li Yang possibly refrain from bringing them under his banner? He cherished good resources and talented individuals. With this thought in mind, he pulled open the office door. Creak! Dust swirled as the long-sealed office door finally swung open. Chapter 19. Iron Man and Spider-Man joined forces. Dust danced through the air, enveloping the once sci-fi laboratory office in a shroud of neglect. However, after a long period of inactivity, the space had fallen into disrepair. Li Yang glanced around, seeking the light switch. After a few attempts, he found it unresponsive. This aligned with his expectations. The laboratory, having lain dormant for countless years, had long since depleted its power supply. It was impossible for any source of electricity to remain. This mirrored his experiences from his previous life. Upon reaching this point, Li Yang felt entirely at ease. In his prior life, he had encountered no dangers here, for the greatest boss was the Venom Lizard. During that time, his group had battled the Venom Lizard within this cave, and its confined space had led to significant early losses. Additionally, within the first 3 days of the previous life, few had advanced to the age of fire or steam. Thus, most relied on primitive methods to confront this boss, which contributed to the heavy losses faced by other players. In summary, the complexities of the previous life were profound and severe. In contrast, this life was different, equipped with psionic tanks and submachine guns, coupled with his foresight. Dealing with this foe was straightforward and of course. Li Yang was ruthless. Had he not self-destructed the psionic tank, the Venom Lizard might have survived. Yet, Li Yang was resolute, having decisively dealt with the creature. After all, one must sacrifice to gain, and at this stage, the production line for the psionic tanks was already in progress. Thus, losing one was not a significant concern. Li Yang and the Transcendent beings split their efforts, swiftly scavenging all the data, experimental equipment, and reagents within the laboratory. Both possessed backpacks, and Li Yang had deliberately enhanced his, making it quite easy to accommodate these materials. Furthermore, it is worth noting that the Transcendent beings, including Gao Su and even Wang Xiaojun, possess system backpacks. Therefore, Li Yang's storage capacity was not inferior to that of those in various guilds. Naturally, gold and other forms of currency did not occupy backpack space. Rather, it was primarily equipment and such. The pair moved methodically through the laboratory, remaining for a full 5 hours, far exceeding the time typically spent on battling monsters or farming. Of course, experience was gained with each item collected, albeit in modest increments. However, Li Yang remained unconcerned. The game's downtime was imminent, and he stood at level 8, far ahead of anyone else, with no fear of being overtaken. Moreover, Li Yong had his plans. Experience points were not of paramount importance to him. Armed with the memories of his previous life, along with the nuclear reactor, modern facilities, and enchanted weaponry, leveling up was a simple task. Soon, Li Yong and the transcendent being had gathered the necessary materials and returned to Yangqing. However, just as he stepped into Yangqing, within 2 minutes, Wang Xiaojun entered his office, stating that 2 individuals claiming to be Peter Parker and Tony Stark were waiting at the entrance, accompanied by a team of 3,000 refugees. They've arrived. Upon hearing Wang Xiaojun's words, a smile crept across Li Yang's lips. His suspicions had proven correct. Indeed, they had come. Congratulations. Peter Parker's affinity for you has increased to 60. Congratulations. Peter Parker's affinity for you has increased to 70. Congratulations. Peter Parker's affinity for you has increased to 75. Congratulations. Tony Stark's affinity for you has increased to 30. Congratulations. Tony Stark's affinity for you has increased to 40. Congratulations. Tony Stark's affinity for you has increased to 50. The harmonious notifications rang out as Li Yong, accompanied by Wang Xiaojun, exited the office and made their way toward the entrance of Yangqing. At that moment, Tony Stark and Peter Parker stood at the entrance, utterly astonished. To be frank, they had greatly overestimated Li Yong. However, even their highest expectations could not have prepared them for such a sight. Not only were there skyscrapers, but the office itself had been transformed, with numerous constructions underway. Amidst the cacophony of machinery, thousands of construction workers were perfecting various production workshops and assembly lines. In the distance, they even beheld an endless expanse of farmland, stretching as far as the eye could see. In the heart of the farm, an abundance of various vegetables flourished, and even some, like cucumbers, bore the essence of fruits such as watermelons, their scents wafting through the air. This aroma truly captivated them. And more importantly, they glimpsed a flicker of hope. Indeed, within Yang City, there were no machinations or quarrels. All the workers diligently carried out their tasks, and a hint of excitement graced their faces. What they discussed was not the meager rewards of their labor, but rather the promise of sufficient food, warm clothing, comfortable housing, and even access to clean water. They harbored no grievances. Instead, they expressed gratitude for all that Li Yong had provided them. Was this harmonious city not precisely what they had longed for? At this moment, as Li Yong and Wang Xiaojun approached, Tony Stark smiled. He extended his hand and shook Li Yang's firmly. I have joined your city. I can see your determination to expand it and create a post-apocalyptic utopia, and I am here to help you realize this vision. Frankly, the presence of electricity can resolve numerous issues. Currently, both Spider-Man and I are unable to unleash even a fraction of our former might, solely due to the absence of power. Without energy support, my iron armor is rendered inoperative, and Spider-Man's web shooters and nanosuits cannot function. You have indeed provided us with an excellent foundation. Upon hearing this, Li Yong refrained from saying much, while Wang Xiaojun, standing nearby, nodded with a smile. Congratulations to both of you on bringing so many refugees into our fold. As the prominent figures of Yang City, the Lord and I wholeheartedly welcome you. Furthermore, here are our latest findings. I believe you will be quite astonished. As Wang Xiaojun spoke, she tossed several blueprints to Tony Stark. Upon seeing them, Tony was utterly dumbfounded. Data on a vaccine for virus immunity? A means to counteract zombie virus interference? How did you, Lord Lee, acquire this? With this, our city, no, all the refugees, will no longer be at risk of zombie infection. Chapter 20. A shocking revelation to all players. Tony gazed at the blueprint in his hands. Utterly stunned, as one of the foremost scientists, he was acutely aware of the significance of the virus immunity vaccine data he now possessed. With this information, his grand ideal of rebuilding the world could potentially materialize. It could be said that with this vaccine, no one would be subjected to the threat of the zombie virus, profoundly impacting the exploration and reconstruction of the entire world. In this moment, he felt immensely grateful to be part of Yang City. Congratulations! Tony Stark's favorability towards you has increased to 100. It is unchangeable. Observing Tony's exhilaration, Spider-Man, Peter Parker, quickly turned his attention to the data. Just seeing the name made him understand its importance. Having always regarded Tony as a role model, Peter was deeply influenced by his every action and genuinely wished to help create a new world. Thus, he comprehended the immense allure this data held for Tony, which was equally significant for him. Congratulations! Peter Parker's favorability towards you has increased to 100. It is unchangeable. The 3,000 refugees who had accompanied Tony and Spider-Man were electrified upon hearing that the data included information on a vaccine for virus immunity. Although the vaccine was not yet produced, the existence of the data indicated that it was merely a matter of time. Consequently, all the refugees erupted in excitement. Oh my goodness! There is actually data on a vaccine for virus immunity. Does that mean we will no longer fear zombie infection? We will not turn into those terrifying creatures anymore. Did I hear correctly? This is indeed data on a vaccine for immunity. How wonderful! Our safety is guaranteed. Why didn't we come here sooner? If we had come earlier, perhaps the vaccine would have already been produced. My daughter would still be alive. Initially, they thought the towering skyscrapers here were an unfathomable miracle. Yet they never anticipated the emergence of such legendary advancements. I have decided to settle down here. I will not leave, not for anything, indeed. This must be what a paradise of legends is like. Just look at the fields abundant with rice, even using precious land to cultivate fruits. The availability of food is simply unimaginable. Amidst the discussions of the multitude of refugees, the favorability of the 3,000 newcomers towards Yang City instantaneously reached 100. The notifications in Li Yang's ears rang incessantly. Congratulations! Refugee Shaoxi's loyalty has reached 100. Experience 100. Congratulations! Refugee Jianhai's loyalty has reached 100. Experience 100. Congratulations! Refugee Han Tai's loyalty has reached 100. Experience 100. Congratulations! Refugee Kong Fei's loyalty has reached 100. Experience 100. These refugees had originally accompanied Tony and Spider-Man, feeling immense trepidation throughout their journey. Had they been able to see their loyalty scores at that time, they would have been hovering around 60 or 70. It was not until they beheld the grand nuclear power station, towering buildings, and sprawling crops of Yang City that they felt a slight sense of relief, stabilizing their loyalty at around 80. Living in a post-apocalyptic world, the greatest fear for the refugees was being infected by the zombie virus, watching helplessly as their loved ones transformed into bloodthirsty monsters. Those who had experienced it once would never wish to endure it again. The emergence of the vaccine data shattered the psychological defenses of all the refugees, now fervently yearning to settle in Yang City. Eager to work, they aspired to receive the vaccine as soon as possible. This was not the end. Shortly thereafter, a world announcement resonated. World announcement. Congratulations to player Li Yang for successfully recruiting SSS-class characters Tony Stark and Peter Parker. Let us celebrate this achievement. World announcement. Congratulations to player Li Yang for successfully recruiting SSS-class characters Tony Stark and Peter Parker. Let us celebrate this achievement. World announcement. Congratulations to player Li Yang for successfully recruiting SSS-class characters Tony Stark and Peter Parker. Let us celebrate this achievement. 3 consecutive world announcements echoed in everyone's ears, causing an uproar among the players in the Divine Realm. The World Channel was instantly inundated with a torrent of messages. Oh my! Am I seeing things? Did a player really recruit Iron Man and Spider-Man? I feel as though we are experiencing the same phenomenon. I saw it too. Aren't these characters from the movies? How could they possibly appear in the gaming world? Are you both out of your minds? If the game can pull us directly into this world, what is so surprising? One day, if Barbie appeared in this game, I wouldn't be shocked. Hey, how did you know I recruited a Barbie doll as my secretary? Impressive. You're incredible, my friend. Did you all miss the point? The highlight is Li Yang. How many times has he appeared in the world announcements now? This is simply too powerful. All right, I am already on my way to join the big shots. Is anyone coming with me? Let's form a team or something. The World Channel continued to swell with activity. In a corner of the Divine Realm, a dozen players knelt before an elder. Without exception, they all bowed their heads, attentively listening to the elder's directives. The elder took a sip of the tea on the table, his expression somewhat grim. The tea produced in the game could not compare to the fine tea of the real world. In the past, the elder would have scolded his subordinates by now, but there was evidently a more pressing matter at hand. Have you investigated that Li Yang? One of the players lowered his head and replied, We have conducted an investigation, but only have information from within the game. We must wait until today's game concludes to gather information from Blue Star. Oh? Do you know the location of his territory? It has been pinpointed. It is not far from our territory and would only take 3 days to reach. What about specific information? Aside from knowing that his territory is quite vast and that he possesses a nuclear power station, we are unaware of anything else. Useless. The elder's dissatisfaction was palpable upon hearing this. But upon learning that Li Yong had a nuclear power station, he was visibly shocked. The game has only just begun, and we, as the largest faction of the island nation, have only recently developed bronze tools. We have not yet entered the age of firearms. How is it that Li Yong has already established a nuclear power station? This is utterly incomprehensible. Moreover, with the two SSS-class characters Li Yong had just recruited as highlighted in today's world announcement, they were the two most renowned protagonists of the Marvel Universe. The speed at which Li Yang's territory was developing was beyond their imagination. If this continued, their hopes of dominating the game world would be thoroughly dashed. If such a person could not be utilized for their own purposes, it would be better to eliminate him. Chapter 21. Returning to reality as these thoughts crossed the elder's mind, he became increasingly restless. Just as he was about to speak, another player entered the room and leaned close to whisper in the elder's ear. The elder's expression shifted to one of surprise as he opened the system's friend channel, where a stranger's friend request was flashing incessantly. After accepting it, a familiar voice reached his ears. "How have you been, Mr. Jin Chuan?" "Ah, Mr. Witt, what brings you here?" "I represent the beautiful nation to discuss certain matters with you." "Oh, pray tell. What is your opinion on the world's foremost player, Li Yong?" Upon hearing this, the elder's face displayed a moment of realization. It seemed he was not alone in his disdain for the Dragon Kingdom's top player, making the situation considerably easier to navigate. Shortly thereafter, the elder erupted into laughter and ended the call, casting a cold smirk at Li Yang's name on the leaderboard before casually shutting down the system interface. Meanwhile, Li Yong, situated in Yang City, felt no apprehension regarding the potential controversies arising from this global announcement. With his formidable strength, he was entirely justified in dismissing any players intending to challenge him. In the realm of the gods, no player posed a threat to him. His foremost priority was to establish a production line for the virus immunity vaccine. As instructions were dispatched, the 3,000 loyal refugees who had recently joined Yang City swiftly immersed themselves in its construction. Tony, along with his research team, delved into data analysis, ready to commence vaccine development as soon as the factory was operational. Meanwhile, Little Spider focused on studying the ability seeds, ensuring that the entire development of Yang City progressed seamlessly. Just as Chin Fan finalized all arrangements, a countdown appeared in the sky, reminiscent of the one that had appeared above Blue Star at the game's inception. Li Yong glanced upwards, his expression unperturbed, for he understood this was an omen of the game's imminent return to reality. Having experienced this in his previous life, he took a deep breath and prepared himself. The game's offline status would herald the commencement of the apocalypse in the real world. As the numbers in the sky dwindled to zero once more, darkness engulfed all players. When they opened their eyes, they found themselves back on Blue Star, precisely in the locations they had occupied upon entering the game, as if all events within the game were but a fleeting illusion. Yet, the blood-red numbers hovering above served as a stark reminder that everything was indeed real. The original 001-0000 transformed into 720000 based on prior experience. This seemed to foreshadow that humanity had only 72 hours, or 3 days, left in the real world. Just as everyone reveled in the joy of departing the game world, the sky was suddenly cloaked in dense, dark clouds. The sun, which had just risen, was instantaneously obscured. The entire world was enveloped in darkness. Then, the clouds churned violently, torrential rain poured down, and ferocious winds unleashed a series of colossal tornadoes, sweeping up anyone caught off guard into the sky. Accompanied by screams of terror, a flash of red light flickered within the clouds, followed by a massive meteor, engulfed in flames, hurtling down from the heavens, trailing billowing crimson smoke. The burning meteor shattered the thick clouds and dispersed the relentless tornadoes. Yet, amidst the chaos, there was no joy, only despair. While the tornadoes might have offered a glimmer of hope, the descending meteor was undoubtedly an apocalyptic calamity. Such scenes unfolded in every corner of the globe. Boom! With a cataclysmic explosion, a massive mushroom cloud ascended, shaking the earth, as countless dark fissures spread across the ground. The once unyielding earth cracked like fragile porcelain. New York, Tokyo, Paris, and all the super cities of Blue Star fell victim to the meteor's wrath. But this was merely the beginning. Within the ranks of the surviving humans, the zombie virus erupted. There were no warnings, no patterns. Anyone within the vicinity of human activity could transform into a zombie at any moment, plunging Blue Star into a hellish nightmare. Yet, The location where Li Yang found himself was spared from the storm, sheltered from the rain, and distant from the meteor disaster, only to become a paradise for zombies. The instant the zombie virus broke out, Li Yang discovered that his game backpack had manifested in his mind. Just as he was about to be engulfed by the surging horde of zombies, he summoned a submachine gun from the void, the enchanted weapon that had accompanied him since the game's commencement. Boasting infinite ammunition, rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. As the trigger was pulled, countless bullets, wreathed in flames, accurately struck the forehead of each approaching zombie in merely 10 minutes. The 100-plus zombies that had besieged the building were reduced to lifeless corpses. Green zombie blood splattered across every corner of the edifice, as, under the onslaught of the virus, every resident of the 15-story building perished, save for Li Yang. Emerging from the building onto the street, Li Yang surveyed the tide of zombies surging toward him. Unflinching, a card materialized in his hand, gleaming with golden light, and a colossal entity appeared beside him. His psychic tank. This tank had been deliberately placed in his backpack just before the game's offline status, specifically to confront the current situation. Turning and diving into the tank, Li Yang aimed the cannon at the horde of zombies. Boom, boom, boom. The cacophony of deafening explosions reverberated through the desolate streets, smoke billowing forth as the formidable cannon belched fire. Hundreds of zombies were annihilated in a series of explosive blasts, none able to breach a 1-meter radius around Li Yang. The entire block of zombies was eradicated. A familiar voice echoed in Li Yang's ears. Congratulations, player Li Yang, for successfully clearing all nearby zombies. You have completed the descent task. Your territory is about to descend upon Blue Star. Please prepare accordingly. As the voice faded, a massive ethereal structure materialized in the void. Resembling a grand canvas in mere seconds, the towering edifice transitioned from illusion to reality, as if it had stepped out from the painting, instantly clearing the surrounding buildings. Yang City had descended. Countless residents of Yang City appeared out of thin air. Gazing at Li Yang in astonishment, bewildered by the unfolding events, in the distance, a military jeep, laden with weaponry, bore witness to this miraculous scene, leaving a high-ranking military official dumbfounded. Originally seeking to locate Li Yang, he now stood aghast as a colossal city emerged from nothingness before his eyes. Staring at the spectacle, he blurted out, "What on earth is this?" Chapter 22. The nature of humanity in the real world. The emergence of the military shouts and cries, in that instant, seemed to cease entirely in this world. Now reduced to ruins, a vast city, imbued with the essence of modern society, descended from the heavens. It was unfathomable. Upon closer inspection, the city emanated a ghostly blue glow, the light of nuclear reactor currents illuminating its entirety. Surrounding it were countless cables and massive conduits, intertwined and remarkably stable. In the distance, 2 formidable 30-story skyscrapers stood steadfast in the void, strikingly prominent and radiant. Furthermore, numerous production workshops and assembly lines were present, all stained with zombie blood. One could only imagine the colossal force that had manifested when this city descended. The sheer magnitude was beyond comprehension. People were left astounded. They gazed upward, and at that moment, even the zombies appeared momentarily dazed. Then, to the astonishment of the onlookers, the very zombies that had intended to attack Li Yang turned and fled. This left many speechless. Could it be that these base creatures possessed some semblance of intelligence? Realizing a powerful being stood before them, they refrained from wasting their strength as they turned to escape. Their resolve was unwavering, as if they understood Li Yang had the power to annihilate them. What the hell? These zombies are incredible. We must flee. At our current level, we cannot possibly contend with so many zombies. My wife and children are still out there. They are weak, and I must protect them. One by one, figures retreated hastily to avoid direct confrontation with the horde of zombies, though some had leveled up. The overwhelming numbers of zombies, hundreds upon hundreds, rendered them too intimidated to engage directly. Soon, they vanished, though not without casualties. Even more alarmingly, the darker aspects of human nature began to reveal themselves. Formerly steadfast comrades, who had fought side by side in the game, now found themselves at odds. A man, in a moment of desperation, seized his buddy's arm and yanked him down, throwing him to the ground. "I'm sorry. I just want to survive." This man used his friend's body as a shield against the oncoming horde, buying himself precious time to escape. The fallen individual, even amidst the pain of impending doom, could only gaze in disbelief at the retreating figure of his friend, his eyes filled with profound incredulity. Why? After all we've been through, would you use me to secure your own escape? He perished amidst confusion and disbelief. His true form reduced to mere bones and blood, entirely devoid of consciousness. It was not only these loyal comrades who faced such fate. Even sisters turned against one another, drawing blades in a bid to lure the zombies. Moreover, there was a young man who callously kicked his grandmother to the ground, allowing the undead to tear at her without displaying the slightest hint of emotion. These various circumstances starkly illuminated the inherent vices of humanity. In the face of such an overwhelming apocalyptic event, countless individuals descended into madness. With the guardians of order absent, the collapse of societal structure unleashed an unrestrained eruption of humanity's darker impulses. At this very moment, Liang observed everything with a detached gaze. He made no effort to intervene or alter the course of events. Perhaps he could change the fate of one individual, but he could not alter the fate of all. Liang was no saint. In his previous life, he had witnessed brothers turn against each other, tribal leaders engaging in open and covert struggles for resources, and those of the same bloodline wielding their blades against one another. He had seen such occurrences far too often. Go be frank, Liang was also a selfish individual, despite his profound feelings for Long Nation and his enduring passion for it. These so-called parasites did not fall within the realm of his goodwill. Therefore, it was not that he was heartless, but rather that human desire had become magnified. If that was the case, then let them perish on their own. As long as they did not seek trouble with him, he could hardly be bothered with them. In this moment, Liang returned to his own city. At the gates of his fortress, the colossal barrel of a psychic energy tank was aimed outward, while extraordinary beings had already readied their long rifles. Whether human or zombie, any intruder would inevitably meet a swift end. It is worth noting that at this juncture, the extraordinary beings, along with the infrastructure enthusiasts and Wang Zhaojun, also returned to the real world in tandem with Liang. The game world, by contrast, had long since come to resemble a paused state, with only the flow of time in the real world remaining unchanged. There was no need to concern themselves with the outside. That was not their responsibility. Zhaojun continued to establish the various protocols within the city, particularly regarding the vaccine. Instruct Tony to accelerate the development process. As some matters cannot be delayed, Liang issued a series of commands. Subsequently, he entered his office to review the day's findings. He understood that this was not a time for complacency. Armed with memories from his previous life, Liang was acutely aware that the mutated beasts and zombies in the real world were exponentially more terrifying than those in the game world. Thus, he needed ample trump cards to confront all challenges. As for the newly emerged psychic energy tank, it was an urgent production from the assembly line, with the second and third complete units still in the works. Although they would undoubtedly be completed today, time was still a requisite. Meanwhile, in the heart of Long City, within a training ground now reduced to ruins, debris and steel lay strewn about, while flames flickered in the surroundings. The air was thick with the scent of fresh blood, as various corpses, both human and zombie, littered the area, all in a state of dismemberment. At this moment, a middle-aged man in military attire surveyed the scene with a grave expression. He glanced at the dejected soldiers and those who, despite their injuries, remained resolute and silent, slowly beginning to speak. We have this nation to protect. We cannot, succumb to despair. My comrades, we are the soul of Long Nation. Now, as Long Nation faces peril, and indeed the world faces peril, it is our time to step forward. Although our conventional weaponry has become ineffective in the real world, we have nonetheless acquired numerous tools and resources within the game world. As you all have witnessed the brutality of this world, moving forward, we must strive harder, not only to restore order but, more importantly, to survive. We must grow stronger within the game world, just like that colossal city that has recently emerged. As he spoke, the officer cast his gaze toward the distant city where Liang resided. Each individual has their own choices. I shall personally journey to Yang City to meet our genius from Long City. Indeed, he was well aware of Liang, recognizing him as the foremost superpower in the world today. Thus, he understood that Liang could not be expected to act as a saint, even if he bore selfish motives. However, he himself could not afford such luxuries. As the military spirit of Long Nation, he must seek every possible means to rescue the common populace and restore order. At this moment, he had no other recourse than to implore Li Yang for assistance. Chapter 23. What benefits will you provide me? At this moment, within Long City, the area where Li Yang resided was enveloped by the manifested Yang City. Yet, the low-level zombies surrounding it dared not approach. After all, the power Li Yang exhibited was overwhelmingly formidable, and it was certain that a highly intelligent zombie, akin to a boss-level entity, resided within. Otherwise, such a situation where zombies refrained from invading Li Yang's city would be implausible. After all, it was only with the presence of a leader that these zombies would consider altering their course of action. At this moment, Li Yang sat in his office, contemplating certain events from his previous life. For upon returning to the real world after his first battle, statistics revealed that at least over 200 million lives were lost globally. This was, of course, a worldwide figure. Faced with the initial collapse of order, nothing fell into place, and as those who had returned from the game realized that the zombies in reality were far more terrifying than those in the game, fear gripped their hearts. Moreover, this phenomenon was somewhat region-specific. After all, sometimes, those who formed guilds in the game world did not necessarily remain united in the real world. Thus, some individuals suffered significant losses. Naturally, amidst the chaos, there existed clever individuals who chose to collaborate with others, forming temporary teams in the real world to combat zombies. Of course, both good and evil existed. Those once notorious criminals and individuals released from prison who reignited their desires amidst the turmoil would inevitably amplify their malevolence, abducting women and forcing men into servitude, and so forth. To speak frankly, it was likely that those more ruthless outlaws fared better in this new reality. The cumulative reasons for this led to the first wave of casualties in the real world, amounting to 200 million lives. As for who was right or wrong, who was good or evil, Li Yang had never made judgments. For him, such evaluations held no significance. While he pondered certain matters, he kept his eyes on the production lines of psychic energy tanks and submachine guns. Despite some limitations on large-scale manufacturing due to resource constraints, the production of thousands of firearms and 10 psychic energy tanks remained feasible. Thus, he waited for an opportunity. However, just as he was deep in thought, Wang Xiaojun entered the room. At this moment, Wang Xiaojun had shed her elegant dress in favor of a streamlined golden combat outfit. In the apocalypse, all adornments became cumbersome distractions. When strength had not reached a certain level, the trinkets favored by women were temporarily discarded. As a seasoned and certified secretary, Wang Xiaojun possessed a formidable grasp of various affairs. City Lord, representatives from the military district of Long City have arrived. They bear no ill intentions and have even voluntarily disarmed themselves, donning only shorts and shirts while waiting for your response at the gates of Yang City. The military district, you say? Upon hearing this, Li Yang nodded. He was not surprised by the arrival of the military district representatives. His power had become apparent to many, both in the real world and the game world. So it was only natural that they would seek him out. Wait a moment. Just then, Gao Su, an S-level architect wearing a hard hat, rushed in. Not only military district personnel, after Secretary Wang arrived, someone claiming to be the mayor of Long City has also come. City Lord, based on the information and descriptions you provided, this mayor of Long City is indeed genuine. Upon hearing the accounts from both individuals, Li Yang nodded. He was no fool and understood the purpose behind their visit. Allow them entry, but do not let them bring anyone else. Understood. Gao Su has departed, merely serving as a messenger. Due to the constraints of his identity, he will neither partake in nor even eavesdrop on this matter. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaojun has received her orders and has left to summon those two individuals. At this moment, Li Yang gazes out the window, observing the countless refugees in Yang City, drawn into this gaming realm. They chatter and laugh, diligently laboring, their curiosity piqued by this world, so distinct from the realm of the gods. Yet, these individuals are remarkably naive, embodying a simplicity and earnestness that is rare, even amidst discussions. They do not neglect their tasks, committing no errors whatsoever, which momentarily stuns Li Yang. Suddenly, as the door creaks open once more, Li Yang smiles. He turns to find himself face to face with the former mayor of Long City and a middle-aged military magnate from the region. Strands of white hair now adorn their heads, and their faces bear the marks of time. A stark contrast to the visages he had seen on television the previous day. How youthful, at this moment. The mayor of Long City gazes at Li Yang's remarkably youthful countenance, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. Even the military magnate beside him nods in agreement, his astonishment palpable. They had never anticipated Li Yang to be so young. Previously, they had always believed that with Li Yang's formidable strength, having single-handedly risen to level 8 within a day without establishing a guild, he must surely be a middle-aged or even an elder powerhouse. They had even speculated whether Li Yang was akin to those legendary practitioners of ancient martial arts. After all, how else could he achieve feats that eluded countless others from the outset? Yet now, reality shattered their myriad assumptions. Mayor Long, Brother Zhang, let us dispense with the pleasantries. Observing the two formidable figures before him, Li Yang wasted no time. He paused briefly before continuing, "State your intentions plainly." "How forthright!" The mayor of Long City chuckled, then shifted his tone. "We require submachine guns. We need firearms, even the technology to manufacture them. Furthermore, if possible, we also need a tank. As you have observed, the situation in Long City is dire. You are well aware that all conventional weaponry and communication devices have failed in the real world. At this juncture, the only potent weapons capable of making an impact are those from the gaming realm. The Dragon Kingdom is on the brink of collapse, yet we shall not allow the order to disintegrate further. We will confront the darkness of human nature, those parasitic individuals emerging from the crowd. But we need weapons. We recognize the absurdity of this request, but Li Yang, we have no other recourse. Currently, your rapid development positions you as our sole hope for aiding us and the Dragon Kingdom." Listening to the mayor's impassioned, evocative words, Li Yang smiled. Undeniably, perhaps in his past life, he would have acquiesced to such appeals. However, not now. He slowly shook his head. "I cherish, even love, the Dragon Kingdom, that much is true. Yet this is not a justification for moral coercion. Speak plainly, what benefits will you offer me in return? What do you have to provide?" Chapter 24. The stunned leaders indeed. Li Yang is nothing if not pragmatic. He demands benefits. After all, the blueprints for the psychic tank and submachine guns were earned through his own efforts in the game. While his losses were minimal, they were still the fruits of his labor. The mayor of Long City and the military magnate wished to sway him with mere patriotic sentiments. Such an approach is futile. Perhaps in his past life, he might have entertained such notions. But in this life, where he has grown accustomed to the treachery of others, he would not yield. Exchanging glances, the two leaders fell into silence. It was a realization they had not anticipated. Indeed, to be frank, both knew that Li Yang was a native of Long City, and naturally, their initial plan was to ensnare him with moral obligations. Their failure was evident as they sat in silence. Li Yang did not rush them. Leisurely sipping his tea while awaiting their deliberation, in truth, the military magnate had prepared multiple strategies, yet some matters are not easily articulated. "Mr. Li, you truly are a paragon among men. It seems we have underestimated you." Hearing the military magnate's words, Li Yang chuckled. "Spare me the emotional appeals. I am not swayed by such tactics." In an instant, the military magnate was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the mayor of Long City, observing this exchange, clenched his teeth and suddenly declared, 90%. "I will contribute 90% of the resources from the guild established within the mayor's office. Furthermore, our Long City can even become your subsidiary guild. During my time in the game, I meticulously studied various rules. It is permissible to form a subsidiary guild under a primary guild. The subsidiary guild will contribute all resources to the primary guild, which will maintain absolute authority over its management and resource allocation. If you agree to supply us with firearms and tanks, we shall transfer these resources to you. What say you?" The mayor had exhausted all avenues. He recognized that Li Yang was a hard nut to crack. Despite his youthful appearance, he was clearly a shrewd negotiator. Without sufficient benefits for Li Yang, they would not secure the resources necessary to protect the Dragon Kingdom. The military magnate, at this moment, looked at the mayor with astonishment. Has he lost his mind? To think that the rules governing the gaming realm might extend into the real world. If they truly become Li Yang's subsidiary guild, many decisions would no longer rest with the mayor. Yet, at this juncture, he was also conflicted. How else could they save the Dragon Kingdom? Li Yang did not respond immediately to the mayor's proposition. Instead, he awaited the military magnate's decision. 3 full minutes passed. Finally, the military magnate, with a resigned shake of his head, said with a bitter smile, What other choice do I have? The military district of Long City, like the mayor, will also choose to become your subsidiary guild. We will contribute 90% of our resources to you. However, one condition. You cannot obstruct our efforts to save the Dragon Kingdom. Upon hearing this, Li Yang smiled. That is certainly acceptable. Your actions are your own concern, as long as the resources provided are sufficient. Moreover, it is not out of the question to station some personnel in Yang City. We are currently in dire need of researchers, and I have already begun developing a vaccine for immunity against zombies. Once completed, the implications for the gaming world will undoubtedly be significant, as I believe you are well aware. What? Upon hearing this, the expressions of both men shifted dramatically. This revelation was 100-fold more astonishing than their prior agreement to become Li Yang's subsidiary guild. The vaccine. The zombie immunity vaccine. They were no longer youths. Having seen countless science fiction films, including narratives like Resident Evil, they were acutely aware that even among their ranks, there were national-level experts in biology, cell science, vaccinology, and virology. During their time in the gaming realm, they had even discussed attempting to create a zombie immunity vaccine within the game. Yet, how daunting a task it proved. Lacking the most basic modern equipment, flasks, microscopes, slides, they were rendered incapable of such a feat. Not to mention, the zombies in both the game and reality were terrifyingly formidable. The genetic sequences of these zombies were likely far more complex than those portrayed in films. Thus, they understood that developing a vaccine would not be an endeavor accomplished in a day. Yet now, they were hearing that Li Yang had already begun this endeavor. This revelation struck them like a seismic shock. Suddenly, both recalled a particular detail, as the gaming world prepared to transition back to reality. They had overheard announcements regarding Li Yang's recruitment of Peter Parker and Tony Stark. One was Spider-Man, the other Iron Man, two superlative figures at the forefront of technological research, well-versed in myriad fields. If Li Yang were to assign these individuals to develop the vaccine, success was indeed a plausible outcome. The realization dawned upon them. At that moment, they instantly comprehended Li Yang's intentions. This individual aimed to orchestrate a grander scheme within the realm of gaming. Indeed, this scheme was of such magnitude that even their military forces, along with the mayor's troops of Long City, the Education Bureau, the Security Bureau, and all other entities combined, would stand no chance against it. None among them were fools. They were acutely aware of the terrifying potential for wealth accumulation that would arise once this creation came to fruition in the gaming world. Remarkable. I feel as though I have misjudged you. I never anticipated that you would progress to this stage. The tone of the mayor of Long City carried a hint of bitterness, for he believed what Li Yang proclaimed to be true. Though the vaccine was a formidable challenge, what if, during the previous encounter with that boss, Li Yang had indeed uncovered the blueprint for a foundational vaccine? It was also plausible that figures akin to Peter Parker and Iron Man in the realm of the gods had already initiated vaccine research, and that now, upon joining forces with Li Yang's city, they were expediting their development efforts. Who could say for certain? Very well, there are matters you ought to know and others you should not. And some things you have already become aware of. However, I currently possess only a single psychic tank. I will arrange for an additional one to be delivered to you later tonight. Wang Zhaojun? Lord City Master, I am here. As Li Yang called her name, Wang Zhaojun appeared as if she had been waiting outside, entering the room with grace. Her exquisite visage momentarily left the two prominent figures in awe. Authorized the procurement of 200 submachine guns, equipped with 10-fold ammunition, to be handed over to them. Furthermore, there exists an iron mine located underground, approximately 1 kilometer from our Yang City. Please organize Iron Man and his team to mobilize personnel for mining operations. The resources from this world can likewise be transported into the realm of the gods. Understood. I will make the necessary arrangements immediately. Chapter 25. Establishing Cooperation. Mining resources. Wang Zhaojun took charge of this task without a hint of hesitation, clearly demonstrating her unconditional obedience to Li Yang's commands. This moment also startled the two eminent figures slightly. The woman named Wang Zhaojun was evidently not of the real world. This signified that she was a character card acquired by him within the gaming realm. Just like Tony and Spider-Man, she had been unearthed from the depths of the gaming world. What other secrets does this individual harbor? How was he able to discover such a wealth of talent on the very first day of the game's launch? They found themselves at a loss for words to express their evaluations of Li Yang, particularly after Yi Tian had mentioned the quantity, 200 guns. Not mere pastries or cookies, but 200 firearms that Li Yang could readily procure. This indicated that Li Yang's stockpile must be far more extensive. To what extent had this individual developed his military prowess? They dared not contemplate further. Merely from the intelligence gleaned thus far, it was evident that Yi Tian was, without question, the foremost military figure straddling both reality and the gaming world. In the real world, all instruments had malfunctioned, and even conventional firearms had lost their original efficacy. A terrifying aspect of the apocalyptic transformation. Without these modern devices, combating zombies in reality would indeed be akin to scaling a mountain. Thus, by comparison, it became apparent just how fearsome it was to possess a modernized military force at this juncture. Our sincere gratitude to you, Mr. Li Yang. After a moment of contemplation, Long City Master expressed his profound thanks. Subsequently, once the three had drafted a treaty, the two departed to coordinate with Wang Zhaojun for the handover. Before long, the handover was completed, and Long City Master and his entourage summoned several soldiers from outside to collect the resources. At this point, Wang Zhaojun finally stepped into Li Yang's office. She turned to him and gently beckoned him to lean against her chest, her hands softly kneading his shoulders. Lord City Master, can we trust these two individuals? You must understand that in this apocalyptic era, these contracts are but scraps of paper, devoid of value. Upon hearing this, Li Yang smiled. He was suddenly reminded of certain events from his past life. During the second zombie wave, Long City Master had already perished, on the front lines, no less. This event had stirred considerable commotion and moved countless people from Long Nation. In such chaotic times, as the mayor of Long City, he prioritized protecting the vulnerable and sought to re-establish order, opting for the front lines instead of commanding from the rear. He sacrificed himself to make a statement. This action made many realize the identity of the Long Nation populace. At that time, the forces of Long Nation had surged in number, largely due to the inspiration drawn from Long City Master's initial actions. As for the prominent figure from the Long City Military District, he remained exceedingly low profile. His demise did not create much of a stir in the gaming world channels. However, many within high-level circles were aware of his legend. In his previous life, he had also perished, not on the battlefield, but rather at the hands of a joint assault from the United States, the Ninja Nation, and the Empire of the Rising Sun. At that time, this military district leader had obtained a special zombie immunity vaccine sample as a drop from a boss in the gaming world. Due to his physical form being occupied elsewhere, dealing with demonic beasts on a remote island, upon returning to reality, he was effectively isolated and without assistance. Yet, he somehow utilized every hidden technique learned within the military district, enduring 7 days without food or water. His body drenched in blood, and some viruses having already infected his internal organs. Under such dire circumstances, he evaded countless adversaries seeking to seize the vaccine sample. Ultimately, he survived against all odds and returned to the mainland of Long Nation. But upon logging into the mainland, he encountered his comrades, only to have a sniper's bullet aimed at the vaccine sample in his grasp. Trained in the gaming world to be acutely aware of his surroundings, the military district leader barely managed to move, yet the bullet obliterated a significant portion of his body. With sheer determination, he crawled towards his comrades using nothing but his bloodied flesh. The forces of Long Nation were stationed at the edge of the mainland and witnessed the military district leader's plight. However, before they could render assistance, events transpired too rapidly, resulting in the tragic outcome. Just before the second sniper bullet was fired, a multitude of smoke bombs obscured the military district leader, preventing his demise at the hands of a second shot from the enemy. The vaccine sample was delivered, but he had perished. With half of his body blown apart, the technological level of the city he had developed at that time rendered it impossible to mend all the damage sustained. Thus, within the military district and certain circles, many remembered him. Li Yang, in his previous life, happened to possess some understanding of them. Therefore, he was acutely aware that these two individuals were worthy of trust. Rest assured, they will not breach the contract, and they will strive to create their own value in the gaming world for the sake of Long City. Li Yang was no savior. He would not rescue anyone. Hence, let these complicated matters be handled by those two. With this thought in mind, Li Yang gazed upward at the sky. The gloom enveloped the void entirely, the heavy mist resembling the ash from a volcanic eruption, obscuring all sunlight. Light could not penetrate, rendering the reality of the world akin to a dark age. Even the flora began to wither and fade. Times were changing. Chaos was approaching, Li Yang murmured to himself before turning to Wang Zhaojun. How many vehicles have been produced from the psychic tank production line? Has the city defense army been established? Upon hearing this, Wang Zhaojun waved her hand, causing a stack of documents to materialize in her grasp. Regarding the psychic tanks, we can currently produce one per day due to resource limitations, resulting in a somewhat sluggish manufacturing pace. However, prior to arriving in your world, we secured certain resources from the realm of the gods. Thus, we have managed to produce 2 vehicles urgently today, with subsequent production returning to 1 per day. The army has also been established, with the first batch consisting of 100 refugees, trained by extraordinary individuals serving as instructors. Moreover, the mining area has been precisely located via radar, fully aligning with the location you provided. We have dispatched 1,000 personnel, along with some explosives brought from the realm of the gods, to commence mining operations. Excellent. Hearing this, Li Yang nodded. As for the mining area, this time, he intended to visit in person. Not only that, but he would also bring the psychic tanks, along with Tony Stark, Spider-Man, and even the 100 soldiers. Not for any trivial reason, but precisely because today's outbreak of the zombie wave within the domain of Long City originated from that very mining area. Perhaps, by visiting the mining area today, they might uncover some unexpected gains. Chapter 26. We can reap him. At this very moment, in the land of the ninjas, the nation is engulfed by an incessant influx of seawater. Numerous cities have been completely submerged, while coastal towns have vanished, resulting in a significant loss of life. Some individuals, however, managed to escape to the inland regions of the ninja nation by utilizing emergency rafts and various other vessels. The prospect of reaching the Dragon Kingdom or neighboring countries is utterly unattainable due to the vast distances involved, compounded by the emergence of ominous black mists across the ocean, within which strange tentacles occasionally writhe. This palpable sense of crisis has instilled a profound fear, rendering them hesitant to traverse the ocean in the real world. As for air travel or large vessels, no one is currently able to board them. Equipment failures extend beyond mere firearms. All forms of transportation, as well as radio waves and satellite communications, have ceased to function. Presently, the only means of survival lies in the resources brought from the gaming world. In the inland regions of the ninja nation, a group of individuals, their faces etched with concern, have congregated within a forest. The situation in urban areas is far more dire than that in the woods. During their time in the gaming world, they have conducted extensive investigations concerning the Vortex Lord. Yet in the real world, they must now prioritize their own survival. A campfire flickers nearby, and in its glow, they roast wild boar meat. Here, a gathering of over 1,000 individuals has convened, all appearing in a state of utter disarray, indicative of the losses they have incurred since their return to reality. Within the next 72 hours, they must focus solely on survival, eschewing all other considerations. Their next step involves formulating a development plan for their endeavors in the gaming realm. Modern technology serves as the foundation of all progress. Thus, upon their next login to the game, they must endeavor to develop landline telephones and even primitive firearms. While the absence of handguns and submachine guns may not be critical, the first phase must include some form of weaponry. The Vortex Lord's expression darkens as he contemplates the reality that the individual who has thrived most in this tumultuous time is none other than a player named Li Yang from the Dragon Kingdom. Truthfully, even during their time in the gaming world, he had never anticipated that Li Yang would be so obstinate and unyielding regarding cooperation. Consequently, numerous polarizing factors must be addressed. Failure to do so could lead to greater chaos. I understand. Among this 1,000-strong assembly, there are many professors. We can conduct experiments in the real world and utilize certain resources for testing. Should our experiments prove successful, even if we create a device that is non-functional, once we return to the gaming world, we could replicate it with our familiar techniques, significantly increasing our efficiency. Upon hearing this, the Vortex Lord nodded in agreement. Ensure the safety of these professors. The real world will not be peaceful. We must seek out multiple caves and even continue digging. In this apocalyptic scenario, preserving appearances is of little consequence. The discussions among these individuals revolve entirely around survival, as they are acutely aware that contemplating external aid is futile. Communication has been severed, and their ninja nation, with a mere population of around 200 million, holds little sway over any significant matters. Meanwhile, in the west, the night is dark and deepened by the encroaching black mist, obscuring stars and moonlight. Even the glow of artificial satellites has vanished. A middle-aged player from the Federation stands on a relatively intact rooftop, his expression indifferent. Master, I have brought them. Suddenly, 3 figures emerged from the door leading to the rooftop. 2 of them, a middle-aged man and a young man, are tightly bound and thrown to the ground, while the third figure, with a shadowy gaze, respectfully addresses the middle-aged player. Master, our investigation reveals that these 2 bear a striking resemblance, over 90%, both in appearance and voice, to Tony Stark and Peter Parker from the gaming world. And their names are strikingly similar. Although Iron Man and Spider-Man are products of our Federation's animation and film, the coincidence lies in the fact that these 2 are players from our vicinity. The middle-aged man slowly turns his head, examining their faces, which closely resemble the portraits transmitted by the spies, a smile curling at his lips. Have they been tested? Any reactions? In response, the shadowy figure shook his head. These 2 are worthless. They possess no special abilities or unique DNA sequences. They are merely ordinary players, both at level 1 in the gaming world, nowhere near level 2. Oh? The middle-aged man chuckled, shaking his head. In that case, they hold no value for us. Dispose of them. I initially thought they might share some commonality with the characters from the gaming world, perhaps even being their real-world counterparts. It seems I was mistaken. There is no connection between the inhabitants of the gaming world and those of reality. Thus, we shall test a few more individuals, and if the results remain the same, this plan shall be abandoned. Understood. The shadowy, emaciated youth nodded, his hand waving as a glimmering dagger appeared in his grasp. Please, don't kill us. Perhaps we can activate something in the game, however, before the 2, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Iron Man and Spider-Man, could finish their plea. The dagger flashed and blood spilled. Gradually, they fell silent, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. What of the individual named Li Yong? How is the investigation proceeding? The information is being compiled. Someone will report to you shortly. The shadowy youth paused before continuing. All channels of information and electrical facilities in the real world have failed. Master, we must develop swiftly, indeed. The middle-aged man nodded. Development is paramount, and we must keep a close watch on that individual named Li Yong. We can harvest him later. Chapter 27. As sleep approaches, someone brings a pillow. The apocalypse has arrived. This is truly the end of the world. In a certain location, around a campfire, a group of ordinary people huddles together, roasting food, their faces still marked with terror. They have yet to fully comprehend the abrupt transition from a peaceful world to one strewn with corpses, crumbling edifices, and flames engulfing the skies. The rapidity of these changes is bewildering. Indeed, I witnessed my classmates transform, their mouths agape, their bodies turning a ghastly gray. It was utterly unbelievable. Zhao Gang was such a good person. We can never return to the past. Earlier, while in the game, I thought it was merely a dream, an experience of the apocalypse. But now that the dream has shattered, our world has irrevocably changed. Another voice chimed in, tinged with melancholy, as traces of blood clung to his clothing, evidence of his struggle against the undead. Thankfully, none had dripped onto his skin. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. The college students sat together, their despair palpable. Do you think the military will come to rescue us? Even if order has collapsed abroad? We should still have hope, right? One voice, weak yet hopeful, broke through. Don't be ridiculous. Even if they do, it will be in the future. You saw for yourselves in the game. Only that guy named Li Yong possesses the most powerful weapons. Only he wields the top-tier weaponry in the gaming world. Such a person is undoubtedly ruthless, not hesitating to eliminate players without regard for the consequences. Do you honestly believe he could save us? As for the military, we can see the rankings. They haven't even developed firearms or cannons yet. What can they do to save us? We must save ourselves. Yes, we must take matters into our own hands. The times have changed. We cannot, as the crowd grew impassioned, lamenting the stark differences between reality and the gaming world. They were poised to rally their emotions and speak out. But at that moment, boom. A crisp sound echoed as a nearby building succumbed to flames, collapsing with a thunderous roar. The air was filled with a cacophony of horrified screams, the immense force of the collapse causing the ground to tremble violently. A cloud of dust billowed outward, swirling in all directions, while debris rolled and steel rained down. In that moment, the students huddled behind crumbling walls were utterly stunned. They had witnessed the sheer power of a building collapsing in an instant. Just how terrifying was that force? Had they not been 100 meters away, many would have dared not to contemplate the grim possibilities. Yet now, there was no time for such reflections. Beneath the rubble, countless lives were extinguished, and the scent of blood attracted the attention of the undead. Roars echoed through the darkened surroundings. "Run!" Someone shouted in panic. Before the warning could be fully uttered, a figure was instantly torn apart. Scattering into countless fragments, from the debris emerged a colossal, decrepit creature, its eyes glinting with a chilling red light. In that moment, it was uncertain how many of the students would survive. Scenes like this erupted continuously across the world. In every city, every nation, and every patch of land, the same horrors unfolded. This chaos exacerbated the psyche of humanity, who had previously thought this was merely the end of the world. What difficulty could it pose? But now, faced with real mutated beasts and zombies, truly confronting blood and terror, some individuals had already begun to change psychologically. As for those melancholic girls who often pin their thoughts online, they were no longer mired in depression. Some were so frightened they lost control of their bladders, while others fell victim to the monstrous creatures. Some resorted to bargaining their bodies and souls to more ruthless men in hopes of survival. Yet, there were also girls who brandished long knives, bravely striking down zombies. Some banded together to set traps, systematically surrounding and dispatching scattered undead. There were both the valiant and the cowardly among them. Not every girl was a mere writer of sentimental essays, and as for the boys, their fate was similarly uncertain. Although the apocalypse birthed a myriad of despairing souls, it also ignited the bloodlust in others. The world was indeed changing. At that moment, Liang chose not to dwell on these matters, his focus instead on the critical lack of various minerals and foundational resources. The factories for stone and sand processing had been completed, and even some furnaces were operational with the resources available. Amidst the heavy footsteps, 100 armed individuals stood guard, while within their ranks, 1,000 workers donned safety helmets, equipped with rudimentary tools and newly crafted modern equipment. Advancing towards the designated mining area, for Liang, this was a necessary course of action. After all, the blueprints for vehicles had yet to be uncovered. If only he had large buses, transport vehicles, and conveyor belts at his disposal, he could have traversed the terrain with ease, laden with enchanted weaponry, swiftly reaching the mining site. Some matters were simply unavoidable. Upon returning to the realm of gods, his next step would be to develop vehicles and other modes of transport. Otherwise, the hassle would be overwhelming. Liang rubbed his forehead, muttering to himself, "Vehicles?" Nearby, a small spider and Tony Stark paused at his words. Tony instinctively responded, "We do have vehicles. We possess blueprints for various transport vehicles, funnel trucks, mixers, and even some completed products. Once we return to the realm of gods, we can utilize them directly. We could even establish a production line. Lord City Master, please forgive me. I was assigned to the lab to work on vaccines shortly after arriving in Yang City and Haven T, focused on vehicles at all." Tony added. Liang felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, he quickly realized the implications of Tony's words. After all, Tony was a scientist and the owner of a major arms company. How could he possibly lack such resources? Liang had unconsciously categorized vehicles as an element of the apocalypse, forgetting their existence altogether. Now, he could expand his plans without constraint. Chapter 28, Battle Commences. Boom! A shell was unleashed, creating a massive crater as the ground shook violently. Smoke billowed, and the acrid scent of gunpowder filled the air, leaving a foul odor in its wake. Those zombies at Ground Zero were obliterated, reduced to mere chunks of flesh, devoid of even a single intact bone. Those slightly farther away were either missing limbs or had their heads or chests blown apart, clearly gravely injured or dead. One shot had taken out over 100 zombies. Such was the power of the psionic tank. Now, Liang, accompanied by Wang Zhaojun and others, arrived at the mining site. However, based on combat strength assessments, most of the zombies here were at a level 5, which posed little threat by Liang's standards. Where he classified himself at level 8 within the game world, these level 5s were hardly formidable. Moreover, the extraordinary beings among them were all of at least S-class quality. There is no need for continued bombardment. One shot is sufficient. The assault rifle unit should follow up, and extraordinary beings, you will train their reaction capabilities. Understood. As thousands of zombies surged forth, the extraordinary beings wasted no time. Raising their hands to sound the battle horn, in an instant, rapid fire erupted, bullets spewing forth from the barrels. Though the flames were not blue, their destructive power was significant, especially since these firearms were crafted within the game, inherently possessing certain enhancements. However, due to the incomplete production line, they had yet to be modified into enchanted weaponry. If they could inscribe magical arrays onto the bullets or the firearms themselves like the psionic tank, the resulting magical enhancement would be extraordinary. Of course, all of this required time, and Li Yong was in no rush. Flames continued to rise. Meanwhile, he allowed the extraordinary beings to train while he and Wang Xiaojun swiftly maneuvered towards the core mining area. Upon noticing Wang Xiaojun's agility rivaling his own, he nodded in satisfaction. A secretary who could excel in both intellect and combat was precisely what he needed. He would never tolerate a mere ornament. Someone skilled only in rhetoric but devoid of any real strength. Such individuals held no value. City Master, your speculation was correct. They arrived at a rocky platform amidst the mountains, where Wang Xiaojun looked up to see a towering 5-meter-tall giant zombie at the center of the mining site. Seemingly absorbing something, a pulsating blue orb of light flickered before it, surrounded by 10 2-meter-tall zombies. While not as colossal as their 5-meter counterpart, the stench emanating from them and the menacing red glow in their eyes made them far more terrifying than ordinary zombies. Indeed, something at the center of the mining site was drawing the zombies. That blue orb must be the reason the zombie leader was becoming stronger. Listening to Wang Xiaojun's analysis, Li Yong nodded. That is a mining crystal core, a product that only forms when mineral deposits exceed 10 billion tons. This core lacks intelligence but is a crystallized product of the mine, containing energy that can not only empower zombies but, if utilized by the extraordinary beings among humanity, would yield effects far greater than those from ordinary zombie crystal cores. Indeed, the only distinction between the realm of reality and that of games lies in the fact that within the latter, zombies can yield various forms of experience, equipment, and even gold coins upon defeat. In the world we inhabit, however, the minds of these zombies harbor naught but crystal cores. The cores of lower-tier zombies are red, corresponding to levels 1 through 5, while intermediate cores are blue, found within the 5 to 15 level range. As for the boss types, they are a separate category altogether. Furthermore, the colors and sizes of crystal cores vary significantly among zombies possessing special attributes. It is only after one becomes a supernatural being that these cores can be absorbed by humans. Should an individual attempt to consume these cores prior to attaining such powers, they risk being assimilated into zombies themselves. Of course, exceptions exist, contingent upon the fortitude of one's will. Ordinary individuals with a resolute spirit may, indeed, ascend to become supernatural beings after consuming the cores, albeit with a rather slim chance of success. Reflecting on the data distinctions from his previous life, Li Yong shook his head slightly. He gazed at the palm-sized circular mineral core, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. According to his recollections from the past, this crystal was the very first mineral core unearthed in the realm of reality. Furthermore, the inaugural individual to consume a crystal core in this world would awaken an exceptionally formidable supernatural ability. This scenario is akin to a first kill quest in the gaming universe. Upon accomplishing such a feat, the rewards are invariably bountiful. Prepare yourself. Inform the extraordinary beings to provide us with cover. You shall eliminate those 10 foes, while I shall take down the zombie leader, Li Yong decisively declared, unwilling to squander any more time. Understood. Wang Xiaojun nodded, swiftly transmitting the command through her earpiece. In the next moment, a piercing blue light, imbued with an unfathomable aura of terror, surged forth towards the zombie leader at the core point. It was the projectile of a psychic tank. Such a powerful energy fluctuation was naturally sensed by the zombie leader. He lifted his gaze slightly, observing the blue light, and with a wave of his hand, he and the 10 2-meter-tall zombies around him were propelled backward in an instant. The zombie leader had already attained a degree of intelligence, and thus recognized the considerable threat posed by the psychic tank's projectile. In a flash, despite his massive size, he exhibited remarkable agility, vanishing from sight in an instant. The 10 zombies, however, were not as fortunate. Boom! The projectile struck at the epicenter of the mineral site. At that moment, the 10 zombies finally reacted, hastily retreating. The result was a colossal mushroom cloud rising from the void, as an immensely potent shockwave erupted outward, radiating in all directions. The 10 zombies were utterly unprepared, sent flying into the air, clang. The sound of metal clashing resonated as the zombie leader, not far off, was also impacted by the shockwave. However, the force did not lift him from the ground. Instead, a blue light emanated from his body, enabling him to withstand the blow. Yet, just as this thought crossed his mind, a more formidable threat loomed above him. Upon looking up, the zombie leader beheld a figure descending from the heavens. Wielding a blue energy sword, imbued with a unique energy signature, and crashing down with great force. Chapter 29. The Dull-Witted Zombie Leader Boom. An overwhelming wave of energy surged forth. At that moment, the massive zombie met Li Yang's energy sword with his fist. The sound of the explosion echoed, yet his fist bore no cracks, and the power of Li Yang's sword did not breach even the surface of his hide. Not a drop of blood was shed. The damage dealt was minimal. If anyone else were to witness this scene, they would surely fall silent, deeming Li Yang foolish for his reckless actions. Without supernatural powers, relying solely on the cutting force of the energy sword, how could one hope to wound a creature of the zombie leader's caliber? Yet, in that instant, Li Yang smiled, as the opponent struck. Li Yang's figure shifted swiftly, akin to a nimble monkey evading his fist, targeting the creature's throat with precision and driving the sword deeply into the flesh. Quick, so fast. At that moment, the zombie leader had yet to react. The blade pierced his throat, eliciting a fierce burning sensation as it tore through flesh, blood gushing forth. This provocation enraged the zombie leader. His fists clenched as a fiery red beam erupted from his mouth. With a swift retreat, Li Yang avoided the beam and the ensuing punches through a series of agile rolls. In his fury, the zombie leader seemed to enter a state of berserk rage, accelerating towards Li Yang in pursuit. He had not anticipated that this seemingly weak and unfamiliar human would discern his vulnerability. Unlike other zombies, whose weaknesses lay in the heart or head, where a single blow could render them immobile, this leader, having attained a modicum of intelligence, had altered his own weak points. The throat, for him, was the most defensible area and thus undetectable by others. Retaining vestiges of memories from his human existence, he had gleaned insights from various films and narratives, utilizing this knowledge to reposition his weaknesses. Boom. However, as he pursued, another explosion resounded. This time, the shockwave was not as potent as that of the psychic tank's projectile, yet it momentarily halted the zombie leader's onslaught, for one of his 10 zombie guardians had perished, severing their connection. The realization that a guardian possessing nearly 70% of his strength had fallen in such a short span filled him with disbelief. He turned slightly, spotting a graceful girl clad in form-fitting attire. Her long hair billowing as she wielded 2 high-explosive grenades and a submachine gun. She swiftly retreated. Unleashing a barrage of bullets upon the remaining zombie guardians, she ascended the hillside. While the zombie leader was still reeling from shock, Li Yang seized the opportunity to disengage from combat. He gave Wang Zhaojun a thumbs up. After all, the zombie leader was not akin to an ordinary human. His nascent intelligence lacked the agility of human reflexes, which accounted for the frequent pauses in his actions. Otherwise, being relentlessly pursued would have drained significant energy. Indeed, possessing omniscient capabilities proved advantageous. Reflecting on memories from his previous life, Etienne smiled subtly. He chose not to pursue the zombie leader further, nor recklessly charge in with his energy sword. Instead, he swiftly regrouped with Wang Zhaojun. Bang! Smoke grenades erupted, enveloping the area in a haze, causing them to vanish from the zombie leader's sight. At that moment, even if the zombie leader's mind were not particularly sharp, he understood that the two were utilizing the smoke to obscure their movements and strike at his guardians. He surmised that with 9 guardians joining forces with him, the two would not stand a chance. Thus, he resolved to employ assassination tactics. Yet, before 2 seconds had elapsed, a bomb detonated directly beneath him, the force of the explosion causing him to stagger momentarily. In that instant, he glimpsed a flash of blue light. The sound of flesh being pierced echoed as yet another zombie guardian's connection severed. "I found you." However, this revelation did not incite rage within the zombie leader. Rather, he swiftly moved, unleashing 3 fiery beams from his mouth and eyes towards a direction shrouded in smoke. Simultaneously, he appeared as if teleporting, materializing in an instant at the location of another zombie guardian. Whoosh! Coincidentally, This was also the next target for Li Yang and Wang Zhaojun. Boom. Anticipating their position, the zombie leader wasted no time, unleashing a torrent of fierce flames from his palms, crashing down upon the two with tremendous force. Clang! The two, caught off guard by the leader's preemptive strike, scrambled to evade, but their speed paled in comparison to that of the zombie leader. Boom! The overwhelming force slammed into them. Blood sprayed forth as their garments were scorched. Both figures were hurled backward. In that instant, the zombie leader, emboldened by his advantage, unleashed two more beams towards the two. Boom! 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 Yet, in that very moment, three colossal explosions reverberated simultaneously. A powerful explosion caused a profound disbelief to flicker in the eyes of the zombie leader, for he had been struck by a tank's energy shell. Simultaneously, his eyes were shattered by two immensely potent bullets. Even his feet were obliterated in an instant. In that fleeting moment, he collapsed to the ground, the heavy energy shell rendering everything below his waist into mere rubble. Compounded by the destruction of his legs, at that moment, there was scarcely anything intact below his waist. Countless bullets rained down upon him. He heard the unmistakable sounds of gunfire. Raising his gaze, he beheld 100 individuals, their expressions devoid of emotion, armed with submachine guns, firing relentlessly at his throat. 1 minute, past 2 minutes, 3 minutes. He could endure no longer. The force of the tank's energy shell had long since robbed him of the ability to move. Though his hands still managed to shield his neck, his chances of resurrection were dwindling. Yet now, that opportunity had evaporated. The speed of the firearms was overwhelming, and the second shell was already hurtling towards him. Not only he, but even his guards were afforded no chance. Boom! Another explosion obliterated his form, reducing him to mere flesh and blood. The shockwave ravaged the surface of the mining site, while the remaining zombie guards had already been annihilated under a relentless barrage of bullets and the joint assaults of Wang Zhaojun and others. Throughout the ordeal, Li Yang and his companions had never contemplated facing this boss in a one-on-one confrontation. They were merely waiting for Gao Su and the extraordinary beings to swiftly crush the 1,000 zombies before engaging in a collective onslaught. As for injuries, that was merely the ketchup Li Yang had prepared in advance. He was well aware that once the energy tank arrived, this boss would undoubtedly flee, much like the venomous lizard in the gaming world. Thus, he had to use himself as bait to coax this creature into a state of complacency, allowing for the timely arrival of the energy tank's support. After all, this zombie leader was not the sharpest tool in the shed. Was he? Chapter 30. Why not use it for oneself? The death of the zombie leader posed little difficulty for Li Yang. However, at that moment, the extraordinary beings were at a loss for words. They felt that this so-called zombie leader was even weaker than the level 7 boss encountered in the gaming world. That boss had at least managed to execute 2 attacks, yet this creature? It had been effortlessly dispatched by overwhelmingly powerful enchanted firearms. He found himself speechless, having yet to witness the full might of Lord Li Yang. As he pondered, the 100 armed civilians were brimming with excitement. This gun is truly formidable. Together, we have slain a boss-level monster. Indeed, we must strive even harder. This is an extraordinary benefit bestowed upon us by Lord Li Yang. We cannot squander it. I feel I must further refine my marksmanship. Although I spent some time in the military, I haven't handled a firearm in over a decade. Thanks to the powerful individuals by Lord S side, I have learned a bit of marksmanship from the extraordinary instructor. But today, during real combat, I managed to strike the same spot twice. How remarkable! This group communicated in clusters, their faces alight with exhilaration. They understood that, had it not been for Li Yang, they might still be wandering aimlessly in the apocalyptic world, uncertain of when they would be slain by the encroaching zombies. Thus, their hearts brimmed with gratitude for Li Yang. Enough chatter. The troops will now be divided into 2 teams, each consisting of 50 individuals. One team will disperse to collect the zombie cores. The other team will form squads of 5 to maintain vigilance. Should any zombies approach, they are to be eliminated immediately. Wasting no time, the extraordinary being swiftly organized the civilians to commence their tasks. Simultaneously, Li Yang and Wang Zhaojun arrived at the location of the mining core. There, the mining core floated in the air like a translucent blue gemstone, its gentle light reflecting beautifully upon their faces. It is stunning. Beauty alone is insufficient. We must unlock its true power. This core must be transported into the realm of the gods to maximize its potential, with memories from his previous life. Li Yang was acutely aware of certain realities in the world. Moreover, he knew that in his past life, countless individuals had studied the phenomenon that items obtained in the real world, once transferred into the gaming world, would be enhanced, thus unleashing even greater power. Various attributes could not be discerned in the real world. They could only be activated within the gaming realm. Hence, at this moment, Li Yang refrained from recklessly utilizing this object. Instead, he grasped it firmly, the jelly-like texture momentarily startling him, before he stowed it in his backpack. Gao Su, assemble the 1,000 individuals and prepare to blast the mining site. Excavating the metal ores, Li Yang issued the command. Then he and Wang Zhaojun retreated from the mining core center. Shortly thereafter, under Gao Su's leadership, 10 individuals swiftly gathered around him, sketching on the ground with stones. Before long, several individuals devised a plan. They then dispersed across the area, drilling at key positions to place explosives. Accompanied by thunderous booms, the previously cracked ground erupted, and due to the nearby cliffs, the design of the blast caused the surface debris to tumble down the precipice. Eliminating the need for cleanup, as smoke billowed and fragments flew. When the dust settled, a variety of stones, silver, purple, blue, and pale red, came into view. The iron ore was estimated to contain 70 iron. At that moment, Gao Su was left astounded. As a construction engineer, he was well acquainted with various materials. In fact, during his studies, he had personally researched ore composition and worked in mines to gain experience. However, upon analyzing the data reflecting a 70 iron content, he was genuinely astonished. It is important to note that in typical ore deposits, resources rarely exceeded 30 or 40 iron content, which was already remarkable. Yet this deposit boasted a staggering 70 iron content, surpassing common iron meteorites, an unimaginable discovery. This is undoubtedly a treasure, my lord. I can assure you that this mine is brimming with iron. Moreover, the surface value of this deposit is also significant. Rubies, sapphires, and even some amethysts are infused with magical properties. If refined and incorporated into constructions or weaponry, they can enhance enchantments. Gao Su was almost in tears from excitement. Upon hearing this, a faint smile crept upon Li Yang's lips. He was well aware, from his past life, that the apocalyptic changes in the real world had wrought extraordinary alterations to various geological layers. Previously ordinary mineral deposits could become truly formidable. However, this was contingent upon luck and the boundaries of fate. In his previous life, he had known that countries such as the United States, Ninja Nation, the Empire of the Rising Sun, and even those in Europe and beyond had no special metal mines. The truly valuable resources lay within smaller nations like Ice Shard Country, Tea Leaf Country, Little Three Kingdoms, and Tofu Country. Moreover, these unique minerals contained abundant resources. It was only during the mid-game phase that these real-world mineral deposits were discovered, indirectly triggering a global conflict as nations like the United States and the Empire of the Rising Sun sought to seize these resources. After all, the power contained in these resources, when applied to modern weaponry, was immensely potent. No one would wish to forfeit such an opportunity. Conversely, Long Nation was the luckiest, possessing these extraordinary deposits in regions like Chuan Capital, Sea Capital, Kyoto, and Long City, thus granting the nation a rapid development opportunity. Now, having unearthed this mine due to the foresight granted by his memories of his previous life, how could Li Yang publicly declare it or share it with others? Why not keep it for himself? Chapter 31. Lifting the stone and hitting one's own foot in the heart of Longshore, the mayor and his associates had already armed themselves and returned to the temporary military district. At this moment, the forces commanded by the mayor seamlessly merged into the military hierarchy of the district chief, who was the head of the military zone. After all, in a state of war, further division into separate factions would not only be cumbersome but also lead to numerous uncoordinated situations. Thus, after deliberation, they resolved to consolidate the mayor's power and that of the military zone into a single, more formidable military unit. However, both the district chief and the mayor bore expressions of profound astonishment. Just moments before their return, they had encountered a horde of zombies obstructing their path. In that critical moment, the district chief, without hesitation, brandished his submachine gun and engaged the undead. Yet, the instant the gunfire erupted, he was utterly astonished. He had anticipated that a full magazine would be required to eliminate the zombies. But astonishingly, with just a single shot, he clearly witnessed the first bullet strike the eye of one zombie, resulting in a thunderous explosion that obliterated its head into mere dust. Indeed, it was dust. The firepower of this submachine gun rivaled that of certain advanced sniper rifles in the modern arsenal, even surpassing the potency of explosives. Not only he, but also the soldiers carrying supplies and the mayor himself were rendered speechless by the revelation. Ultimately, as they returned to the combat zone to clear the battlefield, they opted to switch the submachine guns to semi-automatic mode, conserving every precious bullet. They found themselves in dire straits, far poorer than Liang. Every resource was a matter of utmost economy for them. Thus, upon their return, they could finally ponder the implications of Li Yang's weapon innovations. How could these firearms possess such immense power? If all submachine guns were endowed with such combat efficacy, merely 100 men could decimate thousands, even tens of thousands of zombies. Hearing this, the district chief nodded in agreement. When we enter the game world, we must first align ourselves as Li Yang's subordinate guild. After all, these resources are bestowed upon us by him. Now that we have a strategy, it is imperative to execute it. Indeed, and we can also initiate the rescue plan, they added. While in the game world, we must strive to capture some mineral resources. If we accumulate enough gold, we can fully activate the production lines for firearms and ammunition. With the professors on board, armed with this batch of weapons and bullets, we will swiftly devise the corresponding assembly lines. Absolutely. They communicated with excitement etched on their faces. At last, they would no longer feel paralyzed by the absence of modern weaponry. Let us set forth, distributing firearms as per our previous configurations to rescue civilians. Simultaneously, we shall implement wartime protocols, protecting the elderly and children, while ensuring that all able-bodied youth and adults, regardless of gender, enlist. Those who disobey. Here, the district chief suddenly recalled Yang City and some of Li Yang's actions. His expression darkening as he declared, "Those who disobey will face military justice." Understood. In that moment, the first counteroffensive army within Longshore sounded the charge. At that very moment, Li Yang was meticulously organizing all the tasks at hand, including the assessment of mineral resources. As for the affairs of the military district, he could hardly be bothered, as long as they did not create trouble for him and provided sufficient benefits. That was all that mattered. He had no time to deal with their chaotic matters. His only focus was to grow stronger, and ever stronger. For the next time he logged into the game world, having undergone the initial gaming experience, the players had begun to acclimate to the rhythm of that environment. Thus, an ominous crisis loomed on the horizon. Without sufficient strength, this dire threat could cause many to regress by 2 or even 3 levels, a price far too steep for most to bear. The novice phase was of utmost significance. As for Li Yang, he needed to secure ample benefits during this impending crisis. Memories of the final battle from his previous life haunted him, where powerful behind-the-scenes figures and formidable supernatural beings posed a terrifying threat. If he did not enhance his capabilities swiftly, he would inevitably encounter an even more dreadful apocalyptic disaster. Therefore, preparation was essential, a task Li Yang must undertake with urgency, especially concerning the awakening of supernatural abilities and the development of vaccines, both of which were of paramount importance. He was employing every conceivable means to augment his available leverage. Simultaneously, within the Western world, in the Empire of the Sun Never Sets, a makeshift laboratory had been established. On an examination table lay a corpse, its blood staining the floor and sheets black. A pungent stench pervaded the air, evoking the atmosphere of a slaughterhouse. The body on the table had lost all flesh and internal organs from the chest, leaving only a skeletal frame. On a nearby table, several large glass vessels contained a transparent liquid, within which a heart and various internal organs were submerged. How did the experiment fare? At that moment, 2 fully armed researchers stood before the table. One, slightly gaunt, had just posed the question while the female researcher beside him wore an expression of resignation. She shrugged. Still no success. Even with the initial zombie, the viral chains present in its bodily fluids, brainstem, and heart are alarmingly complex. We cannot extract any viable content or even synthesize a corresponding inhibitor to neutralize this mutation. The difficulty is insurmountable. The woman shook her head, continuing, "Moreover, there are not just 2 types of viruses involved. There are also critical DNA sequences we have yet to comprehend. Only by thoroughly analyzing these sequences can we develop an appropriate inhibitor." However, the complexity of these DNA sequences is overwhelming. At our current level of biological knowledge, it would take at least 50 years to achieve a comprehensive understanding. Upon hearing this, the man rubbed his head in frustration. 50 years was beyond his wildest expectations. As he pondered this, he suddenly felt a constricting sensation around his neck. The next moment, he realized that the female researcher's hand, clad in protective gear, had tightened around his throat, her eyes glowing with a sinister red light. A zombie? His mentor had mutated. Before his thoughts could fully form, his consciousness plunged into an abyss of darkness. Moments later, the zombie crisis erupted within the experimental facility. Chapter 32. The second log. In it is worth noting that all items acquired in the game world, whether strength, character cards, or even firearms, can be brought into reality. Moreover, those character cards, including the so-called vagrants, are aware of their circumstances. They understand that they are entities within the divine game world. However, this revelation does not surprise them. It appears that the developers of this so-called divine game had long anticipated such a scenario, ensuring that characters entering the real world would not feel out of place. In the core city of the Empire of the Sun never sets, alarms blared. News spread rapidly. After all, the Empire was no slouch. When zombies burst forth from the research facility, alarms were promptly triggered. Still, they had underestimated the actual power of these zombies, which were on an entirely different level compared to the lower-tier zombies of the game world. 100-person squad, armed with fire, stones, and wooden clubs, even employing explosives, failed to subdue the zombie transformed from the female doctor. Instead, their efforts only led to further infections. It took over 2 hours to manage the situation, resulting in 50 fatalities and nearly 300 infections before the crisis was contained. Upon final assessment, traces of several escaped zombies were discovered, indicating that they had likely infiltrated the populace. We must act swiftly to evacuate the civilians. Otherwise, the greater the number of infected, the more precarious our standing in the game world will become. This incident was ultimately my oversight, and I apologize to your majesty. A figure resembling a steward stood beside a middle-aged woman, his tone earnest, imbued with a profound sense of remorse. This sentiment emanated from the depths of his heart, devoid of any semblance of pretense. You have performed admirably, despite the severed communications and the failure of conventional weaponry. You managed to contain the situation within just 2 hours to such an extent that is commendable. The Queen of the Sunless Empire did not cast blame upon the steward but, with a grave countenance, instructed, dispatch a few individuals to notify the surviving tribes of the Sunless Empire, urging them to exercise caution against the zombies. According to your records, it appears that the female doctor has undergone more than 2 experiments, and even engaged in some unusual trials. Such occurrences could lead to her complete infection or even mutation. If she were to serve as a vector, transmitting the infection to others, those individuals would undoubtedly differ significantly from ordinary zombies. Possessing considerable power at present, we cannot confront them directly. Notify the Deadpool members to proceed. For now, our only recourse is to wait until these days pass, until the next login to the game. Upon uttering these words, even the steward appeared somewhat helpless. The game world settings and the potential to extract items from it were utterly astonishing. Moreover, based on the experiences of the Dragon Kingdom player, Li Yong, it was imperative to swiftly advance the era to modern technology, acquiring true firearms to contend with the zombies and their hordes effectively. Certain matters required urgent arrangement. Your Majesty, I shall ensure everything is in order. We will dedicate ourselves to finding the genetic vaccine. If we can restore your youth, or even grant you special abilities, you will regain the splendor of your youth. The Queen of the Sunless Empire dismissed the steward with a wave of her hand, unperturbed by his flattery. Once the sounds of footsteps and the closing door faded, the Queen of the Sunless Federal Empire, seated upon the sofa, suddenly revealed a glimmer of crimson light in her eyes. In an instant, her visage transformed, resembling that of a black cat. However, just as quickly, this feline form reverted to her human appearance. She licked her lips and let out a chilling laugh. Not only the Sunless Federal Empire but also the Ninja Nation, the Land of Asan, the Minor Nations, the United States, the European factions, the Philippines, and even the ancient Greek Federal Empire were all engaged in various forms of zombie research. Yet, without exception, all researchers, professors, and experts involved in this development plan had succumbed to infection and transformed into zombies. In a single moment, The combined loss across multiple nations reached an astounding 50,000 individuals. While the death of 50,000 in a major disaster might only result in fluctuations in livelihood and economy, and even the so-called superpowers might not pay particular heed to such losses, this time, those 50,000 represented the elite of each nation. Their demise rendered many more cautious. Simultaneously, like the sunless federal empire, they envisioned Liang's Yang City, a modernized metropolis. They understood that only by emulating Liang could they swiftly advance from the primitive, stone, and iron ages to the electric age, at the very least. They needed to reach the steam age. Possessing some modern firearms would alleviate many troubles. At that moment, in the Dragon Kingdom, Long Province, Long City, within a nearby mining area, vast pits had already been excavated. Currently, due to the lack of a rapid mineral separation production line, these resources could only be processed on-site, presenting a minor inconvenience. Nevertheless, the presence of vehicles marked a significant improvement, though they were merely the first generation of freight trucks. They were developed based on the combined expertise of Tony Stark and Peter Parker, boasting exceptional practicality and functionality. Consequently, these vehicles played a pivotal role at this time. After being transported into Yang City, the first batch of minerals was processed by migrant workers, who utilized primitive methods in furnaces and separation pools to extract the initial quantities of iron ore, watermarks, gold, silver, copper, aluminum, and various other metallic resources. Fortunately, the reserves of these resources were substantial, leading everyone to unanimously agree that utilizing the first batch of resources to establish a vehicle production line was the most cost-effective operation. Once the supply of vehicles reached thousands, the transportation of goods would become a trivial matter. As time slipped away, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, leaving less than 5 minutes remaining. Countless individuals gazed at the countdown, suspended in the void, halting their work and waiting with mixed emotions for the game login. A new round of the game was about to commence. Some were exhilarated, others wept, while many maintained a solemn silence. Yet, as the final moment, marked by 00000, arrived, a blue wristband materialized on each person's wrist. The wristband secured itself in place, accompanied by a melodious notification that resonated. This is the game access device from now on. You may log into the game using this device. As the sound faded, blue light shimmered on their wrists, gradually enveloping each individual. In the next instant, whoosh, everyone vanished from the real world. The second login had commenced. Chapter 33, Major Game Update, Liang's thoughts whoosh. The light flickered as the group returned to the game world. This time, upon opening their eyes in the game, players did not encounter the character selection and attribute modification interface as during their initial login, but instead directly entered the game at the very moment they had departed. At that moment, leaves hung motionless in the air, and the waters of the river stood still. Even the myriad creatures, zombies, and mutated beasts that had been in motion suddenly froze, as if time itself had paused. 3 seconds after the players made this realization, crack, it was as though someone had pressed the play button, and the entire game sprang to life. Dark clouds churned ominously, the gray skies illuminated by flashes of blue lightning. The roars of zombies and mutated beasts echoed in a cacophony, and at that moment, the players observed that all surrounding creatures seemed to come back to life, an astonishing spectacle. How wondrous! I feel as though I have stepped into a cinematic universe, where time outside has been resumed, and everything continues to unfold. Your description is quite fitting. The scene earlier almost led me to believe the game had frozen. Logically, upon entering the game normally, time should continue to flow. Right? I have no idea what this game is up to, but now that it has restarted, we must press on. This time, I intend to expedite the development of the electric age. Is anyone willing to join me? I have a background in physics, and we need to create some primitive electrodes and power sources, whether through coal-fired electricity or manually cranked generators. As for generators, while I possess the schematic and operational principles in my mind, we currently lack the necessary materials for construction. Therefore, we should focus on alternative methods to transition to the electric age. I believe that once the era upgrades, the game world will grant us rewards. Indeed, I share the same thoughts. Thus, let us set aside other concerns and prioritize advancing to the electric age. Countless individuals engaged in discussions within the World Channel and Guild Channel, each formulating their plans and strategies. Compared to their initial login, they were now far more familiar with the current situation, allowing for a greater sense of preparedness. However, just as discussions unfolded in the World Channel, An unexpected world announcement flashed across the screen. World announcement: the Gods Game update complete. The update includes the following points. 1. The Gods Game will alter the login method and timing. The new login time is set for 9 a.m. daily, according to Dragon Kingdom time. While the return to the real world will occur at 6 p.m., the login and logout processes are mandatory. The Gods Game will forcibly log all players in and out using the wristbands on your arms. 2. The time flow within the game will now synchronize with that of the real world. Presently, it is 8 a.m. according to Dragon Kingdom time. Therefore, you will remain in the game world for an entire day. At 6 p.m. today, you will log out punctually. Simultaneously, due to the myriad of bugs that have been rectified within the realm of the divine game, the flow of time within the gaming universe will now align with that of the real world. Upon your initial entry into the game, time was paused, awaiting your return. However, this time, the game clock shall remain in motion. For instance, if you enter the game tomorrow at 9 in the morning, upon your exit this evening, the game will not pause but will continue to operate seamlessly. Consequently, the game world under the cloak of night, devoid of player guidance, becomes exceedingly perilous. Thus, it is imperative for every player to focus on nurturing their cities and cultivating a robust military force to safely endure the night. Furthermore, within the game world, night login vouchers will randomly refresh in certain locations. These vouchers are categorized into 2-hour, 3-hour, 5-hour, 9-hour, and 24-hour durations. The 24-hour login voucher, as its name suggests, allows players to remain within the game world for a full day. A newly established reward mechanism and enhanced game data are now in place. For further details, please refer to the Novice Assistance section. Multiple known bugs have been addressed, improving the game's fluidity, and a natural weather system has been integrated. A cacophony of sounds and text now hovers before every player's eyes and ears, causing many expressions to shift tumultuously. Upon entry, the game has undergone an update. Moreover, this update has elucidated the reasons behind the pause experienced during today's login. This was a deliberate decision by the game developers. Notably, the game now mandates a 9-hour daily login, a revelation that has caught many players by surprise. Consequently, the dangers lurking in the game world during the night have escalated, along with the potential for numerous complications. In summary, I perceive this update as offering little benefit. Restrictions have been imposed on both logging in and out of the game, leading one to imagine the grave dangers that await during the night. Now, with the introduction of night login vouchers, players possessing such privileges will undoubtedly progress at an accelerated rate. Henceforth, the journey ahead will see guilds diverging in strategy. One faction will scour for zombies, mutated beasts, and other monsters to slay, thereby enhancing their strength, while the other will evidently seek out various night login vouchers. Everyone is eager to seize the initiative, particularly with Li Yong maintaining a significant lead. If one does not strive diligently now, it may very well render Li Yong an insurmountable obstacle. Indeed, at this moment, the leaders, strategists, and heads of various guilds are engrossed in discussions regarding the implications of this game update. As for the fifth point concerning known bug fixes, that is merely a redundant statement from multiple game update versions, unworthy of further attention. The true considerations lie within the first 4 points and the resultant shifts in the battlefield dynamics. Dragon Country, Yang City. Presently, Yang City is awash with heaps of materials, stacked like mountains, amounting to several tons, thanks to the diligent efforts of 1,000 refugees and the swift deployment of vehicles. However, at this juncture, Li Yong has refrained from interfering with the mineral operations, trusting such specialized tasks to those adept in their fields. Instead, he toys with a mineral core he has brought from the real world. A smile gracing his lips. Is it possible that the game has updated upon my second entry? It appears that, as a reborn individual, I have also altered certain plans within the game. Chapter 34. Preparations before the catastrophe. Before Li Yong lies a series of progress bars. Tank production line. 100 completion, currently producing tanks. With an estimated output of 1 tank every 10 hours, production can be accelerated using speed vouchers. Vegetable greenhouse. 100 completion, with 200 units finished, enhancing vegetable yield. The application of super fertilizer has reduced crop maturation time by 30. Super fertilizers and special fertilizers can be used to accelerate maturation. Ranch. 100 completion. Truck production line. 100 completion. Submachine gun production line. 100 completion. At this moment, 90% of the progress bars have reached full completion. Although the game's progress is halted, The materials can still be translated into the real world. Li Yang has simply utilized 1,000 refugees for mining and transporting minerals into Yang City, while the remaining refugees have continued to enhance various infrastructure within the 3 days of returning to reality. Thus, such high completion rates are entirely reasonable. Moreover, according to Wang Xiaojuan's report, there are currently 8 energy tanks, not including the one traded to Director Long. The submachine guns have reached a staggering 2,000 units, and the ammunition stock has soared to an astounding 1 million rounds. Indeed, the current reserve of ammunition stands at a full 1 million rounds. While this may seem insignificant in the context of a large-scale battle, having such a resource at this early stage of the game, when materials are still being sought, is quite substantial. Naturally, this achievement is attributable to Li Yang's memories from his previous life. Without unearthing such a wealth of minerals, amassing 1 million rounds of ammunition would be akin to chasing a mirage. Furthermore, the gold and game points he currently possesses serve special functions, as he has not directly purchased these bullets. Otherwise, the reserves would be even greater. Contemplating this, a smile graces Li Yang's lips. Lord of the city, how shall we advance in today's game world? Wang Xiaojun inquired, pausing momentarily before continuing. We have received new refugees. Currently, there are a total of 20,000. Infrastructure operations are accelerating, and we anticipate the construction of a residential area capable of accommodating 2,000 people before the game concludes today. This should pose no issue. Additionally, in the laboratory, Tony Stark and Peter Parker have provided holographic projection computers and the code and schematics for the AI, J.A, V.I.S. We are in the process of having workers fabricate the hardware. Tony Stark will supply chips and core server content, along with various core codes. Upon hearing this, Li Yang nodded. J.A.V.I.S. The AI from Iron Man possesses a remarkably clear memory. The presence of AI management within the city will certainly streamline operations. He is, however, aware of Tony Stark's intentions. Having aligned with him, Stark is bound to unveil all his hidden assets. After all, how else could his envisioned peaceful city come to fruition? Yet, in Li Yang's eyes, such a so-called peaceful city is destined to remain a mere fantasy. In the future, Yang City may indeed become formidable, but beyond its borders, the battles will not cease. Notification. Just as Li Yang was about to outline his plans for the day, a melodious alert sounded, refreshing the screen before him. Congratulations! You have initiated the Artificial Intelligence Project side quest. Once your AI is officially operational, you will receive a reward of 50,000 gold coins and 1,000 points. Congratulations! Your vaccine research progress has reached 30. Upon the first phase reaching 70, you will receive a reward of 100,000 gold coins and 10,000 points. Congratulations! The number of refugees in your city has reached level 2. Officially unlocking level 2 city privileges. Due to your societal civilization progress being at modern society, you are awarded a special tool, an enchanted shoulder launch grenade launcher 1, along with schematics for a grenade production line, including 10 rounds of ammunition. Additionally, you are rewarded with recipes for 30 types of food and beverages, including Lao Gan Ma chili sauce, Shenlong spicy strips, and fatty happy water. Li Yang was momentarily taken aback by this news. Have I stumbled upon a new side quest? No, this must be a hidden quest of this life. Li Yang is no stranger to the concept of hidden quests. In his previous life, he completed over 100 such tasks through various actions. Thus, he fully comprehends the immense value hidden quests can yield. Now, with the rewards of artificial intelligence and vaccine projects, it dawns on him that there were indeed aspects of his past life that were concealed from him. For instance, the AI, which he failed to establish, was instead developed by one of his close associates, who withheld this special reward from him. Even in the grand battle of his previous life, his demise was significantly tied to that same ally. Therefore, Li Yang's gaze flickers with intrigue. The forthcoming events may prove even more engaging. Prepare for battle. I sense something unusual in the air. The recent world announcement spoke of a game update, yet each update inevitably accompanies a strengthening of the game world. Zombies may emerge even more powerful than before, and perhaps we will face a terrifying zombie horde this time. Thus, we need not venture beyond the city. We shall remain by the newly constructed walls, awaiting the impending crisis. Very well. Upon hearing these words, Wang Xiaojun nodded, displaying no hesitation as she proceeded to take action. This time, she did not summon anyone, choosing instead to stand guard alone atop the city wall. After all, Wang Xiaojun was acutely aware that the words of Lord Li were, To countless refugees in Gaosu, nothing short of fantastical. How soon could a zombie tide possibly emerge? Anyone would deem it improbable. Moreover, the terrain here was slightly elevated, perfectly situated on a plain that served as a crucial passage, making it a defensible position that was challenging to assault, even if danger were to arise. There was no need for such alarm, was there? Wang Xiaojun understood that many would share this sentiment, which is why she refrained from notifying anyone and took it upon herself to remain vigilant. At present, the surveillance systems had yet to be produced. Otherwise, she would not have needed to act in this manner. Observing Wang Xiaojun's actions, Li Yang was momentarily taken aback, then comprehended her intentions. This young woman was indeed a top-notch secretary. Adept at reading the hearts of others, with the memories of his previous life, Li Yang was well aware that the zombie tide would soon arrive. However, he chose to remain silent, casting a glance at Wang Xiaojun atop the city wall. He then retrieved the mineral core he had acquired in the real world. Before long, the attributes panel of the mineral core materialized before him. Chapter 35. The Onset of Catastrophe. Item Name. Coal Mine Crystal Core. Item Description. A crystallized mineral born from a mine of 100 billion tons. Containing exceptionally potent energy. When consumed, it randomly activates a terrifying ability. Ability Description. The awakened ability is a random product, unselectable by humans, yet in the game, the stronger the individual, the more formidable the awakened ability. Indeed, it was as he had anticipated. Gazing at the descriptions of these two attributes, a slow smile crept across Li Yang's lips. What he valued most was this so-called special awakening ability, in the context of the game. Consuming this item should enable him to awaken a profoundly powerful ability. Such capabilities existed solely within the game world. A pattern Li Yang had discerned after witnessing countless individuals awaken their powers in his previous life. In this current existence, no one possessed the innate advantages that Li Yang did. With these thoughts in mind, Li Yang wasted no time. He grasped the shimmering blue mineral core and swallowed it whole. In an instant, a brilliant blue light enveloped him like a cocoon, completely encasing Li Yang. At that moment, the massive nuclear reactor within Yang City, which had hitherto been remarkably stable, began to exhibit signs of turmoil. What was happening? The power output of the nuclear reactor surged. Quickly, stabilize the current, little spider, handle this matter, guide the energy towards the electronics factory, and activate additional production lines. Store the excess power using the latest energy storage technology to create magnetic storm bombs. Hurry, hurry, hurry. In the laboratory, Tony Stark, who was researching a vaccine, was momentarily stunned by this scene. As someone who was adept at handling nuclear reactors, it would not be an exaggeration to say he was the pioneer in their operation. However, under these conditions, the chaotic energy emanating from the reactor took him by surprise. It was crucial to understand that if the voltage became unstable and was not managed properly, the colossal super-nuclear reactor could potentially explode. If such an explosion were to occur, Yang City might be utterly obliterated. The magnitude of nuclear energy released would rival that of several super-nuclear bombs. In that moment, Iron Man ceased his vaccine research, delegating the task to his assistants and research team. While he retrieved his energy-depleted iron suit, he swiftly left the laboratory and approached Little Spider, tossing the drained nuclear reactor to him. Recharge this. I need my part, and you need yours fully charged. The overwhelming influx of electricity presents us with an opportunity. You must stabilize the energy here to prevent an explosion while I investigate what is happening with Lordly. Understood. On the city wall, sensing the unique energy fluctuations emanating from the blue cocoon, Wang Xiaojun maintained an uncharacteristically calm demeanor. Even when Tony Stark arrived, she displayed no hint of shock. What on earth was happening with Lordly? Do not panic. Lordly is undergoing an upgrade. He has consumed the mineral core and is awakening his powers. However, I did not anticipate that the commotion from his awakening could influence the nuclear reactor. Could it be that the ability he is awakening is related to electricity? Upon hearing this, Tony's eyes widened in disbelief. He is actively awakening his powers. This is exceedingly dangerous. Did you not inform Lordly? Why should I? We need only place our faith in him. Besides, he is not like us. He possesses immense confidence and many secrets. He will undoubtedly awaken. Will he not? Tony, observing Wang Xiaojun's steady composure, felt an urge to explode. He was at a loss for words. You stay here and keep an eye on Lordly. I will devise a solution. With that, Tony returned to the laboratory, poring over ancient documents. At this moment, Li Yang was wholly engaged in evolution, enhancing and solidifying his experience. Simultaneously, on a small island within an inland lake in the ninja country, a young man and woman with yellow hair sat atop a makeshift bamboo raft, searching for something in the water with wooden sticks. How strange! That stone of mine certainly flickered for a long time as it approached this area. I am certain the treasure lies within this lake. Yet, despite our prolonged search, why can we not find it? The boy wore an expression of confusion, halting his efforts. The girl looked at him, contemplated for a moment, then suggested, "Why don't we try another location? I believe we should not stray too far from the guild, especially since we are at a critical juncture in the development of electrical power. Once the guild harnesses electricity, our personal marketplace will evolve from a primitive society into one of the electrical era. Would it not be better to purchase firearms with gold coins then? Perhaps we should abandon this stone if we cannot find the corresponding treasure." However, before the girl could finish her sentence, the stone in the boy's hand began to emit a yellow glow once more, flashing even more rapidly and menacingly than before. It resembled a peculiar alarm signaling an impending danger. This might not be a treasure after all. Perhaps it is a warning device. We must leave, quickly. Without a moment's hesitation, the pair swiftly maneuvered their paddles to turn the raft toward the shore. Feeling their progress was insufficient, they discarded their paddles. Diving into the lake and swimming with all their might toward the land, as they frantically swam, tendrils of black mist began to ripple from the lake's depths, accompanied by a rumbling thunder that echoed ominously through the water. At that moment, a tentacle burst forth from the lake, striking like lightning and piercing through the boy's back before emerging from his chest. The boy's agonizing scream mingled with the girl's terrified shriek. In that instant, she swam with renewed urgency. Meanwhile, the boy, impaled by the tentacle, found his blood and flesh consumed within mere seconds, leaving behind nothing but a lifeless husk of skin and bones. With a gasp, the girl, drenched, finally reached the shore, only to witness the horrific fate that had befallen the boy before her eyes. In that moment, she saw several tentacles emerging through the water's surface, slowly coiling toward her. "Don't, no, no, ah." At that moment, the screams echoed like desperate final cries. Catastrophe had descended. Chapter 36. A collective annihilation. In that instant, the world announcement erupted. World announcement. The first zombie tide has erupted. All players are advised to fortify their defenses within their cities and refrain from venturing outside. The zombie tide offers many benefits, yet it possesses formidable power. All players must exercise caution. World announcement. The first zombie tide has erupted. World announcement. The first zombie tide has erupted. The announcement swept across the realm, causing countless faces to blanch in an instant. A zombie tide? Just as the game launched, it delivers such explosive news. My city is merely a small village encircled by a fence, inhabited by only a handful of families. If this continues, will my city not be utterly annihilated? Indeed, I find myself in a somewhat better position, at a level 3, with over 20 households. Yet, these are primarily the elderly, women, and children. The robust, able-bodied immigrants barely number 10. How am I to endure this? This game is exceedingly cruel. On my second login, I am met with such a horrific calamity, akin to a hellish difficulty. Enough already. Quickly, we must return to defense. If all the immigrants perish, our city's favorability will plummet to 0, effectively requiring us to rebuild from scratch. In the World Channel, countless players erupted in chaos. Many, after venting their frustrations, recklessly purchased short-distance teleportation tokens, transporting themselves back to their own towns. Initially, many had diverse plans, anticipating game updates that would grant them greater resources and even the opportunity to harness electricity for accelerated development. However, the situation has turned dire. The announcement of a zombie tide has disrupted many plans. At this very moment, within the realm of the game in the Cosmic Nation, an ordinary player, brandishing a spear, beams with joy as he clutches a box of nutritious yogurt, a reward for vanquishing zombies. Without hesitation, he hastens back to his village, comprised of 15 households, constructed from thatch and mud. Meanwhile, a woman instructs the other women on how to defend against zombies and employ various techniques of resistance. The men toil relentlessly to craft bows, spears, and even iron swords. The though the scarcity of iron means they have only managed to forge 2 swords, leaving the women disheartened. If only their guild had more members. They could mine more swiftly and even apply some modern theories to create a genuine generator. As he ponders this, the man returns with the yogurt.my dear. Look, yet, before he can finish, darkness envelopes the air. A light rain begins to fall, and ominous thunder rumbles. The ground trembles as countless growls emerge from behind them. Instinctively, they turn. They have yet to embrace or converse when they behold a swarm of zombies. A dense mass rushing towards them. At that moment, the world announcement echoes in their minds. No, no. Their faces pale with terror. Their voices tremble. In an instant, the overwhelming horde of zombies engulfs them, and within the blink of an eye, they are reduced to nothingness. Even the small guild established by the couple faces total annihilation in an instant. Such a terrifying zombie tide is beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals to withstand. Incidents akin to that of the Ninja Nation unfold throughout the game world, as no one could have anticipated the sheer ferocity of this zombie tide. Even more astonishing is that the lowest tier zombies in this horde are rated level 4. With level 5 zombies not even classified as bosses, the truly gargantuan zombies stand at a towering 2 meters, exhibiting horrifying speed. In scattered small towns, players find themselves unable to resist, falling back to the fountain of life. Player deaths, 50,000, 30-second data. Player deaths, 200, 000. Player deaths, 300,000, 1-minute data. In just 1 minute, 30,000 players perished across the game world, returning to the fountain of life. This rapid surge in fatalities sent shockwaves through the players in the game world channel. How terrifying is this so-called zombie tide? Boom! Smoke billows and mist rises. This moment, a series of explosions reverberate across the ground. On the other side of the Ninja Nation, a fortress guarded by a guild known as the God of Choming Mountain houses over 100 families, even boasting a small production base. Although in a primitive state, this city was the first to produce gunpowder. Indeed, gunpowder boom. With the explosion, several ordinary zombies were instantly reduced to dust. Curse these zombies. There are too many of them. God of Choming Mountain, what shall we do? We're running low on explosives. A young member, veins bulging on his forehead, stands atop the earthen walls, gazing at the relentless tide of zombies, devoid of time to even feel fear. Upon hearing this, the guild leader, known as God of Choming Mountain, beads of sweat forming on his brow, realizes the situation is far more bizarre than he had anticipated. This is not at all like the holographic games they used to play. Keep throwing. Everyone, men, women, and children, regardless of age, must contribute to the production of gunpowder. We must act quickly. Only by doing so can we hope to withstand the zombie tide. As he speaks, however, his expression turns blank. At that moment, a massive 2-meter-tall zombie leaps into view. The next instant, the player known as God of Choming Mountain is plunged into darkness, returning to the fountain of life. The others, witnessing this scene, are rendered speechless. We haven't even dealt with a few zombies, and our leader is already gone? How powerful is this 2-meter-tall zombie? Before they can fully comprehend the gravity of the situation, various zombies unleash their unique abilities, swiftly breaching their defenses. Annihilation strikes once more. Chapter 37. Masterful Coordination. Li Yang's awakening the number of players returning to the Fountain of Life continues to climb. In the game world, information travels swiftly. Coupled with the special announcements in the World Channel, every guild's annihilation, every city's downfall is broadcast instantly. This incessant stream of news has driven countless remaining players to the brink of madness. The zombie tide instills sheer terror. Some players voice sentiments that resonate deeply with many others. This so-called apocalypse of zombies feels like the onset of hell mode. Under such a terrifying assault without firearms, how can one hope to survive? Alas, I must retreat my strength. No, I need to leave the fountain quickly and hide, hoping to slay a few isolated zombies for some rewards. With so many zombies, surely there must be some low-tier and solitary ones. Perhaps we have misjudged the situation. What does it matter if the city falls? As long as we remain alive, we can rebuild at any time. We were misled by the game's announcements. We should not have clung so desperately to our positions. Indeed, our lives take precedence. We must hide. Perhaps we will gain even more from this experience. Enough talk? I must first revive. After experiencing death, some players swiftly formulate new strategies. However, they do not share these thoughts in the World Channel, but rather in their guild channels. Everyone is aware that in the early stages of the game, all are enemies, and guilds are no exception. Why would they share information? Thus, some players prepare to revive and initiate their plans. The evolution of human nature is quietly unfolding within the game, at the same time. Outside the boundaries of Yang City, a throng of zombies has already gathered. Yet here, the continuous sounds of explosions have begun to resonate. The latest produced psychic tanks are deployed, and with each bombardment, zombies are swiftly reduced to dust, showering the ground with gold and experience points. The air is thick with the scent of blood, rat-a-tat-tat, boom, 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 bayou, bayou. The sounds of submachine guns, tanks, handguns, and even sniper rifles echo in unison. The densely packed zombies can barely approach the walls of Yang City, all perishing outside its gates. The might of enchanted weapons is sufficient to keep even the likes of Wang Zhaojun and other extraordinary beings at bay. At this very moment, Gao Su stood to the side, directing the others to fire incessantly. He glanced at the extraordinary instructor beside him and the female secretary Wang Zhaojun, letting out a resigned sigh. Without artillery, mortars, laser cannons, or ray weapons, the situation was unnecessarily complicated. He reminisced about the modern firearms and towering mechs they had studied at Nanxiang Technology Institute. Once Yang City developed to that stage, they would traverse the entire realm of the gods with ease. Listening to Gao Su's words, the extraordinary instructor remained silent, maintaining a poised stance. Bang! A muffled sound erupted as a sniper bullet erupted from his weapon, brutally blasting the head of a level 6 zombie that had just leapt from a distance, attempting to breach the city walls. Brain matter and dark blood splattered the ground, releasing a foul odor. First, eliminate the enemies. Aspirations for the future could wait. Their current ease was thanks to Lord Li's foundational work. Without Lord Li's nuclear reactor or the various mechanical blueprints he provided, would they have the luxury of time to ponder? Acknowledging this truth, Architect Gao Su nodded. All right then, let us heed the instructor's advice and prioritize exterminating the foes. The sound of a submachine gun echoed as bullets poured forth from his weapon, sending zombies toppling in droves. Yet, outside the city walls, a relentless tide of zombies surged from all directions, as if they could never be vanquished. Since the onset of this zombie wave, they had been fighting for over 10 minutes. Having already changed barrels thrice, though ammunition was plentiful, the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. As for the psychic tanks, while they could unleash devastating explosions, their shells were also limited in number. To date, they had only produced over 1,000 shells. They felt uncertain, unsure if they could withstand this terrifying horde. Do not fret. We are not alone. At that moment, Iron Man approached, holding a small, compact sphere, the miniature nuclear reactor of his armored suit. Now brimming with energy, Spider-Man and I have stabilized the voltage fluctuations caused by Lord Li's upgrades. No unexpected incidents will occur. Now, watch us. Crack, with a crisp sound, as Tony Stark finished speaking, his armored suit manifested around him. Without hesitation, he embedded the miniature reactor directly into his energy core. Buzz! In an instant, gas surged, and he soared into the air. With a sweeping motion of his palm, a colossal energy beam erupted from his hand, instantly obliterating over 30 zombies. This beam sliced through the horde like a laser, shocking Gao Su into wide-eyed astonishment. I'm joining in. Nearby, Spider-Man equipped his nanosuit in a flash, swinging through the zombie army with his webbing. He maneuvered like a fisherman suspended over a cliff, creating a network of webs that ensnared over 20 zombies. With a surge of his web, those zombies were transformed into a bound ball. Seconds later, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In under a minute, with Spider-Man's web-slinging efforts, he had amassed over 1,000 zombies into a towering heap of tangled webs. Initiate explosion. Spider-Man's voice rang out as the psychic tank roared to life. Terrifying blue light enveloped the area as an immense force coalesced into a unique blue beam, launched from the tank's barrel, striking the mound of low-level zombies with precision. Boom! The shockwave surged, and the explosion roiled. In an instant, the zombies were reduced to a rain of gore. With Spider-Man's assistance, a single shell obliterated 1,000 zombies, far more efficient than blind bombardment. Just then, not far away, the massive cocoon formed by Liang shattered with a crack. Chapter 38. Terrifying weapons, annihilating zombies. The blue light flickered, and the colossal blue cocoon, resembling a dense spider web, appeared riddled with cracks. Crack, with a crisp sound. The entire cocoon exploded into fragments. Simultaneously, a melodious notification echoed in Li Yang's mind. Congratulations! You have successfully awakened your extraordinary abilities. Congratulations! You have awakened the special ability of control. This ability allows you to command zombies, control beasts, and even harness the energy of nuclear power plants and reactors. Under your control, you can absorb special energy to empower your combat. As the delightful notification resonated, a data panel materialized before Li Yang, displaying his control ability, currently at a mere level 1. Its initial form, with the enhancement of his strength, this so-called control ability could continuously strengthen. For Li Yang, this was an unprecedented boon in his previous life. He had learned of a formidable player named Shi Erwin, who, upon reaching level 59, unexpectedly acquired a powerful mineral vein. He obtained a core from this vein, and being the strongest player in the game world at the time, he awakened this so-called control ability under unimaginable circumstances. Back then, he was an unstoppable force, slaying gods and demons alike. Due to his immense power and the vaccine against zombies, he effortlessly commanded tens of thousands of zombies, creating a zombie tribe to fight against other zombies, saving humanity countless combat resources. Yet ultimately, Shi Erwin became arrogant, neglecting humanity and even attempting to declare himself king, seeking to monopolize all resources. In the end, he was obliterated by a coalition of Iron Man, Spider-Man, Flash, and 99 other elite humans, who unleashed 99 devastating nuclear bombs to bring him down. Severely injured, he found himself no match for humanity in the real world. And even with his control ability, he could only mimic the essence of zombies to blend in. However, due to certain human traits, he was ultimately recognized and met his demise. Abilities vary in strength. Each type has its classification and unique attributes, yielding different effects. In such a context, the strength of an ability is not merely a matter of classification. When one's power reaches a certain threshold, ice abilities can unleash frigid storms, flames can ignite endless infernos, and even illusion-based abilities can kill silently, allowing one to perish in their dreams. The potency of an ability ultimately hinges on the wielder's skill. Li Yang had pondered over Shi Erwin's downfall. His arrogance led him to underestimate humanity and overestimate the strength bestowed upon him by the zombie and mutated beast hordes, relying solely on sheer numbers without employing tactical finesse. His arrogance alienated many, leading to his ultimate defeat. Reflecting on this, Li Yang let out a sigh, shaking his head. Had that fellow not become inflated with pride, perhaps the battles of his previous life would have unfolded quite differently. He shook his head and quickly made his way to the city walls. The zombie tide was approaching rapidly. How was the casualty situation within the city? Upon seeing Li Yang awaken, Wang Zhaojun also breathed a sigh of relief. During the battle, she had been directing the refugees and extraordinary individuals against the zombies, yet her true concerns had been for Li Yang. Earlier, she had expressed unwavering confidence in him, but the energy from the mineral core was formidable, naturally causing her some worry. Now, seeing Li Yang unharmed, she smiled and reported, "There have been no casualties within the city. The structure has transformed into a wartime setup, with the elderly and children being protected. The young and able-bodied are hastily producing military goods. Additionally, Lord, we have developed a new type of enchanted lightsaber. Previous lightsabers, akin to those purchased in the game store, could only function as laser swords. However, our city's latest output can integrate with the wielder's strength, unleashing far greater power. Currently, with few samples of extraordinary abilities, we have conducted theoretical projections. If we can incorporate the abilities from the zombies into the lightsabers, the blades will possess elemental attributes such as fire and ice. This means we now have enchanted lightsabers, paving the way for us to create a formidable melee unit of extraordinary soldiers." Upon hearing this, Li Yang smiled. With Wang Zhaojun present, he found himself considerably relieved. "Let us proceed with this plan. Provide me with the latest lightsaber. I shall test the potency of the weapons you have crafted." "Certainly." Wang Zhaojun nodded and swiftly produced a blue lightsaber from behind her, tossing it to Li Yang. "Extraordinary beings, let us unite." As the chaos of battle erupted, shells continued to rain down upon the zombies from the city walls, relentlessly bombarding them one after another. Meanwhile, the diminutive spider had been valiantly hauling supplies on the battlefield for nearly 10 minutes. Even with his current physique, this duration of labor, assisting the tank assaults against thousands of adversaries, began to wear him down. At that moment, he noticed the city lord, Li Yong, awakening, and a wave of excitement surged within him. City lord, now! With a sudden burst of energy, he raised his hand, ensnaring two towering, 2-meter-tall 6th-level zombies with his web, propelling them towards Li Yong. Without uttering a word, Li Yong raised his hand, channeling a unique energy from his palm into the lightsaber. In the next instant, whoosh, with a swift motion of his wrist, he unleashed a fierce arc of sword light. To the horror of countless onlookers, they witnessed a colossal blue blade of light, measuring a full 10 meters, slice through the two zombies with the precision of a cleaver through flesh. Crack! The two 6th-level zombies, unable to even exhale their extraordinary abilities, were instantly reduced to a shower of shredded meat beneath the might of that formidable sword light. Boom! In the aftermath of the explosion, an array of gold coins and equipment scattered across the ground. Yet the blade's ferocity did not wane. It continued to strike powerfully against the earth below. In an instant, that gigantic 10-meter sword light acted as a devastating harbinger, obliterating all zombies within a 10-meter radius into a fine powder, showering the battlefield with rewards. One single strike had dispatched 32 zombies. Was the effect of this weapon, enhanced by extraordinary powers, truly so formidable? Standing to the side, wielding a submachine gun, Gao Su watched in astonishment. This lightsaber in the hands of Lord Yi is simply terrifying. Chapter 39. The Emergence of Rankings and Western Malice. Zombie Tide Survival Rankings. 1. Yang City, Electric Age, Lord, Li Yong, Casualties, 0, Zombies Killed, 99,981. 2. Dragon City, Steam Age, Lord, Mayor Long, Casualties, 301, Zombies Killed, 77,781. 3. Dragon Kingdom Capital, Steam Age, Lord, Big Boss Number 1, Casualties, 301, Zombies Killed, 77,784. American Main City, Steam Age, Lord, American Leader, Casualties, 88, 711, Zombies Killed, 22,222. 5. Sun Never Sets City, Steam Age, Lord, Sun Never Sets Queen, Casualties, 99, 111, Zombies Killed, 22,220. At this moment, a brand new survival ranking list for the current zombie tide appeared on everyone's wrist. Refreshed by the system, all could clearly see that in this brief half hour, the data for the world-leading Yang City spoke volumes. However, unexpectedly, the top 3 positions in the gaming world were entirely dominated by the Dragon Kingdom, causing the expressions of countless individuals to shift dramatically. While it was widely understood why Li Yong could rank first, having advanced to the Electric Age ahead of everyone else, with superior weaponry and a vast population, questions arose regarding Dragon City and the Dragon Kingdom capital. If Dragon City was indeed the real-world Long City of the Dragon Kingdom, and the capital was the capital city, how could they have achieved such high zombie kill counts without entering the Electric Age? Comparatively, the American Main City seemed more reasonable, with casualties surpassing kill counts, which was a normal representation at this stage. Among the top 5, aside from Liang City, all others were in the Steam Age. This data raised eyebrows. A small city not making the list was inconsequential, but why was there such a significant disparity between the Dragon Kingdom and the United States, both in the Steam Age? Could there be a master who could elucidate this? Was it possible that during the game's inception, Yi Tian had engaged in trade with certain cities in the Dragon Kingdom, selling firearms? If so, while the era hadn't changed, the possession of advanced weaponry would not be surprising. Damn, Li Yong is quite the patriot. Why doesn't he share some firearms with us? If we had such superior equipment, would we still need to respawn at the fountain? Enough complaints. Perhaps their trades are substantial, or there are hidden circumstances we know nothing about. We are merely ordinary players. Why would Li Yong pay us any heed? Well, no more dilly-dallying. I need to resurrect at the fountain. This time, I will opt for assassination. The current difficulty is too great. If I fail to handle matters properly, everything could unravel. Countless players engaged in dialogue, their emotions becoming increasingly peculiar. Such a situation was unprecedented. Why was there such a vast difference? Not only the ordinary players, but at this moment, within the gaming world of the United States, the cities had transformed into settlements of brick and tile. Surrounded by thick walls constructed from the same materials, people stood atop the walls, wielding stones, flamethrowers, bows, and gunpowder. relentlessly slaying zombies. Yet, despite their efforts, some zombies endowed with extraordinary abilities breached a corner of the walls, leading to fierce confrontations with the players within. Boss, our losses this time are staggering, nearly 100,000 in casualties. This state is far too detrimental for us. A loyal follower stood before the super leader, observing the battlefield with a furrowed brow. Ignore the casualties. Continue the slaughter. Even if we perish, we can respawn. Now is an opportune moment for us to analyze and study the zombies. Have we documented the types of their extraordinary abilities and the corresponding data? This data is crucial for our upcoming research. Moreover, I am certain this zombie tide will not linger for long. Otherwise, it would disrupt the normal operation of the game. If players continue to die and their levels drop to zero, it is a scenario the developers wish to avoid. Therefore, we simply need to hold our ground. Don't we have an army of 100,000? Push forward. Accelerate the production of gunpowder. Utilize the firearms and the newly developed crude artillery. At this moment, the American leader's ruthlessness was evident, showing no concern for personnel casualties. For him, acquiring various zombie data was the ideal opportunity. Furthermore, as long as there were survivors within his city, the rewards from killing zombies after the tide subsided would ultimately be his to claim. At that point, regardless of the magnitude of casualties, he could recover from it all. Most importantly, the data was crucial. Once organized, it would herald a golden era for the development of the game in America. Upon careful reflection, possessing a detailed classification of zombie abilities, combat techniques, and speed data would enable them to form appropriate combat teams and deploy powerful survivors to strike during the next coordinated assault on the zombies. You possess speed. I will counter with even swifter strikes. Your ability to breathe fire? I shall endeavor to create ice weaponry to freeze your flames, quelling you at the source. Do you still possess the capacity to resist? Such was the mindset of America. Yet, the ruthlessness of their strategy came at the expense of players' lives, as they sought to gather data upon the corpses of their fellow gamers. I understand now. The individual beside the super leader nodded gravely. However, glancing at the super leader, he felt that the post-apocalyptic Titan had become even more merciless than before. With so many casualties, maintaining such a clear mind was not something just anyone could accomplish. Not only in America, but at this moment, even the Sun Never Sets Empire, the European factions, the Filipino side, and even the Indian nation employed similar tactics. For them, casualties were inconsequential, as in the eyes of these leaders. The divine game was merely a game. Players could respawn, albeit with some experience loss and item drops, yet after the zombie tide concluded, dropped items could still be reclaimed. Moreover, once they mastered the data, they could form specialized teams to hunt down nearby zombies. Was this not a faster means of leveling up? And they, precisely, embody such thoughts. Chapter 40. Continuous shock, unceasing world announcements. This battle persisted for over an hour before it gradually came to a halt. As the number of zombies dwindled and the bloodlust in their eyes began to fade, they retreated like a receding tide. However, the surroundings of every human settlement lay in ruins, ravaged by the onslaught of the undead. Flames, frost, corrosion, and scorching. Various forms of devastation were, one could say, utterly unbearable to behold. Concurrently, the world announcements began to refresh slowly at this moment. World announcement. The zombie tide has concluded. We hope that everyone has been able to reap the corresponding benefits and loot from this wave. Please note, there were no boss-level zombies during this tide. Tomorrow, upon logging into the game, there will be a random refresh of a new zombie tide at some point throughout the day. The second wave will feature boss-level foes. Players are advised to strive to level up today, enhancing their strength to gain the power necessary to withstand the undead. World announcement. The zombie tide has concluded. World announcement. The zombie tide has concluded. World announcement. The internal test from yesterday has ended. Starting today, daily tasks will be issued. Upon completion of these tasks, players will receive corresponding rewards and benefits. Failure to complete them will not incur a level reduction penalty but will lead to a 30 recovery of the guild's daily earnings. If a player is not part of a guild, 30 of their city's daily earnings will be reclaimed. World announcement. Today's tasks are as follows. Individual players must elevate their cities to at least the Iron Age. Taking brick houses as an example. A minimum of 10 brick houses and 1 kitchen must be constructed. For livestock raising, 10 wild boars, 10 chickens, and 10 rabbits. For farming, 1 acre of cabbage. Minimum number of refugees, 20. Special note. Seeds and livestock offspring can drop from defeated zombies or be purchased through the gold shop. World announcement. Today's tasks are as follows. World announcement. Today's tasks are as follows. This time, the entire game world issued 7 world announcements consecutively, as the first 3 announcements flooded the screen. A collective sigh of relief escaped from the players, including those who had temporarily respawned in the healing waters. The end of the zombie tide marked the best possible outcome for them. After all, their gaming progress could return to normal. Killing zombies, acquiring treasures, exploring areas beyond the city, and perhaps, with a stroke of luck, discovering a relic or entering a special dungeon would significantly boost their income. Yet, before these players could revel in their relief for even a moment, the news of another approaching zombie tide, explicitly stating the emergence of boss-level adversaries, dampened their spirits. It was evident to all that even level 5 and 6 zombies had appeared during this tide. And under such circumstances, none were classified as boss level. With the majority of mainstream players' levels remaining below 5, was the game not becoming excessively brutal? Such thoughts coursed through their minds, yet being mere players, they could only accept the world announcements with resignation. However, while the random reappearance of the zombie tide tomorrow could be tolerated, today's simultaneous introduction of daily tasks felt like an unbearable burden, pushing countless players to their limits. What absurdity is this? My city is still in the Stone Age. Finding a single iron ore is a challenge. How are we expected to upgrade to the Iron Age within a day? This is sheer torment. Upstairs, I believe that utilizing our acquired knowledge of physics, upgrading to the Iron Age shouldn't be that difficult. The greatest challenge lies in the requirement of 20 refugees. Alongside the demands for livestock and housing, I developed my city for an entire day and attracted fewer than 10 refugees. In fact, due to today's zombie tide, those 10 refugees have already perished. My city's appeal has plummeted. I'm the one who should be crying. I just checked the character cards in the game's gold shop. They are exorbitantly priced. A basic farmer card costs a staggering 500 gold coins. This is outright highway robbery. The world announcement even specifies that characters purchased from the shop do not count towards the refugee requirements. We must attract external refugees by developing our cities. Thus, I find myself in quite the predicament. There is so much to accomplish today. Developing the city, constructing houses, defending against zombie attacks, and establishing farms and pastures. I must join a guild. If we develop together, our cities will merge. Although the requirements for guilds are threefold that of individual cities, the strength in numbers offers at least a chance for progress. I had the same thought, but the cost of teleportation is also quite steep. Traveling a further distance is currently impossible. We can only seek out nearby players to form a guild. Alas, this so-called God's game is excessively ruthless. The nefarious God's game. Countless players began to voice their grievances in the world channel, overwhelmed by the multitude of different tasks. Coupled with the urgent need to strengthen their abilities in preparation for tomorrow's boss-level zombies, it was enough to drive anyone to exhaustion. Yet, amidst the torrent of complaints, the world announcements refreshed once more. World announcement. Player Li Yong has successfully developed 1,000 refugees, exceeding tomorrow's refugee task. World announcement. Player Li Yong has successfully cultivated 100 acres of farmland, producing 100 varieties of crops, including fruits and vegetables, thereby surpassing tomorrow's requirements. World announcement. Player Li Yong has successfully constructed a community with 5 30-story buildings. World announcement. Player Li Yong led the entire Yang City team in repelling the zombies during today's tide, achieving 0 casualties and setting a world record by defeating 138,776 zombies. Let us extend our congratulations to him for receiving an A-grade treasure chest. World announcement. Due to player Li Yong's exceptional completion of multiple tasks and his advancement to the electric age, he has been awarded a nuclear power station fragment. Collecting 10 fragments will allow the evolution of a nuclear reactor into a complete nuclear power station, along with SS-level construction methods, blueprints, and various materials. The relentless barrage of world announcements left countless players in a state of bewilderment. How could anyone compare to Li Yong? I think we might as well stick to farming at home instead of playing this game. It is far too demoralizing. The implications of Li Yang's announcements shattered the dreams of many players. Chapter 41. The bitter players and Li Yang's new plan. This moment, the lower-tier players began to engage in a fierce competition, as the impact of this event was significant. For many seasoned gamers, this was akin to a hellish initiation. Today's circumstances, compounded by tomorrow's zombie frenzy, were simply insurmountable for any rational individual. If this were a pay-to-play model, the costs associated with death and resurrection would deter any purchases, as the required expenditure would be exorbitant. Fortunately, the Gods game, in which real individuals participate, is not pay-to-play. Moreover, players can bring their acquired items back to reality to combat the impending apocalypse. Thus, no matter how challenging the situation or requirements, players must swallow their frustrations and persevere. However, following the appearance of the world announcements, countless players grew envious of Li Yang's situation. Some even expressed their jealousy in the World Channel, insinuating that his rapid advancement to the Electric Age on the first day was due to foul play. For it was unfathomable how he could possess a nuclear reactor at the onset of the game. Indeed, Li Yang must be cheating. The developers of the Gods game will undoubtedly impose severe penalties on him. So let us report him. Yes, I've opened the reporting window and am filling it out. In response, a chorus of over 10,000 envious players began to report Li Yang, eagerly anticipating the rewards from the system for their efforts. If only they could receive 1,000 gold coins, that would be splendid. The first reporter thought this way, surveying the devastated city, feeling neither sore nor fatigued, and promptly rolled up his sleeves to commence the restoration of the city. Yet, barely 5 minutes into his labor, a notification from the system popped up before him. System Administrator, dear esteemed reporter, we have thoroughly reviewed your report and conducted a comprehensive examination of player Li Yang's account and data. No evidence of cheating has been found. Please take note. The game of the deities is an endeavor that eludes human comprehension, one in which mere mortals cannot intervene. No individual possesses the capability to cheat within this divine realm. Our sophisticated cheating detection system ensures that any malicious reporting is swiftly identified. Consequently, the system has deemed your actions as malicious reporting. We have established comprehensive punitive measures for such behavior, which will result in a demotion of 1 level for your account, the confiscation of 100 pieces of equipment, and a public announcement across the entire server. Additionally, you will be muted for a duration of 10 minutes. Please take note of this. Simultaneously, due to the detection of your account's name bearing the suspicion of malicious reporting, the system has graciously awarded you a name change voucher. Please change your name promptly. Failure to do so will result in your account being blacklisted, rendering you unable to log into the game again. Upon witnessing this scene, the individual with the ID known for his incessant reporting was utterly taken aback. He had fervently believed that Li Yang was an undeniable cheater, yet the reality unfolded quite differently. Instead, he found himself facing a demotion and the confiscation of all his resources. In an instant, as he realized he was left with nothing but a pair of oversized shorts provided by the system, he was left in a state of bewilderment. Not only him, even the others who reported Li Yang were now equally flabbergasted, lamenting the consequences. Players have begun to grasp the terrifying intensity of the game of deities. And the difficulty of advancing a level during the novice phase is no trivial matter. To restore their level, they would need to invest at least 2 hours more in a moment of collective frustration. Countless players loathed the so-called habitual reporter, lamenting why he chose to report Li Yang, and even inciting others to join him in the accusation. Look at the consequences now. Across the World Channel, announcements blared continuously regarding the 10-minute bans and level demotions. This sudden revelation left numerous players in a cold sweat. If a mere act of reporting could lead to such severe penalties, what fate awaited those who committed far graver offenses in this virtual realm? The thought alone rendered many reluctant to voice their opinions in the World Channel. At the same time, in Yang City, Li Yang wore a faint smile as he listened to Wang Xiaojun's report, shaking his head with amusement. There was no need to concern themselves with the happenings in the World Channel. Their focus should remain on their own development. The rewards gained this time were substantial. While not of boss-level caliber, the numerous blueprints acquired were more than sufficient to further enhance Yang City. Indeed, at this point, even Wang Xiaojun, in her capacity as secretary, could not help but display her excitement. Just moments ago, as she tallied the spoils, they had obtained an impressive 15 types of bullet blueprints. With these, they could manufacture a variety of ammunition, whether it be 5.56, 7.62, or even 9mm. Additionally, blueprints for pistols and submachine guns had also surfaced, with the pistol being relatively straightforward to produce, while the submachine gun would require a bit more time. Approximately 2 days without acceleration vouchers. Furthermore, they had also amassed a wealth of nutritional items, including cake, yogurt, pure milk, and fish-flavored shredded pork. In terms of living blueprints, they had secured production lines for toilet paper, computer manufacturing, servers, high-end hard drives, and mainframes, all of which would allow their city to transform into a modern metropolis by tomorrow. Li Yang nodded. These rewards were inconsequential to him, as he entrusted all operations to Wang Zhaojun. His primary concern at this stage was the progress of the vaccine and certain modifications to firearms. Recalling his previous life, Li Yang vividly remembered that formidable weapons such as tanks, armored vehicles, laser cannons, and grenade launchers were all enhanced with magical arrays. The power these arrays held was immense, akin to psychic tanks, which, when firing their rounds, could imbue them with magical lasers that not only slowed enemies but also unleashed a barrage of magical attacks, rendering their power nearly double that of ordinary ammunition. Fortunately, Li Yang possessed a certain expertise in various attack types and special attribute arrays. With this in mind, he summoned his city panel. Beneath the system's city panel, a feature labeled Weapon Enchantment caught his eye. Without hesitation, he clicked on it. Congratulations! Your level has risen to level 9, and Yang City has reached a population of 10,000. Having met both conditions, the Weapon Enchantment function has now been unlocked. You may conduct your own research or acquire enchantment blueprints to sketch magical arrays, which can then be integrated into the production line, bestowing respective enchantment attributes upon all manufactured weapons. Indeed, this was precisely what Li Yang had been hoping to unlock. Chapter 42. Exquisite Enchantment Arrays. The secretary's shock for Li Yang. The foremost priority at this stage was the activation of enchantment attributes. The enchantment attribute of the psychic tank was a fortuitous discovery, yielding a particularly beneficial outcome. But the current circumstances were markedly different. True enchantment attributes could be inscribed onto any weapon, even including lightsabers. Moreover, the variety of enchantment attributes was vast. Some could slow enemy movement, others could induce stiffness, and some could even double attack power. The combat effects resulting from these attributes varied significantly. Li Yang recalled his previous life, where he served in one of the 3 major powerful guilds, leading an army of 30,000 enchanted weapons. With a single blast from a super cannon, the enemy would be rendered momentarily immobile. Simultaneously, enchanted arrows and bullets from enchanted submachine guns would rain down, obliterating tens of thousands of enemy troops in a spectacle akin to a fireworks display. That performance was nothing short of spectacular. The outcome of that battle was astonishing. Their side suffered fewer than 1,000 casualties, while the enemy's zombie horde lost upwards of 300,000. Furthermore, several boss-level experts perished under the dual effects of enchanted weaponry and supernatural abilities. That battle was even recorded among the top 3 in the global combat rankings of Blue Star, showcasing the overwhelming impact of such an enchanted army in battle. Reflecting on the events of his previous life, a faint smile crept across Li Yang's face as he deftly gestured, instantly conjuring a small chamber before him. "What is this?" Wang Zhaojun inquired, her curiosity piqued upon seeing the blue structure. "This is the Enchantment Array Inscription Room, or rather, the Enchantment Array Research Room. It is a feature provided by the system. Equipped with comprehensive array inscription tools, accessible to every player after reaching level 9. However, inscribing arrays requires formidable talent and an exceptionally profound understanding of enchantment arrays. According to the game manual, individuals possessing such qualifications are exceedingly rare. Perhaps one in every 10,000. As he spoke, Li Yang stepped into the research room, with Wang Zhaojun closely following. Bang! With the closing of the blue room, the lights flickered on, revealing a laboratory-like setting. Before Li Yang stood 2 experimental tables filled with a variety of array inscription devices and instruction manuals. Thanks to his memories from the previous life, Li Yang no longer needed to consult any materials. He expertly picked up a brush akin to a calligraphy brush and, in an instant, the experimental table illuminated. The tabletop opened automatically, revealing a special piece of leather parchment. In an instant, a holographic projection materialized before them, depicting a humanoid robotic figure, female, who gazed at Li Yang and said, "Greetings. I am the operational steward of this laboratory. Please inscribe the array you develop onto the parchment, and I will assess the strength and quality of the array." Arrays are categorized into B, A, and S grades, with S being the highest tier and B being the lowest. Arrays below B are considered flawed. While they can still be utilized, they carry various risks, such as failure during operation or catastrophic weapon malfunctions. Upon hearing the robotic steward's words, Li Yang remained unperturbed. While Wang Xiaojun's expression changed dramatically, goodness, a flawed array could lead to catastrophic explosions? If a flawed array were inscribed on a psychic tank or a superpowered shoulder-mounted grenade launcher, the consequences could be fatal for the wielder in the event of a malfunction in the game world. This was one thing, but in the real world, such dangers would be tantamount to courting death. City Lord, are you certain you can create a B-grade array, or even one above that? I have an enduring sense that we ought to temporarily set this matter aside. It would be prudent to wait until the array recording blueprints are revealed within the gaming realm before we proceed with any actions. Wang Xiaojun's face was etched with concern, for she remained unaware that Li Yang was a reborn individual. Should an inadvertent mishap occur during the recording of the array, it could lead to an explosion that would not only devastate this room but also imperil her lord. No worries, I am well aware of what I am doing. Li Yang replied casually, gesturing dismissively with his hand. He then smiled and raised his hand, wielding a magnificent brush that danced across the parchment with remarkable speed, inscribing a series of lines. These lines flowed gracefully, reminiscent of dancers in motion, bestowing a sense of delight upon the onlookers. Wang Xiaojun stood before Li Yang. She felt as if the brush was performing a dance upon the parchment. An exhilaration that surpassed even the relief of finally relieving oneself after 10 days of constipation. The intertwining lines coalesced on the parchment, forming a circular moon array. Within the circle, the lines divided the space into 5 sections, resembling a spider's web, at the center of which lay a unique symbol. The other 4 directions bore intricate writings. However, just as these characters were nearing completion, the little steward's expression shifted dramatically. Indeed, even a mechanical steward could not maintain its previous calm demeanor at that moment. System detection, alert, alert. The prototype of a premium array has emerged. This array is an enhancement array. Preliminary analysis indicates that when inscribed onto a weapon, it can double the magical attack power of the original weapon. Should the array's power be fully unleashed, the weapon could achieve 5 instances of extreme burst, with each burst amplifying the magical power 5-fold. However, after 5 bursts, the weapon will be irreparably damaged. Array rating S. Array Master Experience 1000. The Array Master named Li Yang has successfully passed the initial assessment and has been upgraded to a novice Array Master. The panicked voice of the mechanical steward echoed repeatedly, while at that moment, blue light began to emanate from the array inscribed on the parchment. In an instant, the parchment began to levitate autonomously before the astonished eyes of all present. Whoosh! As Li Yang completed his final stroke, the parchment surged forward, adhering itself to the chest of the robotic steward. In that fleeting moment, the parchment appeared to be absorbed by her, causing her to radiate an extraordinarily brilliant light, almost as if in a trance. She waved her hand, conjuring forth a sniper rifle. Simultaneously, 50 meters away from the little steward, a level 7 silver-haired wild wolf materialized. Bang! Without uttering a word, the little steward pulled the trigger. In Wang Xiaojun's horrified gaze, she witnessed the bullet being discharged. A flash of blue light flickered from the firearms array. The next instant, bang! The silver wolf was undoubtedly struck. Yet at the moment of impact, 5 beams of blue light manifested upon its forehead, chest, and body. Boom! Instantly, 5 blue flames engulfed the creature, obliterating it into mere dust. With a single shot, the level 7 wild wolf was dispatched. What an alarming enhancement this array possessed. Chapter 43. A series of unending astonishments. Stunned players at the same time. The world announcement suddenly refreshed. World announcement. Congratulations! Player Li Yang has successfully completed today's city construction task, achieving the first kill of the day, earning him a reward of 50,000 gold coins and a mysterious A-level treasure chest. Let us extend our congratulations to him. World announcement. Congratulations, Player Li Yang. World announcement. Congratulations, Player Li Yang. The announcements cascaded, and for a brief moment, the world channel fell into silence. Then, it erupted, completed ahead of schedule. What the heck? How many refugees has that Li Yang gathered? Is cultivating vegetables truly that simple? Why have I already encountered several rotten fruits during my planting, and some leaves have been nibbled away? This is utterly nonsensical. You ask me, who should I ask? I am currently grappling with my dairy cow, which is covered in ulcers, and none of the fodder available in this apocalyptic setting is fit for consumption. All of it is toxic. How can I eliminate these toxins to ensure my cow receives good feed? Li Yang's premature completion stirred a peculiar sensation within countless hearts, rendering them unbalanced. Thus, they began to lament and complain within the channel. However, before they could voice their grievances for long, merely a minute later, the world announcement refreshed once more. World announcement. Player Li Yang has successfully leveled up to level 9, BY, activating the array recording function. He has developed the first S-level top-tier enhancement array within the game world in just 5 minutes. This enhancement array can be applied to firearms, allowing them to possess double the magical attack power in addition to their original magical capabilities. Due to his first kill, he has been rewarded with 100,000 gold coins and an A-level treasure chest. World announcement. Player Li Yang. World announcement? What on earth? Enhancement weapons? Enhancement arrays? Can someone please step forward and explain what is happening here? Upon hearing the newly emerged world announcement, the world channel descended into chaos, particularly for one player known as the Gun King Prince, who wore a bewildered expression. He had never before heard of enhancement arrays existing within the game world. Upstairs, I suggest you thoroughly review the new player introduction and functionality manual. The manual provides a clear explanation of various unlockable features at each level. Regardless of strength, as long as the era advances, one can unlock corresponding era shops. For instance, transitioning from the Stone Age to the Iron Age will upgrade items in the Stone Age Gold Shop, such as stone spears and diamonds, to iron swords, iron spears, gunpowder, iron ore, and iron knives. When reaching the Steam Age, a plethora of new items, including steam trains and cowboys, will emerge. Advancing to the Electric Age will unveil an entirely different scenario. These are the various unlockable items that come with different levels of era advancement. Similarly, for instance, Level 5 unlocks additional system functionalities, enabling trading and access to the Points Shop. Level 6 allows private messaging and friend requests within the World Channel. Level 7 unlocks a 5th equipment slot, increasing the space in the backpack by 100 cubic meters. Levels 8 and 9 unlock enhancement research and simultaneously initiate the enhancement skill tree. These features are progressively unlocked. I have researched enhancement weapons in depth. Although my level has not yet reached the threshold, I believe this mechanism fundamentally alters the dynamics of battle. Enhancement is akin to supernatural abilities and magical attacks from films. Physical attacks are one thing, but magical attacks are far more terrifying, as they can induce numerous magical transformations, allowing enemies to grow larger or shrink. These are merely the basics. The specifics require careful study of the manual. Yet, for Li Yang to develop the enhancement attack array in such a short time is simply unfathomable. Indeed, the research period is shockingly brief. Could it be that he has unveiled the enhancement array recording blueprint? There is no other explanation, especially since enhancement array masters are exceptionally rare in the entire gaming world. The official statement suggests that out of 10,000 people, only one may emerge, indicating that in future battles, any faction possessing an enhancement array master will see its power doubled or even more. Imagine an array master inscribing attack arrays onto weapons. Imagine a submachine gun firing a barrage of bullets at an enemy, causing them to become immobilized. In such a scenario, regardless of how long the immobilization lasts, the enemy would be at the mercy of their attackers. Thus, do you comprehend the gravity of this situation? If so, the prowess of this Li Yang is bound to be even more formidable. How can we possibly contend with him? His rate of advancement is alarmingly rapid. If this continues, I fear that Li Yang will undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of the world rankings. It is also possible that the player named Li Yang is not merely a solitary individual. While he is allied with Spider-Man and Iron Man, it does not imply he can stand against an entire city or nation. I am certain that the various hidden guilds are reaping significant benefits from this zombie tide. With these advantages, they will swiftly bolster their strength today, or perhaps even this afternoon, leading to a shift in the gaming landscape. You must understand, the early bird gets the worm. As Li Yang's power grows, it will inevitably attract the envy of countless others. It is not that the gaming world lacks formidable foes. Rather, it is a matter of sufficient interests. Once such interests arise, others will undoubtedly seek to collaborate with Li Yang. Perhaps within the Dragon Kingdom, individuals have already begun to contact him for covert alliances. Alas, in any case, none of this bears any relation to us. Why ponder over such matters? We must swiftly complete today's assigned system tasks. The game forum has already opened, allowing us to exchange insights on city and farm development methods. It is far more efficient to pool our ideas and research collectively than to engage in trial and error individually within our guilds. As for the conflicts among higher-ups, that is their affair, entirely disconnected from our concerns. Our focus should rightly be on development. The news brought by the world announcement is indeed shocking. However, for ordinary players, it warrants no excessive attention. Li Yang's rapid advancement is notable, but if they set him as their benchmark, it could lead to a significant waste of time. Consequently, the number of participants discussing this in the World Channel has dwindled. At this stage, rather than being astonished by Li Yang's progress, it would be more prudent for them to concentrate on reconstructing their cities, quickly enhancing their strength in preparation for tomorrow's boss-infested zombie horde. This is of utmost importance. Chapter 44. The audacity of profit. At this moment, countless individuals have resumed their development. Conflicts among the elite are, after all, matters beyond the reach of the common populace. Thus, there is no necessity for them to engage in such chaotic affairs. It is far more beneficial to dedicate their time to upgrading, which outweighs all other pursuits. Meanwhile, a multitude of ordinary players, aside from beginning the reconstruction of their cities within their territories, have also taken a keen interest in a brand new feature, the Game Forum. This forum, a recently launched function within the entire game world, allows players to transcend the limitations of the World Channel. Currently, the forum is divided into several sections, including experience exchange, equipment exchange, leveling tips, special functions, ability awakening, and boss analysis. These sections encompass a comprehensive range of topics. However, there is no black market exchange or equipment trading area present, as these two elements exist within the game's designated regions. The trading area has yet to be open to ordinary players, and will only become accessible once players reach level 10. According to the explanations in the new player manual, the trading area operates under rules akin to certain online games PK arenas, wherein players are unable to attack one another, and their strengths are capped at corresponding levels. In this space, aside from trading, no other activities are permitted. Of course, the trading area features various stalls, each marked with corresponding prices, categorized into daily, monthly, yearly rentals, or outright purchase. The price varies based on rental duration, location desirability, and stall size. This system is a veiled method employed by the developers to stabilize the game's closed market and prevent excessive inflation. Thus, the forum does not include a trading area. However, the black market operates under a unique set of rules. In this realm, the victor reigns supreme if one rises to become a black market overlord. They can personally establish the trading rules, which can only be manipulated and altered by this underground ruler. No one else possesses the authority. Unlike the trading area, where the only stipulation is victor takes all, there are no additional restrictions. One could even wreak havoc within the black market without consequence. Both trading areas will only be unlocked once players achieve level 10, and currently, no one, including Li Yang, has the requisite level to access them. Consequently, the most active section of the forum is the experience exchanged. Today's post volume in this section has reached over 500,000, with some even paying for sticky placements to highlight their posts. Others require no payment to attain the most prominent positions. For instance, the top 3 trending posts are as follows. 1. Highlighted player, Li Yang, has logged into the world announcement multiple times and ranks first globally. Investigations reveal he is not using cheats. How powerful is he, really? 2. Shocking. According to leaked information, certain cities in Longwa have already acquired firearms, and some individuals are even developing the electrical age. 3. I am player uncle with low HP. I have discovered a method to swiftly complete today's tasks. Details in the post. This post is paid content. Please refrain from disturbing, one by one, these posts, each garnering immense attention. Refresh the experience exchange section continuously. Notably, the first post regarding Li Yang has amassed over 300,000 replies. An astonishing figure. The second post garners attention from major factions and armies, while the third has the highest number of interactions, with a user named Wang Xiaojun leading the discussion. This account has set a browsing fee of 10 gold coins. If 10 people view the post, it yields 100 gold coins, meaning 100 viewers equate to 1,000 coins. And so forth, culminating in 10,000 coins for 10,000 viewers. At present, Wang Xiaojun's post has attracted 300,000 views, with this number rapidly increasing. This means that within mere minutes, Wang Xiaojun has earned over 1 million gold coins, an astonishing rate of accumulation. The content of the post, however, is not complex. Rather, it is surprisingly straightforward. Post content. I believe everyone is troubled by today's task situation. I possess years of gaming experience in the real world. After over an hour of gameplay yesterday and today, I have devised a convenient operational plan. It is quite easy to complete. for instance. Regarding vegetables, this task requires an acre of cabbage. Let us not concern ourselves with whether our territory encompasses an acre. What is crucial to understand is that there are very few zombies around our buildings. Only beyond 1,000 meters do more zombies appear. Moreover, even if zombies are closer, we can calculate using a circular approach. Planting cabbage around our houses. An acre's worth of cabbage seeds can be purchased for merely 10 gold coins in the store. And we can plant them in a fan shape. It is advisable to don clothing that covers the entire body and smear ourselves with zombie blood. This way, the zombies will mistake us for their kind and refrain from attacking. Thus, under these circumstances, we can cultivate vegetables, as the allure of our crops is negligible to the zombies. We merely need to keep a watchful eye on the perimeter to avoid being trampled. If necessary, we can plant more seeds, 2 acres worth, to expand our range. Surely there will be areas they cannot reach. As for the yield of this endeavor, that is not our concern, as the announcement only instructed us to plant cabbage, not to guarantee a harvest. Therefore, this task would be considered complete. Regarding attracting refugees, that is even simpler. The first step is to construct a few thatched huts. Do not overcomplicate things. A few individuals can collaborate to build these huts. And by using 2 of them as kitchens, the aroma of cooking will naturally draw in the refugees seeking food. The better and more fragrant the food, the more refugees will be attracted. No need for me to elaborate on that. Right? Once the refugees emerge, your task will be complete, and you will receive corresponding gold coin rewards, which can be redeemed in the coin shop. Read the following content. Please pay 10 gold coins. Upon seeing this prompt, countless individuals felt a tinge of frustration. This player, Wang Xiaojun, is rather shameless in their pursuit of profit. Chapter 45. Stunned, continuously stunned. Indeed. I too find this utterly infuriating. This individual is making a fortune. They have already amassed over 1 million gold coins, truly a tycoon, and the desire for more. At this moment, discussions within the forum revolve around critiquing Wang Xiaojun's profit-making tactics, as they only offer a brief textual tutorial requiring 10 gold coins to acquire. How outrageous. It is worth noting that an ordinary level 3 player earns merely 5 gold coins for slaying a single zombie, and the occasional exceptional drop may yield 10 gold coins. Given that they lack firearms, relying solely on melee weapons makes the task immensely challenging. Thus, it is only natural for them to feel angered, perceiving this player as a greedy opportunist. However, have you noticed? This player's tutorial is indeed effective. Just a moment ago, I quickly cultivated an acre alongside my refugees, earning me 100 gold coins. This is astonishing. I never anticipated that this task would prove to be so remarkably simple. It seems we had fallen into a cognitive trap, mistakenly believing that cultivating cabbage necessitated achieving a harvest. Yet, the game provided no such guidance. This is precisely where we must exploit the loopholes. Similarly, for the ranch, it suffices to confine the chicks and ducklings within a fenced enclosure. Does it not? Indeed, preparing meals to attract the migrants is also a feasible approach. However, this still proves insufficient. Our current technology cannot produce brick houses. The materials required are substantial, and it would take no less than 3 days to produce a complete product. Otherwise, the bricks will not harden. Moreover, the finished bricks are exorbitantly priced in the coin shop, costing 5 coins for a single brick. In this regard, we have no loopholes to exploit. Therefore, I believe we must continue purchasing. Upon reflection, this price appears quite reasonable. By completing 2 tasks, we have earned 200 coins, and the subsequent establishment of the brick house may yield even greater coin returns. Spending 10 coins to complete a task that earns 200 is indeed a worthwhile investment. Yet, I remain reluctant to partake. Perhaps you should purchase it, and after doing so, share the strategy in the World channel or on the forum, allowing us to benefit without cost. How can you even suggest such a thing? Strategies are typically kept under wraps. There could even be scalpers involved, who might sell at higher prices. Of course, lower prices may also arise, such as selling for 5 coins. However, the penalties for scalping are severe. Have you not read the manual? Before the trading area is established, transactions are impossible. Even if one were to attempt a secondary paid strategy on the forum, it would be utterly unfeasible. The system can detect such actions, and once discovered, the penalties will be 100-fold in coins. This is a terrifying prospect. If you wish to benefit without cost, so be it. This player's post-response shattered the hopes of those seeking to gain without effort. Yet some remained obstinate, opting to consult the beginner's manual. The result? They were indeed correct. which left countless individuals feeling helpless. Does this game truly interfere with one's choices? It is indeed impossible to engage in secondary sales. This is utterly infuriating for scalpers and opportunists. Let us swiftly level up to level 10. Once we achieve that, we can venture into the black market, where no restrictions will apply. Enough of this idle chatter. I must continue purchasing. As these words fell, a group of individuals proceeded to spend 10 coins to acquire the final section of this post. Immediately after, when countless players beheld the last brick house strategy shared in the post, they were on the verge of smashing their holographic projection screens. They felt that this additional expenditure of 10 coins was utterly unjustifiable, for the brick house strategy was frightfully simple, almost too easy to believe. The system requires 10 bricks for the house. We do not need an abundance, merely 30 or fewer bricks to complete the task. If we cannot construct a large one, we can create smaller models. By assembling 10 small models and placing a clay stove within one of the brick house models, would that not suffice for 10 brick houses? The game imposes no restrictions on whether the brick house is large or small. A model or practical. Upon witnessing this strategy, many players felt an urge to commit violence. How many games has this individual played to conceive such a devious method? This is simply inhuman. It is more than inhuman. Calling it beastly would not be an exaggeration. I can hardly fathom such a notion. Now, I merely need to purchase 10 bricks and 10 tiles. Even 5 of each would suffice, since the game specifies a brick house. We only need to incorporate bricks and tiles. We can use tiles for the roof, bricks for one wall, and the remaining walls can be constructed from earth, stone, or even wood, as long as they contain bricks and tiles. We save money. This Wang Xiaojun truly knows how to profit. With just a few words, millions are at hand. To be honest, I feel an urge to curse. At this moment, countless players stood frozen, dumbfounded. Could this so-called brick house task truly be interpreted in such a manner? What on earth is going on in the mind of this Wang Xiaojun? Why did they not think of this themselves? Just as countless players pondered this, suddenly, the world announcement refreshed once more. World announcement. Player Long Batian, Director Long of Long City, Long Country, has successfully completed today's task, becoming the second player to do so, earning a reward of 1,000 coins. World announcement. Player Gu Daolao, Deputy Director Gu of Long City, Long Country, has successfully completed today's task, becoming the third player to do so, earning a reward of 500 coins. World announcement. Please note that the top 3 positions have been claimed by players. Any subsequent players completing today's task will receive only an additional reward of 10 encouragement coins, with no higher rewards available. We encourage players to strive for the next opportunity to secure a top 3 position or first kill. Players, observing that all announcements originated from within Long Country, some felt utterly exhausted. Are the residents of Long Country truly so swift? We have yet to fully digest this tutorial, and already, some have completed it. Are they all sharpshooters? Too fast. Yet, as countless individuals seethed with jealousy and even began to follow the tutorial, a brand new world announcement left many more stunned and helpless. They never anticipated that the individual profiting from their coins would be him. Chapter 46. The title of Tycoon Gold, the game voucher, world announcement. Player Li Yong, due to Secretary Wang Xiaojun's release of a guide for upgrading experience, has earned his first 5 million coins through the post. Becoming the first player in history to accumulate such wealth, he has achieved the title of Tycoon Gold. Let us congratulate him. World announcement. Player Li Yong, due to Secretary Wang Xiaojun's announcement of his achievement of Tycoon Gold. Let us congratulate him. World announcement. Player Li Yong, due to Secretary Wang Xiaojun's announcement of his achievement of Tycoon Gold. Let us congratulate him. In rapid succession, 3 world announcements appeared, and in that moment, countless players who had previously purchased these tutorial posts, including those from the Ninja Nation, the United States, and the A3 Nation, felt a wave of nausea wash over them. Is this some kind of joke? This individual named Wang Xiaojun is actually Li Yang's secretary? Now I understand why this Wang Xiaojun possesses such a wealth of ideas and insights, and I also comprehend how Li Yang has rapidly advanced his city. With such loophole exploitation tactics, this is simply inhuman. He is akin to a mobile cheat. However, regardless of the circumstances, it remains profoundly distasteful. After all, this is Li Yang's profit. He suddenly earned an additional 5 million coins. How long would it take us to generate such income? This is disastrous. His city will undoubtedly enter a phase of rapid development. No, my blood pressure is rising. I need to consume some mint to lower it. Upstairs. Can't you just take some anti-hypertensive medication? Mint is of no use. I say, do you have a hole in your head? My city hasn't even progressed to a modern society, let alone anti-hypertensive medications. We don't even have penicillin. We lack even basic anti-inflammatory drugs, possessing only a few rudimentary herbs. What can we do about that? Please elaborate. Players erupted in fury in the World Channel, not only in outrage and accusations but also venting their disgust towards Li Yang through this chat. There is no denying that Li Yang has profited immensely. Unbeknownst to them, he has managed to earn 5 million coins. Quickly inform others not to purchase the tutorials anymore. We will provide them for free. Alternatively, we can engage in combat, die, and upon respawning at the fountain, inform those players about the tutorial. Hurry, hurry. If this continues, Li Yang's earnings will only grow. A crowd of individuals continued shouting, yet there were still some who rapidly increased the view count of this post, as many remained cautious of the game's penalties for private transactions. The trading shop and black market have yet to open, and they dare not transgress any rules. Simultaneously, within Long Country, Long City, and Yang City, established by Li Yang, he sat in his office, surrounded by the ceaseless chimes of various notifications. Congratulations! You have received 450,000 coins, after deducting a 50,000 coin withdrawal fee. Congratulations! As you have achieved the title of Tycoon Gold, you are rewarded with a golden treasure chest. Congratulations! You have opened the treasure chest. Inside, you find 510,000 coins. Congratulations! You have once again received 100,000 coins. The melodious notifications rang continuously in Li Yang's ears, eliciting a slight smile to grace his lips. This time, he has undoubtedly disgusted countless players. They could never have imagined that this tutorial was initiated by him. To infuriate them is but one of Li Yang's own guilty pleasures. Did you not wish to report me before? In this instance, let us delve into the nauseating sensations you are experiencing. Particularly, the staggering sum of over 5 million gold coins seems almost valueless, akin to engaging in a business transaction devoid of any investment. The implications of this situation, this benefit, are undeniably immense. Under such circumstances, Li Yang glanced at Wang Zhaojun beside him and remarked with a smile, "Well done. The strategies of the city lord are indeed remarkable. If it weren't for your suggestion to post in the forum, we would not have accrued such a fortune in gold coins. Now, city lord, shall we proceed to upgrade Yang City?" Upon hearing this, Li Yang nodded. With over 5 million gold coins at their disposal, not only could they upgrade Yang City, but they could also acquire many large-scale blueprints. This is no trivial matter. Spending this entire sum would undoubtedly bring about a seismic transformation for Yang City. Without further ado, Li Yang waved his hand and directly accessed the gold coin shop. Under the category of agricultural and pastoral science, he focused on purchasing 100,000 pounds of dragon fruit seeds, which came with an upgrade for the dragon fruit and a blueprint to enhance its nutritional value threefold. Remarkably, this only cost 20,000 gold coins. Moreover, he had almost forgotten about the blueprints. Seeing the complementary blueprints, Yi Tian smirked and, without hesitation, spent 200,000 gold coins on a variety of fruits and vegetables totaling 100,000 pounds of seeds, as well as 500 offspring of various livestock. Additionally, Li Yang was intrigued by a unique unicorn electric sheep, which was priced at a hefty 100,000 gold coins. This creature, rumored to be even more nutritious than a unicorn, could be upgraded but lacked significant combat prowess, rendering it a natural superfood. The horn of this electric sheep also served as a special manufacturing material. After slaughtering the sheep, the remaining horn could be transformed into superior materials. Thus, this exemplified the concept of waste utilization, ensuring that no valuable resources would be squandered. Once the seeds were purchased, Li Yang turned his attention to the simple weapon blueprints, some fundamental designs that were indispensable for daily life. This time, he extravagantly spent 300,000 gold coins on a manufacturing blueprint for a holographic projection wristwatch computer and 100 finished products. Consequently, Yang City could swiftly transition into the computer age. Although the price was steep, the investment was undeniably worthwhile. Eventually, after perusing through a staggering 20 pages, Li Yang finally located the item he sought, the 12-hour night login ticket. He was acutely aware from his previous life that this ticket would randomly refresh in the store, and the refresh timings were highly unpredictable, making it exceedingly rare for anyone to purchase a login ticket from the gold coin shop, as it was deemed unprofitable. After all, a 12-hour login ticket required a minimum of 1 million gold coins, rendering it an unwise expenditure for most. However, for Li Yong, it represented an ideal transaction, as he understood precisely what possessing this login ticket would entail. In Chapter 47, regarding the application of resources and the progress of vaccine development. The game world proclaimed that following today's update, players could only log in during the daytime, as nighttime access was prohibited. However, with the existence of the night login ticket, this rule could be altered, allowing players to log in at night, thus granting him at least an additional day's worth of development time. 12 hours. With a nuclear reactor, imagine how much progress could be achieved. Furthermore, this time he had acquired a plethora of basic items from the gold coin shop. Items that had previously been unattainable were now within reach under the auspices of millions of gold coins. The number of refugees within the city increased. Implementing a household registration system would yield even greater benefits. Once the data was interconnected, a big data era akin to that before the apocalypse could be established. This marked an excellent starting operation. Additionally, he procured 100 large mining trucks in the real world. The extraction of billions of tons of mineral veins was hardly feasible. Thus, by augmenting the fleet with trucks and detection equipment, it equated to a significant upgrade for the mining teams. Therefore, for the foreseeable future, he would not need to fret over acquiring various simple metal items. For the metal resources within the game world, Li Yong was not inclined to mine them at the moment, as they were only accessible at level 20, while his current strength was merely level 10. It would take at least 3 to 5 days before he could commence mining those resources. Particularly, the accompanying bosses within the game world's mines were colossal. Naturally, the benefits of a first kill were considerable. Once he elevated his strength and expanded the city's capacity, the possibilities would be even more splendid. With these thoughts in mind, he strolled through the vast expanse of the city and summoned Wang Zhaojun, Little Spider, Tony Stark, and architect Gauss U.At present. These individuals constituted the upper echelon of Yang City, and many of the ongoing matters required their attention. Without wasting a moment, Li Yong waved his fingers, and the myriad items acquired from the gold coin shop began to accumulate on the ground, forming 1, 2, 3 towering mountains. Various packaging boxes littered the ground, resembling a colossal super outdoor warehouse, overwhelming to behold. Goodness! Mining truck production blueprints, high-speed rail production blueprints, freight vehicle production blueprints, small ship production blueprints. These are all top-tier manufacturing blueprints. Gao Su exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement upon seeing the blueprints. Trembling with enthusiasm, he gazed at Li Yong and said in a serious tone, "City Lord, you are simply remarkable. How did you manage to procure all of this? It is almost beyond belief. I am certain that with these blueprints, our work progress will accelerate by at least threefold." In response, Li Yong smiled. He gestured toward the mountainous piles of materials, saying, "Look at these items. 100 various finished vehicles will suffice for transporting materials, so there is no immediate need to manufacture more vehicles. As the population increases, collaborate with Zhaojun to allocate the refugees effectively. Once the mining team is adequately staffed, we can consider researching vehicle construction. For now, our primary focus should remain on advancing military weaponry." Gao Su nodded gravely. "I understand. This matter is of paramount importance. The number of zombies remains substantial, and there have been sightings of mutated beasts. The extraordinary beings have recently informed me that the frequency of mutated beast attacks on the city has escalated, suggesting that someone may be orchestrating these assaults. Therefore, we are striving to bolster our military supplies within the battlefield. As this is fundamental for Yang City." Li Yang nodded in agreement. Gao Su demonstrated a clear understanding of reality, alleviating the need for him to elaborate further. At that moment, an extraordinary being approached. "Among the refugees, I have discovered an increasing number of promising candidates I intend to discuss with you, City Lord, the possibility of allowing them to enter the military while simultaneously pursuing their professional studies. Currently, our Yang City is sorely lacking in military personnel. 100 individuals are simply insufficient. Zhaojun, please document this and implement it alongside the 9-year compulsory education system." "Understood, City Lord." Wang Zhaojun nodded emphatically, recording the matter in her holographic notepad. Additionally, it is noteworthy that at this very moment, Li Yong has already instituted a 9-year compulsory education system within the city. It is important to understand that among the displaced populace, many lack literacy and education, which poses a significant concern. With the apocalypse having lingered in the gaming world for years, countless individuals have been deprived of the enlightenment that knowledge brings, leading to potentially dire consequences. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Liang implemented the 9-year education program, allowing anyone eligible for schooling, regardless of age, to participate in this initiative. Currently, the subjects being offered include history, language, mathematics, and various specialized courses. Moreover, under the apocalyptic conditions, there are no costs associated with textbooks or accommodation. In fact, everything is provided free of charge. Those who excel in their studies are even rewarded with beverages for the following day, and in some cases, gold coins. Such enticing incentives have naturally sparked a fervor for learning among the displaced. Consequently, within the present confines of Yang City, individuals have already begun their journey of literacy. Of course, the introduction of the 9-year education policy has also yielded tangible benefits for Liang. For instance, his favorability ratings have surged beyond their limits, escalating from a base of 100 among the displaced to an astonishing 150, and even reaching an alarming 200. This remarkable increase has resulted in the rapid expansion of his city, which has grown from a mere 5,000 square meters to the size of a small town. Once a sufficient number of displaced individuals congregate, it is entirely feasible for this small town scale to elevate to that of a county-level city in a short span of time. Please take stock of your belongings, and if there are any issues, do not hesitate to inform me, Liang addressed the crowd, noting their comprehension and the beginning of normal resource allocation. Just as he was about to depart, he was intercepted by Tony Stark. Lord City Master, my research on the vaccine with Spider-Man has yielded promising results. The first immune vaccine has reached a 70% efficacy rate, and we are now only 3 phases away from clinical trials. Upon hearing this, Liang's eyes brightened. The vaccine is finally entering the experimental stage. Chapter 48. The voluntary test subjects in Long Country, Haidu, a coastal city within the gaming world. The landscape is currently desolate, with towering buildings reduced to endless ruins, now overrun by wall-climbing lizards and various towering plants. The apocalyptic changes have caused mutations in these trees and flora. Some are covered in thorns, while others exhibit tendril-like branches that writhe ominously, instilling fear. Within this vast expanse of ruins, numerous crevices provide a natural refuge for mutated beasts and zombies. Particularly, mutated creatures such as mutant cats, mutant dogs, and mutant iron-eating beasts have evolved significantly, with some reaching a chilling level 7, instilling dread in countless beasts and players alike. As a result, the central city of Haidu has become akin to a forbidden zone, with few players below level 5 daring to venture inside. At that moment, within a location resembling an altar in the heart of Haidu, radiant lights flickered, accompanied by the sound of something tearing through the air. Shortly thereafter, approximately 10 players of various skin tones emerged from a blue vortex. Stepping out of the vortex and surveying the ruined city, the leader, a nearly 2-meter-tall middle-aged man with fair skin and the ID Dongfang Doshirzatsa, sighed in relief. Fortunately, there aren't too many beasts here. We were quite lucky this time. Otherwise, we would have sustained significant losses. The cost of teleportation from other national regions to Long Country's Haidu was quite reasonable at 500 gold coins, while teleporting from Haidu to Liang's Long City required merely 50 gold coins. Were they to teleport directly from their homeland to Long City, the cost would be at least 5,000 gold coins, allowing them to save over 4,000 gold coins. As he spoke, even this rugged man couldn't help but wear an expression of resignation. Accumulating gold coins in the early game is exceedingly difficult. Even as powerful players from certain nations, we barely have 10,000 coins in our accounts, which must be judiciously spent. Be able to spare 1,000 or 2,000 coins for the teleportation array feels extravagant. Enough. This is not the time for complaints. There are undoubtedly many zombies and beasts here. We must not waste time and head to Long City quickly. We have come with sincere intentions to negotiate with Liang. We cannot let this opportunity slip away. With that, they wasted no further time and reactivated the teleportation array of Haidu, the blue light flickering. Just as they were about to vanish from the teleportation array, they were greeted by a scene that sent chills down their spines. Surrounding the altar were thousands of massive purple serpents, each 10 meters thick, emerging from various holes and rapidly slithering toward them. With a resounding crash, their forms swiftly appeared in Long City. Upon their arrival, beads of cold sweat adorned their foreheads, as the sight of those serpents had terrified them, especially since each bore a level 7 status, 2 levels higher than their own level 5. Such a terrifying situation left them utterly speechless. The expanse of Long Country was indeed vast, and some areas were genuinely horrifying. If they hadn't teleported quickly, they likely would have been devoured. Some expressed trepidation, recalling the overwhelming force of those serpents, which was several times more terrifying than the so-called Anaconda disaster films. For those with a fear of clusters, it was nothing short of a nightmare. Enough talking. We are already here, so let us swiftly find Li Yang, declared a player from the Cosmic Nation, who went by the ID I am Li Yang's disciple. His words garnered agreement from the others, as collaboration was of utmost importance, and there was no time to squander. With their opinions aligned, they swiftly made their way toward Yang City, following the coordinates they had previously acquired. Along the way, they encountered several mutated beasts, monsters, and zombies, but through their combined efforts, these obstacles posed no significant challenge. After a considerable half-hour, they finally reached the gates of Yang City. However, what had begun as a party of 10 had dwindled to just 3. It was unavoidable. During their journey to Yang City, they encountered a level 7 super zombie with formidable abilities, capable of summoning ordinary zombies, which swiftly led to the demise of 7 of their companions. The remaining 3 had barely managed to escape, leaving behind their gear in their haste to flee, as the threat was simply too overwhelming, and any misstep could result in death as they approached the city walls. Intending to call out to the inhabitants of Yang City, the gates unexpectedly swung open. A stunningly beautiful woman, clad in a specialized maid's secretary outfit, emerged. She smiled at the weary trio and said, "Our city master has been eagerly awaiting your arrival. I hope you encountered no significant dangers on your journey. Please, come in. Our city master has prepared a feast of fine food and drink for you." "Well, it seems that your city master Li Yang is not as fearsome as the rumors suggest," thought the Caucasian man, feeling a wave of relief wash over him, for he had braced himself for the possibility of being bound upon arrival. If that were the case, this visit would have been exceedingly uncomfortable, especially since the woman spoke so melodiously. Wang Zhaojun observed the trio with a subtle smile, leading them not to Li Yang's current residence, but rather toward a 5-story building within the city. "This structure is remarkably sturdy. How did you manage to unearth such metal resources? To construct such a grand metallic edifice in less than 2 days in the gaming world is astonishing." As they traversed the city, the trio began to grasp the extent of Yang City's and Li Yang's terrifying advancements. It was worth noting that their own abodes were pitiful thatched huts, barely shielding them from the elements, and without a fire during the frigid season, warmth was unattainable. The stark contrast left them feeling quite unsettled. However, Wang Zhaojun did not respond to their remarks. Instead, she led them to the 3rd-floor reception room of the 5-story edifice. "Please, take a seat." The room was illuminated with a blue glow, spacious, adorned with numerous dining tables surrounded by metallic chairs, resembling a vast technological cafeteria. Notably, one table was laden with an array of beverages and beef, prompting the trio to hastily sit and begin devouring the meat. Yet, in that very instant, crack! The sound of metal clasps coming together startled them momentarily. Almost immediately, the 3 individuals were horrified to witness the chairs transform rapidly into metal beds. To their dismay, they found themselves trapped upon these metallic slabs. Chapter 49. The vaccine experiment, the terrifying effects of the vaccine. This unexpected turn of events left the trio in shock. They had merely come for negotiations, or rather, to discuss collaboration. But why were they being restrained on these beds? In an instant, a sense of foreboding gripped them. However, before they could fully comprehend the situation, they saw 3 men clad in white lab coats, wearing gloves and wielding syringes, approach them. Within those syringes were vials of a brownish liquid. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that it was none other than the extracted zombie virus. Panic set in. "Mr. Li Yang, you cannot do this. We are your partners, not mere test subjects. We have come with sincerity," they implored. "We are a business negotiation team composed of multiple federal empires, here specifically to discuss trade relations with you. You cannot." The leading white man's face was a mask of terror, his body trembling uncontrollably as beads of cold sweat formed on his brow. They were not fools, especially considering their own nation had previously engaged in the extraction of the zombie virus. They could clearly see that Li Yang intended for them to be infected, seemingly wishing to conduct some form of experiment. At that moment, they finally realized that this place was not a high-end restaurant, but rather a zombie laboratory disguised as one. Yet, Their pleas fell on deaf ears. The writhing bodies prompted Wang Zhaojun to wave his hand, summoning several more individuals in white coats who came forth to securely restrain the trio's limbs. Then, the liquid was slowly injected into their bodies through their muscles. A sharp sting, discomfort. A surge of searing energy flowed from the liquid, gradually permeating their limbs and cord. At that moment, the white man felt parched, his body no longer trembling as all strength dissipated. It was as if he were engulfed in flames, his weary form yearning for rest. But he understood that if he truly closed his eyes, the most terrifying fate awaited him. With great difficulty, he summoned the remnants of his consciousness to open a private chat channel, hastily typing out a message to send. However, just as he attempted to dispatch a second message, an overwhelming drowsiness seized his entire mind, plunging his awareness into darkness. The other two men, lying on their beds, experienced the same fate in Wang Zhaojun's eyes. The bodies of the three men began to undergo a rapid transformation. Their once intact flesh suddenly shifted to a grayish hue. A heavy stench of decay emanated from their forms. Crack, crack, crack. Their bodies swelled like agents of inflation, bursting through their clothing to expose their skin. It seemed their skin could not withstand this peculiar energy, as streams of black blood oozed from their skin, staining their gray forms black. Their eyes, too, began to shift to a crimson hue at that very moment. Unconscious howls emanated from their mouths, and gradually, these men were fully transformed into zombies. Yet, because they were bound to the experimental beds, no matter how hard they struggled, escape was impossible. Data monitoring concluded that the man of Caucasian descent had the best physical constitution, transforming into a zombie in just 1 minute, while the man from the Cosmic Nation took 20 seconds, and the ninja from the Ninja Nation took 38 seconds. The disparity in physical constitution determined the initial quality of the zombies. The Caucasian zombie was rated level 5. The Cosmic Nation zombie level 1, and the Ninja Nation zombie level 3. The female recorder observed the stopwatch in her hand and the data displayed on the holographic projection, reporting these findings. Nearby, Liang nodded in acknowledgement without uttering a word. To be frank, this situation felt akin to being offered a pillow when one was already drowsy. The zombie vaccine was currently in dire need of Phase 3 clinical trials, and these foreign individuals had voluntarily presented themselves. Should one consider them fortunate or unfortunate? It was unclear. As for using living bodies for experiments on the zombie virus and vaccine, Liang felt no psychological burden. In his previous life, he had witnessed such scenes countless times, especially concerning foreign individuals, with whom he held no fondness. Furthermore, this transpired within a game world. After death, one could respawn at the springwater, returning to life without consequence. Thus, why should he feel any psychological burden? To put it bluntly, to him, all players from other federal empires were his enemies, so even conducting such experiments in the real world would not weigh on him. Let the experiment commence, Tony. Understood, Tony Stark replied. Already prepared. He opened a metallic box, revealing 10 vials of serum lying quietly within. The serum inside the syringes was green, reminiscent of those in Resident Evil. Wasting no time, Tony donned protective gear and extracted the vial closest to him, instructing the recorder beside him. Initiate the injection, activate monitoring and detection instruments, and accurately record the experimental subject's vaccine response. Understood. As the words left his lips, Tony swiftly injected the serum into the man from the Cosmic Nation. In the first second, visible green luminescence coursed through the man's muscles, rapidly disseminating throughout his body. It was as though the liquid possessed the ability to split instantaneously, quickly spreading everywhere. Subsequently, even to the naked eye, it was evident that these green light particles were voraciously consuming the gray energy within his flesh. Soon after, they observed that the gray tint of the zombie and the intense red hue of his eyes were swiftly returning to normal. Nerve cells normal. The foundational drug experiment is a success. The vaccine has taken effect, thoroughly consuming the zombie virus, completed in 3 minutes. The experimental subject will awaken in 5 seconds. Countdown. Awakening. As the recorder's voice resonated, the man from the Cosmic Nation slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of clarity in his mind. Not only that, but he could also sense a unique energy within him, enhancing his various attributes. In an instant, his experience points and power surged rapidly. Is this have you successfully developed a serum vaccine to counter the zombie virus? The man from the Cosmic Nation was taken aback. Once this substance was unveiled, it would astonish the entire gaming world. Chapter 50. The Shocked Cosmic Nation, a Shift in Power. The experimental subject from the Cosmic Nation was no fool. On the contrary, being chosen to collaborate with Li Yang in this joint team required a sharp intellect. Hence, with just a bit of contemplation, he could grasp the current situation and its implications. However, at this moment, the gravity of the situation utterly surpassed his expectations. What exactly had Li Yang, the first player in the gaming world and the Lord of Yang City, been secretly orchestrating? The zombie virus vaccine was a matter of relentless research among countless federal nations. And yet the gaming world and the real world had only developed for a mere 2 days. Many were acutely aware of the terrifying complexity of the zombie virus's DNA sequence. Truly unraveling it was an impossible feat in the short term. Indeed, numerous analyses had been conducted, revealing that under the current knowledge levels of biologists, experts, and professors, deciphering the zombie virus's DNA sequence would require at least 50 years or even more. Hence, it was no wonder that the Cosmic Nation's experimental subject was so astounded. Just how formidable was the true strength of Yang City? However, before he could hear the researchers' responses, an overwhelming surge of energy suddenly erupted from within him. The energy from the zombie vaccine, after eradicating all traces of the zombie virus, seemed to mutate, beginning to ravenously devour and assault normal human cells. In a mere 10 seconds, a significant portion of his internal organs vanished. This formidable consuming capability plunged the experimental subject from the Cosmic Nation into a state of unconsciousness. Shortly thereafter, just 3 seconds later, his body appeared to disintegrate, vanishing entirely from the experimental bed. At that moment, an inconspicuous announcement refreshed instantly. A small speaker blared. "Player, I am Li Yang's disciple. Player death. Returning to the spring." No explanations were provided regarding the cause of death, nor how it occurred, merely a vague world announcement. However, given that numerous players met their demise daily in the game world and returned to the spring, few paid attention to this particular announcement. In the laboratory, witnessing this scene, Tony Stark and Spider-Man exchanged glances and shrugged helplessly. The dosage was a bit excessive. After 3,571 experiments, we have tested thoroughly. The vaccine should not attack normal human cells. There are only 2 possibilities. Point 1 is that the subject's constitution is too weak, possessing 20 primary physiological diseases, which results in an abundance of disease virus cells within their body, causing the vaccine to consume all these cells as well. These cells intermingle and merge with normal cells. Hence the occurrence is quite expected. The second possibility is that the individual has a normal constitution, but the dosage is problematic. Each vaccine has a specific dosage range, and exceeding this range will trigger corresponding consuming behavior. Based on the aggregate data reports, it is undoubtedly the latter. However, this was anticipated in the experiment. We have arranged 3 dosage levels, and with a few more trials, we will ascertain the normal vaccine dosage range. Now, let us proceed with the second experiment and document the results. Without delay, Tony Stark swiftly initiated the second experiment. The entire laboratory resumed its bustling activity. Meanwhile, Li Yang, the head of Yang City, observed the experimental results. A peculiar smile curling at the corners of his mouth. A variety of dramatic events were about to unfold. Within the spring, the player identified as Li Yang's disciple suddenly opened his eyes. An urgent alert began to flash frantically in his mind. Warning, emergency alert. The player's body is in a state of extreme weakness. Please replenish energy promptly, otherwise, the player's level will decrease within 30 seconds. The alerts continued to echo, leaving him no time to ponder further. A quick glance at his various data revealed that his health bar and all other metrics had plummeted to an absolute danger level of 0.00001. In this condition, even the lightest touch from anyone, even within the spring, could lead him to a second death. This realization sent chills down his spine. He had no desire to lose a level. In an instant, he hastily consumed various stored energy drinks, biscuits, and roasted meat. After more than a minute, bolstered by the influx of energy, his account finally reached a safe threshold. Wasting no time, he opted for immediate revival. Returning to his spawn point, which was within the boundaries of the Cosmic Nation in the game world. How could you die so quickly? What happened? Upon revival, he was surrounded by 10 individuals, their faces etched with confusion. It had only been a little over 30 minutes since they had arrived via the teleportation array, and by normal estimations, they should have just entered the Yang City area. There was no way he could have perished so swiftly. Although Li Yang was ruthless, he wouldn't indiscriminately kill without cause. Listen to me, this matter has escalated. The top player in the game, Li Yang, is conducting experiments with the zombie vaccine. Moreover, 90% of it has already succeeded. I was injected with the zombie virus and then the zombie vaccine, quickly regaining consciousness and reverting from a zombie state back to human. However, they must not have finalized their experiments, for the vaccine's potency was too overwhelming. Sending me back to the spring. What? Zombie vaccine? This is no trivial matter. Wait, I must report this to the super big shot immediately. One middle-aged man, seemingly in a position of authority, declared before vanishing without another word. After 2 minutes, he swiftly returned, pulling Li Yang's disciple aside. Come, let us take the teleportation array to our Cosmic Nation headquarters. Our super big shot and the head of the Vaccine Research Institute are waiting for you. You need to recount every detail of what just transpired. As he spoke, the middle-aged man scratched his head and sighed. Perhaps the game world is about to undergo a significant transformation. Li Yang has concealed his plans too deeply. The vaccine matters have never been disclosed. Chapter 51. Li Yang's devious scheme. Recruiting 2 followers. The vaccine research quickly concluded, with the results from the second and third experiments emerging even faster than before. The player from the Cosmic Nation underwent testing for a full 5 minutes, while the player from the Ninja Nation regained consciousness in just 1 minute, showing no adverse effects whatsoever. Not only had his consciousness returned, but although his level remained unchanged, his experience points surged by 500, a feat even greater than defeating 3 level 3 zombies. If his experience points increased by just 300 more, he would directly ascend from level 4 to level 5. Meanwhile, the white player's experiment concluded even more swiftly, finishing in merely 20 seconds, and astonishingly, his player level jumped from 4 to 5. Yes, this experiment had elevated him by 1 level. Unfortunately, at this moment, the 2 experimental subjects lying on the bed were in such a state that even the slightest movement of their tongues was impossible, let alone taking their own lives. Activate the forced recognition function, reducing them to a state of 0.00001 health, ensuring they become our people. A sly smile crept across Li Yang's lips. Since these 2 had undergone transformation, it meant they now possessed absolute immunity to the zombie virus. Even if they were bitten by a zombie, losing a leg, or even half their body, they would not turn into zombies. The reason for making them his own was to prevent unnecessary leaks, which was permissible in the game world. Of course, this was a peculiar rule discovered in his previous life, one that was deeply concealed. It was only in the middle stages of the game that Li Yang uncovered this hidden rule. However, upon hearing Li Yang's words, the 2 players were utterly stunned. Forced recognition? There exists such a terrifying rule in the game world? How did we not learn about this in the beginner's manual? The 2 were desperate to know more, even contemplating suicide to escape the situation, for it was too horrifying. The consequences of being controlled by him were unimaginable. Yet, before they could act, they watched in horror as Spider-Man swiftly sprang into action, his web slicing through their carotid arteries. Blood gushed forth. 3 seconds later, their consciousness began to fade once more, and then there was nothing. When they next awoke, they had left the experimental bed, and even the wounds on their necks had vanished. Yet, at this moment, the white player and the Ninja Nation player were filled with profound dread, for they felt as if Li Yang resided within their very hearts, as though he could discern all their thoughts, even sensing a looming threat of death. It was as if, should they defy him, their lives would be forfeit. This sensation emanated from the depths of their souls, transcending the mere confines of the game world. Your methods can even control our thoughts in the real world? What a terrifying tactic! The white man was visibly shaken, his eyes wide with despair. Such a method was utterly beyond his comprehension. There's no need to know so much. Continue with your plans. Just go with the flow. I will have Wang Zhaojun eliminate you, and then you can return to your respective federations. I trust you know what to do next. Li Yang, with a smile gracing his face, concluded his words and departed without a moment's hesitation. Meanwhile, the white individual yearned to express something further to Li Yang, but before the first syllable could escape his lips, his head inexplicably soared into the air. In the next instant, the airborne head beheld that of the Ninja Nation player. Shortly thereafter, their consciousness faded away, and they were abruptly returned to the fountain. The expression of the white player, who found himself at the fountain, transformed dramatically. The cruelty of the situation was unbearable, especially that of Wang Zhaojun, whose prowess was simply unfathomable. He had yet to perceive any intent to kill, and before he could even discern the opponent's movements, his head had already been severed. The most alarming aspect was that he could sense that the adversary had employed no extraordinary energy, solely relying on a certain sharp blade to end his life. This indicated that Wang Zhaojun's true form was indeed terrifying. Given this, just how formidable was the opponent's actual strength, and what of Li Yang's combat capabilities? In an instant, he dared not ponder further. He absolutely must adhere to Li Yang's directives. Otherwise, with the opponent's ability to exert control over him, he would find no path to survival. With this thought, he vanished alongside the Ninja Nation player into the fountain. Simultaneously, in Yang City, Li Yang's lips curled slightly in amusement. He turned to Wang Zhaojun beside him and remarked, "The impact of the two spies has proven to be quite significant. We can now rely on them to disseminate the news of the vaccine. Within just a couple of days, our finished vaccine will be in high demand, marking the true onset of rapid development for Yang City. In the early stages of the game, advancement necessitates a substantial amount of gold. Urban construction is inextricably linked to various infrastructural elements, and clearly, Li Yang lacked the time to accumulate wealth through monster grinding. That would be an utter waste of time. Thus, earning money in this post-apocalyptic world is an exceptionally viable strategy, and the vaccine serves as the prime instrument, particularly when sold to them as a problematic vaccine. The Lord's scheme is simply audacious." Standing beside Li Yang, Wang Zhaojun found herself momentarily at a loss for words, ultimately conjuring a term that perfectly encapsulated the essence of lordly. After all, his scheme was nothing short of a nightmare for others. Having spent an exorbitant sum, they would not only end up with defective vaccines but also express profound gratitude to Li Yang. Was this not the quintessential scenario of being sold while simultaneously counting the profit for the seller? The crucial point is that once the Westerners become aware of this, they will have no choice but to accept their fate. For now, globally, only Li Yang possesses the capability to develop a vaccine. Others, even in their research, have not managed to piece together any leads. How could they possibly proceed? Lord of the city, what shall we do next? The clock had struck 12. We still had several hours left in today's game. 12 o'clock. Li Yang glanced at his wristwatch. It's just noonday in that case. Let us follow this lord on a quest to hunt a boss. After all, I am due for a level up to 10. Chapter 52. The shock of the world announcement, multiple parties stunned, is what you said truly the case? At this moment, within a subterranean cave in the Cosmic Nation, the esteemed leaders and Director Jean of the Vaccine Research Institute bore grave expressions. I trust you comprehend the significance of this matter. It is imperative that we speak no falsehoods. Should the vaccine indeed be developed, its implications for both our gaming and real-world scenarios will be immeasurable. Notably, within the gaming realm, players bitten by zombies are subjected to a unique rule. Following a bite, they do not die immediately unless a major artery, heart, or brain is compromised, resulting in instant death and a return to the fountain. However, ordinary wounds do not lead to death. Rather, they transform the player into a zombie. In such a state, players lose control of their consciousness, akin to watching a VR film, witnessing themselves as soulless beings slaughtering their fellow players or engaging in mindless battles against mutated beasts. This brutal punishment lasts a full 2 hours before players ultimately succumb to death and return to the fountain. This serves as a peculiar form of leniency for players infected with the zombie virus, essentially amounting to a 2-hour waste of gameplay. Consequently, those 2 hours are of paramount importance. Should a zombie vaccine or serum materialize, early administration would render them impervious to any infection. At that point, not only could they reclaim those 2 hours, but they could also ascend to new heights, exploiting even more extraordinary advantages, particularly the financial allure of the vaccine. Once it hits the market, will be remarkable. Of that, I can assure you. This is indeed the truth. Moreover, 2 individuals, one a master player from the United States and the other from the Ninja Nation, have reached the pinnacle of excellence and were participants in this experiment. Their trials occurred right after mine, and I just learned that both were slain by Wang Zhaojun, indicating that their experiments have concluded as well. If you harbor doubts, feel free to consult them. Thus, the Cosmic Nation's esteemed leader, upon hearing this, wore a solemn expression. This matter must remain confidential. I will communicate with the higher-ups through special channels. This situation is monumental. If mishandled, it could trigger a cataclysmic upheaval in the entire gaming world. Understood, esteemed leader. I know what must be done. Proceed. With that, the individual known as Li Yang's disciple nodded earnestly and departed the scene. Once he left, the Cosmic Nation's esteemed leader wasted no time in swiftly accessing the game's holographic projection data panel. He initiated a group chat for a joint negotiation task force, where only 6 members remained, indicating that several players had been eliminated from the group due to disqualification by the United States. However, when he sent his first message, inquiring if the esteemed members were present, he was suddenly taken aback, for at that moment, he encountered a message that drained the color from his face. We regret to inform you, esteemed player Park Bomb, that you have been removed from the group chat and cannot send messages. Please contact the group owner to rejoin. In an instant, the esteemed leader of the Cosmic Nation, Park Bomb, was infuriated. How could such a prominent figure of the Federal Empire be expelled? Disqualified? They, the Cosmic Nation, had proudly claimed ownership of various resources from Dragon Country, including Li Yang. Humph. He scoffed softly, choosing silence. For he possessed the foresight not to confront the powerful leaders of the United States, fearing for his life. Simultaneously, within the Joint Negotiation Task Force group, the esteemed leader of the Ninja Nation posted a message. I believe we must keep this matter under wraps. At the very least, the general populace must remain unaware. Otherwise, the profits that Li Yang stands to gain will be astronomical. The allure of the ninja vaccine is immense for all players. Once administered, they could disregard zombie infections and even gain experience to level up. Publicizing such information could easily result in sales reaching 1 billion gold coins within mere hours. Absolutely correct. Therefore, it is best to secure the agency rights and operate gradually. We must negotiate effectively with Li Yang and devise a means to extract a portion of the vaccine's profits from his pockets. Furthermore, added the Daylight Nation, we must obtain his formula, allowing us to manufacture the vaccine ourselves. The Great Bear interjected, this task is fraught with challenges. Whatever we can conceive, Li Yang can surely anticipate as well. Moreover, I prefer to abstain from involving myself in your affairs. I shall pursue my own endeavors. With that, the Great Bear exited the group chat. Meanwhile, the representative from the Greek Federation continued, let us observe the intentions of the United States. I believe we cannot underestimate Li Yang. His strength and intelligence are formidable. Otherwise, he could not manage a city accommodating 20,000 refugees so efficiently. Indeed, concurred the Rice Federation, we must present adequate sincerity and initiate collaboration, even if it means purchasing the vaccine at a high price. We cannot allow it to flood the market. Otherwise, we will face dire repercussions. Should the United States proceed thusly, the balance of the game would be disrupted, adversely affecting the development of our major federations. Thus, we must be prepared to make significant sacrifices. The pressing question now is how much we must spend and how we can persuade Li Yang to agree to keep this matter confidential. Moreover, speed is of the essence. If we delay, this information will inevitably be leaked. However, just as these words were spoken, the world announcement suddenly refreshed. World announcement. Player Li Yang, accompanied by S-rank researcher Tony Stark, Peter Parker, and several other distinguished researchers, has successfully developed a vaccine for the zombie virus. This vaccine neutralizes the zombie virus and is already in mass production. Let us extend our heartfelt congratulations to him. Congratulations on achieving the special accomplishment of creating a vaccine, for he has been awarded an S-rank treasure chest. World announcement. The announcement reverberated, and in an instant, a flurry of ellipses appeared in the chat. Goodness, this matter hasn't even been thoroughly discussed yet, and they have completely overlooked this point. The world announcement will not heed any of their negotiations. Chapter 53. The astonishing situation, the world stunned in a heartbeat. The influential figures of the United States turned as pale as if they had been constipated for a fortnight. World announcement. They had entirely forgotten this crucial detail. The emergence of the world announcement disrupted all their plans, causing countless strategies to dissolve into mere vapor. Quickly contact Li Yang. Since this matter can no longer be concealed, we must reach out to him at once and procure as many vaccines as possible. Only by stockpiling a substantial quantity of vaccines and then reselling them at a premium can we minimize our losses. In fact, we might even make a significant profit. At this moment, the superiors of the U.S. swiftly revised their strategy, quickly arriving at a new decision. These individuals are not fools. If the first plan fails, they must adapt. However, they soon realized a frustrating truth. Liang had set his account so that no one could add him as a friend. This means that unless Liang takes the initiative to add someone, they cannot contact him. The coalition of these superiors felt somewhat stifled at this moment. Meanwhile, the World Channel was already in an uproar. No one expected that Liang had completed the vaccine experiment. Level up quickly. It's difficult to engage in trade within the game until we reach level 10 and the trading market opens. We must prioritize leveling up. That vaccine for the zombie virus is invaluable. I believe Liang has already begun mass production. For the sake of profit, he cannot possibly refrain from selling it. Therefore, we must level up swiftly and obtain the vaccine. But if we do that, won't all the gold coins we've painstakingly earned just end up in Liang's pocket? Are you still fretting over that? Tell me, what is more important, life in the real world or gold coins in the game? The World Channel erupted into fervent debate, as this was a development that no one had anticipated. Yet, many understood that from a personal standpoint, regardless of the cost or amount of gold coins spent, once one receives the zombie virus vaccine, they would be immune to infection. This would save an immense amount of time leveling up in the game. And in the real world, they would no longer need to tread so cautiously. After all, the constant fear of infection and assimilation by the zombie virus is utterly unbearable. Thus, at this moment, players began to level up with the fervor of untamed horses. In an instant, the data on the personal level leaderboard shifted rapidly. Simultaneously, in the Dragon Country, Long City, the mayor of Long City and the military district's elite stood together, gazing at the world announcement and then at their firearms. Suddenly feeling as though their weapons had lost their allure, Li Yang's progress was astonishingly swift. We are but a step away from entering the age of electricity, yet behold, he has already developed a vaccine for the zombies. The military district leader said, a bitter smile gracing his face. Comparing ourselves to others is utterly infuriating. Specialization leads to excellence. Liang must possess secrets we are entirely unaware of, therefore, we need not dwell too much on this. Our priority is to hasten the transition to the electric age and fulfill the promises made to Liang yesterday. The mayor of Long City had clarity of thought, acutely aware that the weapon data exchanged would demand a price. Very well, the military district leader nodded in agreement. The two did not immediately return to hunting zombies, but instead made their way to a large earthen building within the guild. Inside the building, 5 bespectacled professors surrounded a small machine, busily tinkering away, its almost ready. Just one more minute. Wait, the coil's tensile strength might not be sufficient. If the current surges and the coil cannot withstand it, what if it explodes? I believe we should wrap more copper wire around it. That would ensure safety. Indeed, they communicated with animated voices. Before long, when a booming sound reverberated, one of the wheels began to turn upon contact with the copper wire. It spun faster and faster, eventually setting a second wheel in motion. This brought smiles to the faces of both the director and the military leader. Electricity has been successfully generated. World announcement. Players Long Guardian and Military Guardian, leading 7 professors, have successfully developed a small generator, thereby ushering the Divine Dragon Guild into the electric age. Their guild has leveled up. Simultaneously, all members of the Divine Dragon Guild will see their gold coin shop updated with electric age merchandise. Let us congratulate them. World announcement. Player Long Guardian World announcement. Player Long Guardian. The announcement swept across the channel, leaving countless individuals momentarily dumbfounded. The electric age? This must be the second guild globally to enter the electric age. Right? Currently, there is no third. Indeed, and this second guild is still within the Dragon Country. Is this mere coincidence or something more? Who knows? Let us not dwell on that. We must level up quickly. Others have entered the electric age. We must catch up, or else many future endeavors will become unmanageable. However, just as these individuals concluded their discussions in the World Channel, a new round of world announcements left everyone utterly astonished. They could hardly believe the magnitude of the changes. World announcement. The Divine Dragon Guild, led by players Long Guardian and Military Guardian, has officially joined Liang's Yang City, becoming a subsidiary guild of Yang City. Let us congratulate them. World announcement. Players have officially joined Yang City, becoming a subsidiary guild of Yang City. World announcement. The announcement swept across the channel, leaving countless heads spinning. Not only that, but the entire World Channel, upon the resounding of the world announcement, seemed to be pressed on pause, with no new messages refreshing. Li Yang is destined for greatness. Such a large guild has agreed to join him. What allure does he possess that compels them to align with him? Chapter 54. The Changes Among the Bigwigs, Level 10 Boss Longguardian. Isn't that the nickname of the mayor of Long City in reality? He has actually become the leader of Li Yang's subsidiary guild, the Divine Dragon Guild, and he has made such a monumental decision. Indeed. Is this a sign of collaboration? Yet, I have never witnessed such a situation before. Regardless, this matter holds little significance for us ordinary players. The most pressing concern is to focus on leveling up. Now that the Divine Dragon Guild has become Li Yang's subsidiary, Yang City will undoubtedly enter a period of rapid development, which will place immense pressure on us. However, I have a question. Player Li Yang has not created a guild himself. Can he still expand subsidiary guilds? Of course, this is a fundamental feature in the Novice Manual, designed to cater to powerful players who do not wish to form their own guilds. Oh, I see. At this moment, countless ordinary citizens of the Dragon Country in the World Channel were momentarily stunned. After all, the mayor of Long City voluntarily becoming the leader of Li Yang's subsidiary guild and leading 50,000 players to join is a gesture that could send shockwaves around the world. After all, this is merely the beginning of the game. Simultaneously, in the Ninja Country, Maple Leaf City, amidst a vast expanse of maple trees, stood several earthen buildings. Inside these buildings, numerous figures were busily at work. One middle-aged man observed this scene with a furrowed brow. He was none other than the mayor of Maple Leaf City, post-facial modification. At this moment, the mayor, gazing at the world announcement regarding Long Guardian joining the Leaf Heaven subsidiary guild, could not help but frown. What is happening over there in the Dragon Country? Secretary, has the super bigwig been informed? What did he say? He inquired, and before long, beneath the maple leaves, a voice echoed, the big boss is already aware, yet has chosen to remain taciturn. Let us proceed with our developments in an orderly manner. Simultaneously, he sent you a private message, instructing you to follow the operations detailed therein. Upon hearing this, the mayor of Maple Leaf City nodded in acknowledgement. With a swift motion of his hand, a game interface materialized before him. However, when he beheld the content displayed within this window, he was utterly astounded. He had never anticipated that matters would escalate to such a degree. Let us cease our studies on steam engines. Moving forward, we shall focus on generators, coal-powered electricity. We can no longer develop in a gradual manner, for otherwise, the situation may transform even more drastically. We must endeavor to forge generators ahead of others and hasten our entry into the age of electricity. He admonished those in the Research Institute sternly. No one knew what the super-powerful figure from the Ninja Nation had conveyed to the mayor of Maple Leaf City moments prior. Such occurrences were incessantly unfolding within various federal empires, leaving countless individuals in a state of bewilderment. Wasn't the intention to develop steadily? Such an approach would yield greater benefits and rewards. Yet why had the pace suddenly accelerated? Guild members exchanged puzzled glances. But before these ordinary members could ascertain anything in the World Channel, the mid-level personnel of the guild were intently watching them, urging them to focus on their tasks and refrain from any communication in the World Channel. This only heightened the tension among the masses. What on earth had transpired? At this very moment, within the ancient Greek Federal Empire, there existed a colossal tropical rainforest, teeming with countless mutated beasts and small demonic creatures. Yet, amidst this terrifying jungle, a group of players exhibited no fear of the mutated beasts. Indeed, the incense from our esteemed ancient Greek confederation proved remarkably effective. Even against these mutated creatures, it allowed them to approach us. Now is not the time to deliberate over such conclusions. We must swiftly enter the age of electricity to design CNC lathes, or else we would be utterly incapable of accomplishing anything without assembly line products. Vaccines also necessitate the existence of supporting facilities. If we procure vaccines, yet Li Yang does not provide a temperature-controlled box for preservation, we cannot stockpile them in large quantities. Hence, some matters must be expedited. A girl with golden hair turned to the middle-aged man beside her and spoke in a low voice. Mia, I understand, but our pressure is immense. Although we have indeed entered the age of electricity in the real world, such things cannot simply be fabricated with words. We must exercise patience. Yet while we wait, however, Mia paid no heed to the man's words. Before he could finish speaking, she kicked him into the flowing water nearby. But in the next moment, Mia, along with all the players present, was taken aback, for at that instant, the water surged violently, forming a massive 10-meter whirlpool. Within the vortex, a colossal 15-meter-long super crocodile emerged from the depths, charging at Mia with the speed of a ravenous tiger. She could even see the bones of the middle-aged man within the crocodile's jaws. It was evident that he had been devoured. The incense proved ineffective against such a monster. Mia executed a deft roll to evade the attack, her body swinging through the trees with the agility of a nimble monkey. Meanwhile, the surrounding ordinary players began to scatter in panic. For the sight was simply too terrifying. 15 meters, name, venomous crocodile level, 10 grade, S-class age, 517 years mutation level, advanced mutation. Gazing at the creature's attribute panel, Mia was left dumbfounded. To the extent that she fell from the tree branch in shock. Level 10? How is this possible? Why is there a level 10 boss appearing now? This is far too swift. Since the game's inception, barely 2 days had passed, and in that brief span, they had encountered at most level 5 bosses and level 6 ordinary zombies. Statistically speaking, the likelihood of encountering a level 10 boss should have been 0. Why had this creature manifested so suddenly? The moment she hit the ground, she began to flee, contemplating while evading the monster's attacks. Yet, after a full 3 minutes, the world announcement quietly refreshed. World announcement: the ancient Greek Athena Guild, led by Mia, has been annihilated. Chapter 55. The Steel Gorilla. The world announcement of the Athena Guild's annihilation sent shockwaves through the player community, instantly flooding the world channel with messages. How could this be possible? The Athena Guild is the most formidable guild in the ancient Greek Federal Empire. Surely no player could achieve such a feat. Not necessarily. I believe Li Yang possesses the strength to do so. However, one is in the Dragon Kingdom and the other in the ancient Greek Federal Empire, so they would never cross paths. Puffed. Another one singing Li Yang's praises. He's just a lucky player from the Dragon Kingdom. Do you really think he's a god? What a foolish notion. What kind of nonsense is this? If you have the guts, say it in front of Li Yang. I'll bet he would knock your teeth out. Breaking news. The Athena Guild encountered a level 10 wild boss and was immediately wiped out. The scene was simply brutal. A level 10 wild boss. This is unscientific. Most of our players are only level 6. How could we possibly combat a level 10 boss? I told you, the Athena Guild could never be wiped out by players. Look, encountering a level 10 wild boss and being annihilated is entirely reasonable. Even that Li Yang would surely be doomed if he faced it. Exactly. All they do is hype up Li Yang. I've never seen him achieve anything particularly impressive. If he can single-handedly take down a level 10 boss, I'll be truly impressed. What shameless rhetoric. The entire Athena Guild was wiped out, and you expect Li Yang to take on a boss alone? Truly, not everyone possesses common sense. Just as players from various nations debated fervently in the World Channel, 2 more world announcements swiftly captured the attention of all players. World announcement: the Island Nation Guild, led by Zwamuzi, has been annihilated. World announcement: the Korean Guild, led by Park Jin-soo, has been annihilated. Upon receiving these 2 world announcements, the entire World Channel fell into silence. All players were left dumbfounded, and not a single player dared to speak. The ancient Greek Athena Guild had just been wiped out, and in less than a minute, 2 more guilds had met the same fate. Both the island nations Eightfold and Korea's Daylight were powerful guilds within the game, yet they had all been annihilated simultaneously. This was nothing short of shocking. Within a mere few minutes, 3 guilds far superior to ordinary ones had been completely wiped out. What was most alarming was that these guilds had failed to send out any warnings before their annihilation. This marked one of the most bizarre events since the game's launch. It took a full half-hour before players managed to contact those from the annihilated guilds to piece together the entire truth of the events, subsequently posting it on a player-organized forum. During this time, an additional 5 or 6 guilds from various nations inexplicably faced swift annihilation. In less than a minute, the post's view count surpassed 10 million, with its popularity skyrocketing to claim the top spot on the forum's trending list. From this post, players discovered that all the annihilated guilds had encountered level 10 wild bosses during their exploration. After reading the post, all the players were left with one question. When did level 10 wild bosses become so common? It felt as if they were everywhere. Clearly, in an era where the highest level of ordinary players was only 6. The sudden appearance of level 10 wild bosses could effortlessly slaughter any players they encountered. What kind of game was this? Without exploration, there was no way to gather resources for development. Yet venturing out could lead to encounters with level 10 wild bosses. It was a vicious cycle. These suddenly appearing level 10 bosses completely disrupted the game's balance, leaving no space for ordinary players to develop. In an instant, all players directed their grievances towards the system. Given the system's typical behavior, those expressing dissatisfaction did not expect any results. They merely sought to vent their frustrations. To their astonishment, the system issued a notice. Attention all players. Due to various federal players accelerating their upgrades and societal development in a bid to hasten their entry into the age of electricity, such actions have distorted the normal ecology of societal development, severely disrupting the game's balance and resulting in the frequent appearance of wild bosses. Each federation will randomly refresh a boss, and players and guilds that defeat the wild map boss will be rewarded handsomely. At the same time, players are urged to approach the issues of societal development with rationality to prevent similar situations from arising in the future. Upon reading this announcement, the players exchanged bewildered glances, as they had never anticipated that the appearance of these formidable level 10 wild bosses was a consequence of certain players advancing too rapidly. This system is utterly ridiculous. Resorting to such measures to stifle player development is simply shameless. However, while players' protests may prompt the system to issue an explanatory announcement, they are powerless to alter its decisions and can only accept their fate with resignation. Naturally, some defiant players attempted to stealthily engage in exploration, including guilds brimming with confidence in their strength, but the outcome was invariably disastrous, with all groups facing annihilation and not a single player or guild succeeding in defeating the boss. Consequently, all players across the Federation ceased their exploration efforts, except for Li Yong. In the ruins of a city to the northwest of Yang City, the sound of gunfire erupted as a barrage of bullets streaked towards a colossal mutated creature towering 10 meters high in the center of the road. Its black fur glimmered with a metallic sheen, accentuated by its remarkably muscular chest. This sudden foe that had attacked Li Yong was none other than a gigantic gorilla. The sheer size of this 10-meter behemoth instilled an overwhelming sense of dread, as armor-piercing rounds ricocheted off its dark fur without leaving even a dent, a testament to its formidable defensive capabilities, truly befitting a level 10 boss. Yet, Li Yong remained unfazed. He calmly stowed away his submachine gun and entered the psionic tank. At that moment, the waiting extraordinary individuals and Wang Zhaojun swiftly drew their weapons, aiming at the roaring steel gorilla before them. Boom! The tank roared as its psionic cannon fired. Chapter 56. The first kill of a level 10 boss. Players left dumbfounded. This so-called gorilla was enveloped in an incredibly dense coat of fur. Previously, Li Yong had entrusted the grenade launcher to the extraordinary beings, but even that had inflicted no damage whatsoever. Li Yong understood precisely what this signified. He had never encountered this boss in his previous life, though he had come across mentions of it on forums. Intriguing. Let us test the enchanted shells of the psionic tank. A faint smile crept across Li Yang's lips. In his previous life, he had faced numerous wild map bosses, yet this gorilla was one he had never encountered. The pace of development in this life was drastically different, as reaching level 10 for everyone was still half a month away. By that time, Li Yong had already ascended to the ranks of the top experts, rendering the contemplation of a mere level 10 boss unnecessary. Although he had only been a level 29 player at that time, his cautious nature had led him to memorize the various bosses encountered by others on the forums. And this level 10 wild map gorilla was among them. Switch to enchanted effects. First, strike its fur with enchanted attacks, then await my psionic tank's assault. Understood, came the responses over the headset. After all, Li Yong had previously established an enchantment research institute and had even developed an exceptional enchantment array. He had refrained from elaborating on this matter, deeming it unnecessary, as inscribing the enchantment array was a gradual process that delivered a stunning blow in the dark, especially since this so-called enchantment array wielded formidable magical power. Roar! Boom! At that moment, the black gorilla pounded its chest with its fists and leapt towards Wang Zhaojun, who was swinging back and forth in front of it with her ropes. This little creature was proving to be quite bothersome. However, in that instant, the gorilla was taken aback. Wang Zhaojun, clad in a tight suit, suddenly vanished. What? Before it could react, a massive beam of light, half a meter in diameter, surged toward it. Boom! Within the light beam were 6 distinct powers, akin to 6 specialized projectiles striking directly into its chest. The explosion resonated instantly, unleashing an overwhelming shockwave from the gorilla's chest, shattering nearby windows and scattering dust. Even the surrounding trees swayed momentarily. The gorilla's form was propelled back 10 meters by the force, blood trickling down from its chest. A gaping hole, the size of half a fist, had formed just 5 centimeters from its heart. Blood gushed forth from the wound. Roar! In an instant, the gorilla was consumed by fury. It had not anticipated that these detestable insects would dare to inflict such torment upon it. The previous beam of light had been an agonizing experience. Far removed from the sensation of bullets and grenades striking its body in a flash, it leaped into action, its eyes firing 2 beams of laser-like energy, one pursuing Wang Zhaojun, the other racing toward the extraordinary being that had launched the enchanted grenade attack. Boom, boom! The sound of 2 massive explosions echoed as the gorilla lunged toward the psionic tank where Li Yang was stationed. In its current state, it perceived this metallic contraption as the greatest threat. Thus, as it launched its attack, its hands crackled with lightning, weaving into a net of blue electrical arcs. Then it seized the tank. Lightning flickered, flooding the psionic tank in an instant, to the astonishment of all onlookers. The tank was scorched, and its robust super armor was crumpled into a spherical shape. However, in that moment, the gorilla's intuition screamed that it had made a grave error. It attempted to discard the psionic tank, only to find that the spherical mass it had created clung to it like a stubborn adhesive. But before it could fully process this thought, a cataclysmic explosion erupted with thunderous intensity. The psionic tank's projectiles were already formidable, and with Li Yang having inscribed combat-enhancing runes upon them, the magical assault unleashed was extraordinarily terrifying. The blast obliterated its chest, leaving nothing below the neck. Just a head remained. Yet, at that moment, no world announcement appeared, indicating that the creature was not yet dead. In the gorilla's despairing gaze, it observed 3 identical, immense explosions engulfing its head. Could it be that this terrifying entity, this monkey, had an abundance of such powers? No matter how it pondered, answers eluded it. The relentless shockwaves pulverized all nearby structures, while those in Li Yang's camp, protected by damage immunity, suffered no harm. However, several lower-level zombies and mutated beasts perished in the blast, disintegrating into a plethora of loot and resources scattered across the ground. Among the spoils, the gorilla's drops were the most abundant and conspicuous. At that moment, the world announcement gradually materialized. World announcement. Player Li Yang has successfully completed the first kill of the boss Steel Gorilla in 10 minutes and has achieved the first kill of a level 10 boss in the game world, thus earning an S-grade treasure chest. Let us congratulate him. World announcement. Player Li Yang. Let us congratulate him. World announcement. Player Li Yang. Let us congratulate him. World announcement. Player Li Yang has successfully leveled up to level 10, unlocking more features, including access to the black market and trading market. We hope all players strive to enter the trading market soon. As the announcement reverberated, the entire gaming world erupted in astonishment. No way! How is this possible? Countless players stared in disbelief, their faces etched with incredulity. How could it be that just moments ago, they had doubted Li Yang's capabilities, only to witness such a swift and decisive victory? Chapter 57. S-grade pet egg. Did I see that correctly? Li Yang actually defeated a level 10 wild map boss. You alone have erred. Do you mean to suggest that every player across the globe has also made the same mistake? Ha ha ha. What about those who previously claimed that Li Yang possessed no real strength? Is this still deemed as lacking in power, when entire guilds have been utterly annihilated? Unbelievable. The satisfaction of this face-slapping moment is overwhelming. Mere moments ago, there were voices asserting that Li Yang was incapable, and in the next instant, he single-handedly vanquished the boss and made it onto the world announcement. Infuriating, isn't it? My goodness, is Li Yang truly that formidable? This is a level 10 wild boss that has already decimated over a dozen large guilds. Could it be that Li Yang's prowess surpasses that of an entire major guild? Such an exaggeration seems implausible. However, it must be acknowledged that this individual is indeed exceptionally strong. It appears he harbors a multitude of secrets, undoubtedly linked to modern weaponry. Therefore, we must persist in our efforts to advance our era. Yet, as noted in the world announcement, all player guilds are progressing beyond their respective eras, directly heading towards the electrical age, disrupting the normal balance of game development, which has consequently summoned a level 10 boss to rectify this disruption. How then are we to progress? I believe we must remain observant. It would be prudent to consult with a larger guild leader. Otherwise, Liang's overwhelming dominance poses a significant threat, both in the electrical age and potentially the nuclear age. The World Channel has once again surged with activity, thanks to Liang. Even after he has slain the level 10 boss, there are still players who harbor disdain for him, revealing that contrarians and the intellectually challenged are ever present. Meanwhile, dozens of players from the Athena Guild stand in unison within the tropical rainforest, with their leader, Mia, positioned at the forefront, her expression blank as silence envelopes the vicinity, creating an atmosphere tinged with awkwardness. This marks the first total annihilation for the Athena Guild. If the aftermath is not handled with due diligence, the entire guild's cohesion will suffer a grave blow. She must devise a means to rally all players within the guild. Fellow compatriots, I am your leader, Mia. Upon hearing Mia's impassioned voice, all heads were lifted, countless gazes converging upon her. Excellent. This is a perfect beginning. Mia bolstered herself inwardly before continuing. As you have all witnessed, we have experienced the first total annihilation in the history of the Athena Guild. But there is no need for despair. This is not our fault. Let it be known that we are not alone in this defeat. The Eight-Headed Guild from the Ninja Nation, the Sun Guild from the Cosmic Nation, and many other guilds worldwide have also faced total annihilation. Each of them is no less formidable than us, and yet they too have fallen. Thus far, no guild has managed to survive an encounter with a level 10 wild boss. This is not our failing in the time ahead. Let us diligently develop our territories and strive to elevate our levels. We must swiftly defeat the level 10 wild boss to demonstrate our strength. However, just as the players of the Athena Guild were stirred into a fervor by Mia's words, the world announcement rang out. Player Liang has achieved this feat in just 10 minutes. Let us congratulate him. Instantly, the once spirited players of the Athena Guild fell into silence. The tropical rainforest was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop, and Mia stood frozen in place. As if ensnared by a spell, an incredibly awkward atmosphere spread among the group. To be candid, Mia had indeed proven herself a competent guild leader. Through her eloquence, she had transformed their grief into strength. Unfortunately, she encountered Liang. When the collective strength of the guild still resulted in annihilation before the boss, the sudden emergence of a player who single-handedly challenged and defeated the boss was nothing short of bewildering. Any player from a guild that had fallen before a level 10 wild boss would feel as dazed as the members of the Athena Guild. Having confronted the boss directly, they understood better than anyone the ferocity of such a challenge. How did Liang accomplish this? This question consumed not only Mia but all the guild members who had succumbed to the boss. Yet, Liang remained as enigmatic as ever, never directly addressing any inquiries from players. Preserving his air of mystery in Yang City, amidst discussions, Liang had returned with his team. Due to the unexpected interference of the Steel Gorilla, their initial objectives had not been met, yet the items dropped by the gorilla would significantly mitigate the losses incurred during their expedition. Congratulations! You have received a character upgrade card, which allows you to enhance a character card by 1 star, raising all attributes by 20. Congratulations! You have received 10 tons of pure milk. Congratulations! You have received blueprints for a sniper rifle production line. Congratulations! You have received 3 fragments of the enchantment array. 10 fragments can be combined into a complete enchantment array. Congratulations! You have received an ability analysis card. Possessing this card allows one to analyze their ability weaknesses and provides basic solutions for addressing them. Congratulations! You have received artificial intelligence fragments. Collecting 5 fragments can create an SSS-level artificial intelligence program, 10 times more powerful than Jarvis. Congratulations! You have received an egg from the Steel Gorilla. Below are its attributes. Name: Steel Gorilla Egg. Grade: S. Attributes: can be artificially incubated. Upon completion, it will yield a beast pet of at least S grade. Congratulations! This is the bounty from the boss defeat. Beyond the egg, the artificial intelligence fragments, character upgrade cards, and sniper rifle blueprints are all valuable assets that can transform one city dramatically. It is well understood that the stronger the military might, the safer the city. Furthermore, the greater the influx of refugees one can attract, the more one's plans can progress. Of course, other items are also precious, but overall, the rewards from this level 10 boss kill are substantial, and with proper utilization, they will be immensely beneficial. Particularly, the gorilla egg, once hatched, will provide a formidable ally, potentially even more fearsome than a psychic tank. Stowing away the pet egg, Li Yang intended to conduct thorough research upon entering Yang City. The system indicated that the pet, once hatched, would be at least S-grade, meaning that with the right approach, it might even yield an SS or even an SSS-grade pet. However, just as Li Yang entered the vicinity of Yang City, his beautiful secretary, Wang Zhaojun, who had been by his side, reminded him with a smile, "City Lord, Mayor Long and the military leaders from Long City have arrived in the reception hall. They have brought the agreed-upon supplies and all relevant documents pertaining to the Shenlong-affiliated guild." Chapter 58. Vaccine production commences in the reception hall. Mayor Long and a military leader sat upright in their chairs, their backs unyielding against the chair backs, appearing somewhat stiff. The tea on the table had already gone cold, indicating they had been waiting for quite some time, yet neither had taken a sip. Mayor Long glanced around the remarkably modern reception room. Were it not for the system interface reminding him that this was a game, he might have believed he was on Blue Star. Observing the advanced nature of the reception hall, one could only imagine the rapid development of Li Yang's territory. It is worth noting that many players today have yet to construct even a brick and tile house. Seated there, Mayor Long and the military leader from Long City could not help but feel grateful for their previous decisions. Finally, the doors of the reception hall opened silently, and Li Yang, dressed in combat attire and bearing traces of dried blood, walked in slowly. The chilling aura surrounding him left even the military leader from Long City momentarily stunned. In that instant, he was reminded of his own drill instructor from when he first enlisted, who, despite having endured numerous harrowing battles over the years, bore no killing intent as fierce as Li Yang's point. One could only wonder how many times one must tread through mountains of corpses and rivers of blood to cultivate such a terrifying aura. As Li Yang walked past him, he instinctively stood up and saluted with a military gesture. Mayor Long, who was beside him, immediately followed suit, slightly bowing to Li Yang. However, Li Yang paid no heed to the two and proceeded directly to take a seat at the head of the table. Following closely behind him, Wang Zhaojun promptly offered a glass of cool tea, placing it to Li Yang's right, and then stood obediently by his side in silence. Li Yang inclined his head slightly towards Mayor Long and the military dignitary. Acknowledging their presence, it was only after Li Yang took a sip of tea that Mayor Long approached him, speaking in a respectful tone to report on the current situation of the Shenlong Guild. "Lord City Master, the Shenlong Guild has now fully entered the Electric Age, with the number of guild players reaching 5,000 and continuing to grow. It is expected to reach 10,000 within half a day." Li Yang nodded gently, indicating that he was already aware of the situation. The military dignitary, standing upright, then saluted Li Yang and reported, "Report, City Master. 90% of the supplies for the Shenlong Guild have been boxed, and they will arrive in Yang City in 3 minutes. The inventory list is here. May I request you to send someone to review and accept it?" The military dignitary produced a sheet of paper from his pocket, densely filled with various names and quantities of supplies. Before Li Yang could take it, Wang Zhaojun, who had been standing by, took the inventory list and softly addressed the military dignitary and Mayor Long, saying, "Please follow me. I will take responsibility for the remaining supply verification. The Shenlong Guild will never regret today's decision." Wang Zhaojun then exited with the inventory list, while Mayor Long and the military dignitary bowed slightly to Li Yang before leaving the conference room. As the two departed, Li Yang was preparing to exit the meeting room when a guard rushed to his side. "Lord City Master, there is news from the vaccine factory. Please come with me." Upon hearing this, Li Yang was quite astonished. Could it be that the vaccine had already entered mass production? That would indeed be fantastic news. "Let us go and see what the situation is," he replied, leading the accompanying soldiers toward the vaccine factory. Upon entering, Li Yang spotted Tony Stark and Spider-Man, who were busy documenting something on a tablet. As soon as Tony noticed Li Yang, he rushed over, his eyes brimming with uncontainable excitement. "City Master Li, we have succeeded. The first batch of vaccines has been successfully mass-produced. This is simply marvelous. On behalf of all the suffering refugees, I thank you." Li Yang, bemused by Tony's exuberance, interrupted, "First, show me the finished products, though." "I apologize. It's my fault for being too excited. I will take you to see them right away." With that, Tony led Li Yang to a functioning assembly line, where Spider-Man was already waiting. Upon seeing Li Yang approach, he greeted him and nervously began introducing the newly produced vaccines. Before them were boxes with a futuristic design, containing translucent green liquid quietly resting in glass vials. Spider-Man pointed to a box on the right and organized his thoughts, saying, "This box contains the vaccine that provides complete immunity against the zombie virus. Just one injection will produce permanent antibodies, rendering one immune to the infection. A total of 3,000 doses were produced this time." Then, Spider-Man pointed to another box on the left, which appeared almost identical to the one on the right. However, with Li Yang's extraordinary vision, he could perceive that the vaccine in the left box was slightly paler than that on the right. If not for their side-by-side comparison, even Li Yang might not have noticed any difference. Looking at Spider-Man with a hint of curiosity, Spider-Man quickly explained, "This box contains defective vaccines. Their efficacy cannot compare to the complete ones. After injection, they will only produce antibodies for 1 month, and the effectiveness will rapidly decline after repeated injections. Even subsequent administration of the complete vaccine will not yield permanent antibodies." A total of 7,000 doses were produced of this type. Together, the two types of vaccines totaled 10,000 doses, all present before them. What does the City Master intend to do with these defective vaccines? Destroy them? Li Yang pondered the 7,000 defective vaccines, then a smile crept upon his lips. Why destroy them? From today onward, after every batch of vaccines is produced, all complete vaccines will be retained for internal circulation, while the remaining defective products must be meticulously packaged. Make them as exquisite as possible. Halfway through his statement, everyone present looked somewhat bewildered. Why prioritize the packaging of the defective vaccines over the complete ones? I intend to extend a friendly greeting to our foreign allies. Once Li Yang finished his explanation, they finally understood, their expressions shifting to one of schadenfreude. Those previous federal players who had maliciously defamed the City Master in the international arena were going to be in for a rough time. As for how to sell the defective vaccines to foreign players, Li Yang had already concocted a plan. After all, he was the first player to master the entire game's immunity vaccine against the zombie virus. And below level 10, he could manipulate many situations. Utilizing these defective products to take advantage of foreign players was indeed a tempting prospect. Chapter 59. The Sovereign of the Black Market. Upon returning from the vaccine factory, Li Yang entered his opulent bedroom. It was only then that he finally had the time to explore the black market and trading market mentioned previously by the system. Both the black market and the trading market were open trading venues for players. Yet their functions differed. The black market catered to all federations in the game, but players trading there were required to pay exorbitant transaction taxes to the black market boss. Players who refused to pay would find their black market functions permanently sealed. Before the barriers between the various federations were lifted, the significance of the black market was paramount. Any exchange of goods between players from different nations had to go through it. Conversely, the trading market was directed at players within the same federation. While its trade range was narrower, it boasted lower transaction costs, requiring only a small rental fee to set up shop. Both features would only unlock once a player reached level 10, and at present, Li Yang was the only player to attain this milestone, presenting him with a unique opportunity. If managed well, he could create a market for the 7,000 defective vaccines in his warehouse while reaping substantial rewards. Thus, Li Yang directly accessed the system panel, revealing two brand new icons, the entrances to the black market and the trading market. After a moment of contemplation, recalling the various rules of the black market from his previous life, he clicked on the black market icon. In an instant, the room was bathed in golden light, engulfing Li Yang's figure. When the brilliance faded, the room appeared empty, devoid of any presence. Welcome, player, to the black market. Once the light dissipated, Li Yang found himself in a small town. The overall style of the town was imbued with a sense of technology. Holographic projections stood at the entrances of shops, enticing customers, yet the streets were eerily deserted. The surrounding shops were likewise empty, and it seemed that apart from Li Yang, no one else existed. No players, not even a single NPC. Stepping forward, he intended to explore the current state of the black market when a blue silhouette suddenly appeared beside him, gradually solidifying into a graceful woman. She slightly bowed to Li Yang, smiling as she spoke. "I am the black market assistant, Xiao Yu. Congratulations! As the first player to enter the black market, you only need to complete one challenge to become the black market boss." Upon hearing this, Li Yang remained unfazed, as this was precisely why he had chosen to come to the black market first. He had not expected the system to be so straightforward. Very well. Congratulations, player. You have successfully accepted the quest, Sovereign of the Black Market. Here are the task details. Task name, Sovereign of the Black Market. Difficulty, SSS. Description, the long silent black market has finally welcomed its first guest. This fortunate player has the opportunity to become the master of the black market. Will he become the first black market sovereign in a century? Let us await the outcome. Task requirements. Successfully navigate the monster maze within a time limit of 10 minutes. Task rewards. Acquire the title of sovereign of the black market and gain full permissions within the black market town. Task penalty. Permanent ban on the player's black market functions. Having read through the task details, Li Yang observed Xiaoyu, still wearing her gentle smile, wave one hand, causing a spatial passage to appear before him. After a brief examination, Li Yang stepped inside. When he re-emerged, he found himself in a dimly lit passageway. Notification. Player Li Yang has discovered the monster maze for the first time. Earning 1,000 gold coins and 100 points. It appears that the seemingly endless corridor before me is the interior of the so-called monster maze. Li Yang raised his gaze upward, where the towering walls, reaching heights of over 10 meters, obscured his vision, revealing only a ceiling formed of rugged mountain rock. Clearly, the entire labyrinth is completely enclosed. Just this passage stretches for 100 meters, hinting at the vast expanse of the maze. The monster maze is evidently a hidden map. In his previous life, Li Yang had never heard a whisper about this place. However, it is evident that a map accessible to level 10 players must possess a difficulty that, while high, has its limits. Before Li Yang could leisurely explore the maze's architecture, a sudden appearance of dozens of wolf-like mutated beasts loomed ahead. Name. Mutated wolf rank, B level. 10. There was no need to examine the rest. A level 10 B rank mutated beast posed no challenge to Li Yang, who had already achieved the first kill of an S rank level 10 boss. Merely the arrival of the first wave of monsters had provided him with a general sense of the so-called difficulty of this monster maze. Time was of the essence, and he had no desire to linger in playful combat with these creatures. A brilliant beam of light emanated from Li Yang's hand, leading to the appearance of a modified limited edition psychic tank, courtesy of Tony Stark, behind him. The modified psychic tank boasted a width of over 10 meters and an astounding length of 20 meters, with a cannon barrel as thick as a basin aimed straight down the corridor. Resembling a colossal mechanical behemoth, calmly, he stepped into the cockpit, where the sci-fi atmosphere activated all functions the moment he entered. Welcome, Lord of the City. Jarvis wishes you a pleasant day. Please issue your combat orders. The unmistakably familiar electronic voice echoed within the cockpit, belonging to Jarvis, the AI that had always accompanied Tony Stark. However, this was not the original but rather a cloned avatar, lacking the formidable intelligence of the original. Nonetheless, it was more than sufficient to control the modified psychic tank. Destroy this maze. Your will shall be done, Lord of the City. As Jarvis's voice faded, all options on the cockpit panel turned to a vivid red, indicating activation. The tank's robust cannon swiveled instantaneously, targeting the rushing mutated wolves. Boom! The deafening sound of an explosion reverberated throughout the maze as a massive projectile shot towards the wolves, its extreme velocity compressing the air into concentric rings of white vapor enveloping the crimson shell. In less than a fraction of a second, the shell struck amidst the pack of mutated wolves. As anticipated, the creatures had no time to utter a sound before being incinerated by the explosive heat generated by the shell's detonation. Fragments of the shattered shell hurtled towards the walls of the corridor at supersonic speeds. The ground shook violently. Following the explosion, amidst a cloud of dust, the walls on either side of the corridor, stretching for dozens of meters, collapsed with a thunderous crash, and this was merely the beginning point. 10 minutes later, when Xiaoyu opened the spatial passage once more, Li Yang's figure failed to materialize. Her expression remained unchanged, though her heart silently lamented. Yet another unfortunate failure. As an assistant in the black market, her duty compelled her to retrieve the remains of any challenger who had met with failure. Thus, she stepped into the maze. However, in the next moment, the scene that unfolded before her was so shocking that it nearly disrupted her corporeal form. Chapter 60. Trading market. Amidst the ruins, a massive tank was stationed at the center of the space, surrounded by the carcasses of various mutated beasts. The most conspicuous of these was a colossal severed leg, its wound marred by charred burn marks. The length of just one leg measured 3 meters. Underscoring the immense size of the mutated creature when it was alive, was that not the boss of the monster maze? How could it merely be left with a single leg? Surely it could not be dead. After all, It was a level 10 boss. Xiaoyu gazed at the enormous severed limb with disbelief etched across her face. Wait, shouldn't the boss be located at the center of the maze? Why could I see it from the entrance? What has happened to my magnificent monster maze? Once a grand and intricately designed structure with walls soaring over 10 meters high, now all that remained were ruins. With walls reduced to less than a meter in height, in some places exposing the very foundations, upon closer inspection, the remnants bore the unmistakable marks of artillery bombardment, with countless dismembered limbs of beasts scattered among the debris. Each wound unmistakably charred. Clearly, these mutated creatures had endured the same artillery onslaught as the maze's architecture. Xiaoyu stood frozen, her solid form wavering into ethereal silhouettes, as even an extraordinarily advanced AI struggled to comprehend the current situation. What sort of monster have I unleashed? Is this the kind of lethality expected from a level 10 player? Shouldn't the normal course of events involve the monsters within the maze relentlessly pursuing the challenger, forcing them to navigate the correct path, only to ultimately slay the boss at the center? Why does it now appear as though a demolition crew has swept through the monster maze, leaving nothing in its wake? And all of this transpired in a mere 10 minutes. Such a vast labyrinth reduced to a pile of ruins. Even a demolition team would not achieve such terrifying efficiency. What kind of player is this? This strength is utterly terrifying. Just as Xiaoyu was reeling from the results produced by Li Yang's command over the modified psychic tank, the colossal tank at the maze's center seemed to sense her presence. The thick cannon barrel pivoted directly towards Xiaoyu, immense energy gathering at the muzzle as if it were poised to unleash its might in the next moment, the instant she was targeted. Xiaoyu felt as though she had been locked in place, frozen and forgetting that she was merely a holographic projection. Her mainframe thousands of meters beneath the surface had crashed. This terrifying weapon had obliterated the monster maze in just 10 minutes. Faced with such a devastatingly powerful tool, no layer of rock could offer her a shred of security. I must not provoke the man controlling this fearsome weapon. I believe he possesses the capability to effortlessly unearth my mainframe and reduce it to ashes. As Xiaoyu stood paralyzed by fear, in the next moment, the energy within the cannon abruptly ceased to accumulate, as if it had recognized her, and the massive vehicle swiftly pivoted, racing towards her direction. In less than 10 seconds, the psychic tank had swiftly arrived at her side. As the tank approached, Xiaoyu acutely felt the overwhelming oppressive force emanating from the massive steel beast. Standing at 170 centimeters tall, she felt like a mere child beneath its colossal shadow, appearing so small and powerless. With a hiss, the pressure valve opened, and Li Yang, stretching lazily as he descended from the psychic tank, bore a look of mild confusion, as if he had just awakened from slumber. Unbelievable. Could it be that this man had been sleeping in the tank for the last 10 minutes? Upon seeing Li Yang's demeanor, Xiaoyu felt an urge to shut down in frustration. What she had anticipated to be an extraordinarily challenging task had turned into a casual outing for this player, who had relaxed to the point of dozing off. It was utterly infuriating. Oblivious to Xiaoyu's scowling expression below, Li Yang, still slightly dazed, inquired, "Does this mean I have passed the test?" Gazing at Li Yang's innocently bewildered face, Xiaoyu found herself at a loss for words. The entire maze had been dismantled by him, and he still questioned whether he had succeeded. How could she dare to say otherwise? Suppressing her inner urge to vent her frustrations, Xiaoyu adjusted her facial expression, adopting a softer tone as she replied, "Of course. From this moment forth, you shall be the sovereign of the black market. The entire town of Jiang will heed your commands, and you may alter the rules of the black market at your discretion. While I shall execute your every directive." As Xiaoyu's words came to a close, Li Yang's ears were met with the system's notification. "Congratulations, player, for completing the task Sovereign of the Black Market. You have successfully acquired the exclusive title Sovereign of the Black Market. Furthermore, you have gained complete control over the town of Jiang. You may recruit NPCs at will and set the trading tax rates. All tax revenues will belong to the player. Wishing you a pleasant gaming experience." Upon hearing the system's announcement, Li Yang fully awakened. It was unavoidable. The cockpit of the psychic tank had been modified to such comfort by Tony and the others, and the maze's difficulty simply failed to pique his interest. The creator of this black market should have adjusted the difficulty. It was utterly lacking in creativity. Upon regaining consciousness, Li Yang's foremost task is to activate the infrastructure of the black market. thereby enabling a seamless harvest of foreign players' resources once the majority reach level 10. The operation of these facilities hinges upon the recruitment of NPCs. Xiaoyu, we need to spend 10,000 gold coins to recruit 2 of the lowest level NPCs. The more basic the better, as long as they can communicate. He instructed. Point 1 will serve as the gatekeeper of the black market town, responsible for elucidating the town's rules, while the other will act as the trader, managing the sales of the shops. Understood. I shall comply with your directives. Xiaoyu refrained from questioning Li Yang's rationale for such demands. He had become the sovereign of the black market, and her role was to execute his orders without inquiry. With a deep bow of utmost respect, Xiaoyu vanished from sight. Li Yang turned to survey the desolate ruins behind him. A satisfied smile crossing his face, it appeared that Jarvis had completed his task admirably. The objectives of the black market had been fulfilled, and now, he awaited the player's ascension to level 10 to officially commence harvesting resources. With the black market firmly in his grasp, Li Yang could confidently declare that the development of Yang City would no longer be constrained by gold coins. Next, it was time to address the trading market. Opening the panel, he clicked on the icon for the trading market, and in a burst of golden light, Li Yang found himself in the trading market. Unlike the black market, the trading market was a vast plaza, seemingly spanning millions of square meters, an expansive space indeed. All players from the Dragon Kingdom could set up stalls and engage in trade within this area after reaching level 10. Akin to a massive flea market. Of course, those with wealth could opt to establish their own shops on a vacant plot, though the cost would be borne by them, and ownership of the land was requisite. As Li Yang materialized in the trading market, he encountered a scene reminiscent of the black market town, equally devoid of inhabitants. Shortly thereafter, a system prompt echoed, "Welcome, player, to the trading market." Chapter 61. A bountiful harvest. A young girl, appearing around 15 or 16 years of age, was dozing off at a table by the entrance of the trading market. After surveying the area, Li Yang noted the absence of others and approached the table directly. He gently rapped on its surface. Tap, tap, tap. The young girl blinked drowsily, her eyes widening in surprise upon noticing Li Yang. As if startled, wasn't it said that no one would enter for at least a day? This is not what I was told, she exclaimed, realization dawning on her. I actually fell asleep. If someone reports me, I could lose my wages. Li Yang observed the girl's changing expressions with curiosity, and she quickly regained her composure, greeting him with enthusiasm. Hello, I am Dong Dong, the administrator of the trading market. May I request a favor from you? What is it? Could you please refrain from filing a complaint against me, if you do not report me? I can offer you a small benefit. All transactions conducted here will be at a 10 discount. What do you think? 10 off? Li Yang regarded the pitiful young administrator with an odd expression before readily agreeing. No problem, thank you immensely. What business would you like to conduct? I wish to lease some land. Certainly. How much would you like to rent? As she spoke, the young girl eagerly retrieved a stack of white paper from beneath the table, skillfully grasping a pen to record the details. 30 million square meters. With a clatter, the pen slipped from her fingers, and she froze, her mouth quivering slightly. How much? 30 million square meters, Li Yang repeated with an indifferent expression, watching as the girl slid off her chair. Moments later, a wailing cry emanated from beneath the table. Oh no, a 10 discount. How much would that cost? The boss will surely fire me if he finds out. 30 million square meters. Are you even human? The entire trading market is only a little over 30 million square meters. You might as well buy the whole market. I don't have that much money. I can only rent. However, purchasing it will be a matter of time, Li Yang replied, his demeanor unperturbed, displaying no inclination to comfort the young girl. Come now, that discount is substantial. It amounts to savings of several 100,000 gold coins, which would be splendid for developing my territory. But are you not jumping to conclusions? How do you know I cannot afford it? Upon hearing this, the girl ceased her cries abruptly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Right? This is merely the early stage of the game. How could you possibly have that much money? Ahem, since you are the first to enter the trading market, you are entitled to the most favorable rate. The annual rental fee for 1 square meter is 1 gold coin, and 1 point can be exchanged for 100 square meters. Are you certain you wish to proceed with 30 million square meters? Observing the girl's smug expression, Li Yang retrieved his backpack panel, presenting it before her tear-streaked eyes. The young girl gazed at the numbers on the panel in disbelief, rubbing her eyes in astonishment as she began counting meticulously. Point 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, million, over 10 million gold coins. More than 20,000 points. Did you rob the system's bank? As she beheld the figures, the young girl momentarily believed she had traversed into the later stages of the game. Over 10 million gold coins. How many mutated beasts would one need to slay to amass such wealth? The game had only just begun a few days prior, and yet here was 10 million gold coins. This was simply unscientific. Even more daunting were the tens of thousands of points, a commodity unattainable even with wealth. Who was this man before her? Was he the chosen one of this game? Can I proceed with the rental now? Of course, the total cost amounts to 10 million gold coins and 20,000 points. Please proceed with the payment. The young girl stared blankly at Li Yong, her voice mechanical, clearly still reeling from the shock. Li Yong waved his hand in front of her eyes, reminding her, 10 discount? You are taking advantage of me. It dawned on the young girl that she had unwittingly been outmaneuvered by this man. Ultimately, amidst her continued sobs, Li Yong expended 9 million gold coins and 18,000 points to successfully secure the rental rights for 30 million square meters for a year. Thus, all of Li Yang's objectives had been achieved. As he exited the trading market, he was met with the lingering gaze of the young girl. Filled with profound sorrow, in a flash of light, Li Yong reappeared in his opulent private chamber. He surveyed his backpack space, noting the significant reduction in gold coins, now amounting to just over 3 million. While his points had dwindled to a mere few, money truly flows like water, he mused. Yet this investment was undoubtedly a lucrative one. The 30 million square meters of land usage rights effectively meant that Li Yong had monopolized the entire market. Even if it were merely for a year, it would suffice for him to recoup his investment and even profit substantially. Contemplating the trading market, a space shared by all players of the Dragon Kingdom, nearly 1 billion individuals, the land's value was certain to skyrocket. 1 gold coin per square meter? Apologies, but that was the preferential rate granted by the system. Henceforth, Li Yong would dictate the terms of any further rental agreements. While Li Yong lay in bed, envisioning the detailed plans for the black market and trading market, the system's prompt echoed once more. Congratulations! All production crops in your farms and pastures have been fully harvested. Due to the harmonious development of your territory and the high loyalty of the populace, all production outputs have increased by 100. Please organize manpower for the harvest promptly. This news arrived most opportunely. Li Yong sprang up and contacted Wang Zhaojun to assemble a workforce for the farms and pastures, while he himself made his way toward the agricultural lands. Food had been a pressing concern for Li Yong, as the rapid development of Yang City had led to an explosion in population, with the initial surplus of food proving insufficient for such a burgeoning populace. Now, with all farms and pastures fully yielding, and thanks to the superior seeds utilized, the crops in Li Yang's fields had already surpassed ordinary yields. The system's enhancement of output by 100 meant that the food crisis was swiftly alleviated. Even with double the current population, Yang City could comfortably sustain itself with this new harvest. Chapter 61. A Bountiful Harvest. Chapter 62. Return to reality. The anomaly begins with the recent developments. Yang City now boasted over 30,000 inhabitants. Additionally, the daily influx of newcomers never fell below 1,000. This steady growth provided a solid foundation for the entire city, supporting infrastructure, public welfare, social stability, as well as the operations of farms and pastures, pharmaceutical research, and military functions. With a steadily increasing workforce, the true semblance of a city had begun to take shape. At this juncture, Li Yong had yet to reach the site of the farms and pastures when Wang Zhaojun approached him, reporting, "Lord of the city, the harvest from the farms and pastures is exceptional. We have achieved a bountiful yield. Due to the cumulative effects of various attributes resulting in doubled harvests, the goodwill of the refugees has also increased significantly. These workers now require no mobilization from us. They willingly strive to carry out all tasks with remarkable diligence. Additionally, there have been notable advancements in the beverage production workshop, the frozen meat production facility, and the canning and vegetable processing plants. For the foreseeable future, we need not worry about the food supply's impact on Yang City." Upon hearing this, Li Yong nodded slightly. This game is not merely a typical zombie survival game. It is a construction-themed zombie game set beneath the gaze of deities. Thus, one must not only continuously elevate one's level but also ensure the safety of the refugees' lives and maintain social stability. The complexity of these challenges far surpasses that of a singular zombie-killing game. The development and governance of a city, or even a federation, presents an immeasurable difficulty. Without the collaboration of various elite experts, the entire city could swiftly descend into chaos. This is precisely why Li Yong felt reassured after acquiring Secretary Wang Zhaojun, construction engineer Gao Su, and Spider-Man, Tony Stark. Furthermore, the inclusion of Mayor Long and military leaders will fortify the city's governance in military matters. Especially with the assistance of extraordinary beings, it won't be long before the military facilities of Yang City undergo a transformative overhaul. Moreover, our military configuration has been updated, with close combat pistols now at the ready. With the practical application of mining vehicles, we currently possess 7 psychic tanks, and the artillery has reached a completion of 76 after analysis. It is anticipated that within a day of the game's offline period, we will officially develop a true artillery production line. At that point, the military prowess of Yang City will enhance by at least 200. At this juncture, Tony Stark, who had just arrived, paused briefly before continuing, Lord of the City, the battle enchantment array you devised has been systematically applied based on the manual. Although we cannot fully equip the entire army due to the complexity of the spell. Currently, 3 psychic tanks and 50 submachine guns have all been outfitted with the enchantment array. We are now unafraid of basic threats. Later, around 5:30 p.m., within half an hour of the gaming session's conclusion, Wang Zhaojun, Tony Stark, Gao Su, the extraordinary beings, and Spider-Man each reported the developments of Yang City throughout the day to Li Yong. Overall, the advancements made today surpassed countless levels compared to previous days. Once levels are elevated, resources begin to multiply and accumulate exponentially, naturally increasing the scope of actionable content. And of course, Mayor Long and the military leaders have also efficiently utilized various resources, transporting them to Yang City and providing immense convenience. Although Li Yang's level did not increase today, remaining at level 10, the overall progress of Yang City was more than sufficient. Moreover, he still had the 12-hour nighttime gaming login voucher left to use, so he was in no rush regarding his leveling concerns. Throughout the day, countless players steadily advanced, and by now, the shock caused by Li Yong had become commonplace. The inability to report successfully affirmed that Li Yong was indeed not cheating, leading players to abandon petty tactics and focus instead on slaying zombies and completing the day's assigned tasks. The leaderboard has also undergone some changes. In the personal level rankings, Li Yong is undoubtedly in first place, followed by a player from the American Federation named Thor Misai, who is at level 7. His city has also reached the stage of modern electrical society, placing him firmly among the top tier of players in the game world. The third position is held by Long Ding Tian from the Dragon Kingdom Federation, affiliated with the Capital City Guild, also at level 7. The fourth is Long Guardian, followed by the Sun God from the Empire of the Setting Sun. Overall, the personal leaderboard of today's gaming world shows that the lowest level among the top 10 players is 6, and all cities have transitioned into the electrical ag.it. Can be said that the ranks of skilled players have completely detached from the novice category during this gaming session. The entire game's development is bound to enter a brand new level.as for the second tier. It consists of players from nations such as the Ninja Nation, Cosmic Nation, and Ice Shard Nation, along with leaders from major guilds within larger countries, with levels ranging from a maximum of 6 to a minimum of 4. This group comprises at least 200,000 players, forming the second tier of the gaming world. Thus, the developmental landscape of the gaming world is taking shape. The lower-tier players, however, are not naive. They refrain from mentioning the intimate connection between the gaming world and reality. Consequently, players are not altruistic and will not engage in meaningless assistance to ordinary players. Only through personal effort can one hope to survive in this apocalyptic world. Otherwise, death is simply deserved. As time slowly passed, it was soon 6 p.m., accompanied by the bluish glow flickering from every player's wrist. Everyone, without exception, returned to the reality of the world. Flames soared into the sky, and fireworks erupted incessantly, the stench of blood more pungent than ever. The passage of time never ceased. Thus, upon returning to the real world, players were met with a sight more horrific than before. Corpses and blood scattered everywhere, countless mutated beasts and zombies relentlessly advancing. Even in the ruins of the city, the cacophony of various roars was more terrifying than the day before. In the Dragon Kingdom, a young couple returning from the game surveyed the brutal scene around them and took a deep breath, exchanging glances. The young man, noticing the girl's slightly reddened eyes, inhaled deeply and solemnly stated, "Do not be sentimental. This is not the peaceful era in which we once existed in this merciless world. If we do not strive to enhance our strength, we shall be engulfed by the voracious mouths of zombies. Facing certain death, the man attempted to comfort the girl, but she shook her head in response. I just want, however. Her words trailed off as she lost her voice, for in that moment, her eyes turned blood red, and she viciously bit into the neck of the very man who had been trying to console her. No one could ascertain when the girl had contracted the zombie virus. In the real world, the crisis may have only intensified. I will resume updates in a couple of days. On the 40th, I have to undergo surgery for an abdominal cyst, which is quite large. Therefore, I will strive to maintain a daily update for the next few days, aiming for consistency. After the 10th, I will ensure at least 4 updates per day to compensate you all. Chapter 63. Nighttime login. The struggle begins. The sky remained dim, and the temperature had plummeted further. A thick layer of ice enveloped the ground, while snowflakes danced gracefully, appearing exquisitely pure. However, amidst the incessant roars of countless zombies and the overpowering stench of blood, ordinary people could hardly consider this a picturesque winter scene. Flames flickered in a city of ruins, where 5 individuals huddled together within a makeshift shelter formed from piles of rubble and bricks. They dared not ignite a fire, instead using a small alcohol stove to warm themselves. Among them was a girl of about 12 or 13, her face flushed and her forehead alarmingly hot. A young man looked at the child and sighed with a bitter smile. In the game world, we might have some means, but there's no way to exchange for fever-reducing medicine in the shop. Now, with the heavy snowfall and the sudden drop in temperature, whether Jingjing can endure this remains uncertain. Who could argue otherwise? Another chimed in. The surrounding threats of zombies and mutated beasts are real. This is not the game world we inhabit, where death is merely a game over screen. They prepared a pot of hot ginger soup for Jingjing, but the severe cold, coupled with the ever-present threat of zombies, deterred them from manifesting their small city in the real world. Players like Li Yong, members of the core American Guild, the Ninja Nation, and the Empire of the Setting Sun, among others in the first and second tiers, possessed formidable combat abilities. It was rare for them to fall ill, let alone lack basic medicine. Conversely, those living at the bottom tier of players faced a starkly different reality. They lacked resources, connections, and the support of large guilds. Particularly with the constant threat of death lurking beneath the ruins, finding medicine to treat illnesses proved to be an exceedingly daunting task. So what shall we do next? We can't just stand by and watch Jingjing suffer from a high fever, one person suggested, shaking his head. You all stay here. Don't go out. I've reached level 4 and can hold my own against zombies. I'll venture out to search for supplies. I recall a pharmacy near the ruins. There must be anti-infection and fever-reducing medication there. However, before the young man could finish his sentence, another intervened. Don't act recklessly. I think we should assess the situation first. A warm towel could help bring the child's temperature down. Right now, our primary focus is to survive until tomorrow's login, as we step into the gaming realm tomorrow. Jingjing finds herself devoid of any life-threatening peril. A group of individuals, their faces etched with concern, engages in fervent discussions, formulating one plan after another. Suddenly, their conversations cease. Outside the ruins, a rustling noise begins to permeate the air, accompanied by the putrid stench and the low growls of zombies emerging nearby. The creaking sounds pierce the silence of the night, rendering it all the more jarring, particularly as the 5 gaze through the cracks at the horde of zombies outside, their expressions darkening to an extreme. There are at least 10 zombies wandering about outside. Judging by the fluctuations in energy, they likely correspond to level 3 to 4 zombies in the game world. Such adversaries are insurmountable. They hold their breath, hoping the zombies will overlook their presence. But Jingjing, suffering from a high fever, suddenly coughs in an instant. The crimson gaze of the zombies shifts towards them in Longhua. Near Longshire, where Li Yang's city is located, arrangements have been made by Director Long and the military leaders, transforming it into their military stronghold. At this moment, as they observe Jingjing, who has just taken fever-reducing medicine, Director Long cannot help but shake his head. This is the apocalypse. This is the reality for low-tier players. Such circumstances are not isolated incidents in the real world. Therefore, Li Yang remains unconcerned. It matters not. But we must endure. Upon hearing this, a military leader nods in agreement. Let us continue the sweep. Other cities are undoubtedly undertaking similar actions. We have no time for complaints. Saving the populace is our foremost priority. And what of Li Yong? Shouldn't we inform him? After all, we are but subordinate guild members under his command, and no need. He will not concern himself with such matters. A player capable of becoming the best in the game world possesses a heart that is not easily softened. Rest assured, he will undoubtedly support our actions, but he will not take the initiative himself. Understood. The mayor of Longshire and the military leader communicate, soon resuming their command to rescue the ordinary citizens. At the same time, Li Yong, observing the military leader's operations through the window, cannot help but smile faintly. Indeed, he is no saint. He has no desire to engage in the mundane task of saving ordinary people. The causes of the apocalypse and the unseen hands behind the ultimate disaster of his previous life are what truly concern him. Without addressing these issues, no amount of goodwill in saving countless lives would yield any meaningful result. Thus, the priority remains to enhance his strength. Zhao Jun, prepare. We shall once again enter the gaming world. Li Yong has no intention of wasting the 12-hour night game login voucher, although it is merely the early stages of the game. If utilized properly during the novice phase, it can yield substantial benefits. Furthermore, with the memories of his previous life, he is confident in achieving remarkable feats. With such thoughts in mind, Li Yong hesitates not. Quickly arranging everything, leaving Spider-Man and Gao Su to oversee the reality, while he, accompanied by Wang Zhaojun, the Extraordinary Beings, and Tony Stark, activates the Night Login Voucher. In a flash of brilliance, the group is enveloped by Li Yang's wristband. Vanishing from their location in the United States, within the core cities, the superiors of the nation regard the elite soldiers clad in combat gear with grave expressions. These are the most precious 5-night login vouchers within our federation. And time is of the essence. Only 5 hours remained. At this stage, you are the highest-ranked experts in the entire federation, so you must make the most of these 5 hours for development. If you can seize this opportunity to dismantle Li Yang's stronghold, that would be ideal. However, do not underestimate him. He may possess night login vouchers just as you do, so exercise utmost caution. Go forth. We must swiftly enhance our strength to enter the modern era of firearms. Otherwise, the superior's final words linger unspoken, yet the elite understand their implications. Thus, they waste no time, nodding gravely before vanishing from their positions. Players possessing night login vouchers number at least 200. Tonight is destined to become intriguing. Chapter 64. A pest. The gaming world diverges significantly from reality. Players returning to reality tread cautiously, evading the perils of the night. After all, in the real world, death is irrevocable. No one is willing to sacrifice their life. Countless players maintain a stark realism, unlike the gallant heroes depicted in novels who, in a moment of fervor, charge headlong into conflict with zombies, naturally, with so many zombies lurking outside, many of whom are far more terrifying than those in the game. Only a fool would confront them directly at night. Conversely, the players congregated in makeshift camps exhibit a different dynamic, as the collapse of order has given rise to a survival of the fittest scenario, where the strong thrive and the weak depend on them. Under the threat of superior strength and modern weaponry, these ordinary players are relegated to mere fodder in search of supplies. In this context, human life appears remarkably cheap. Simultaneously, in the gaming world, a 35-year-old man gradually opens his eyes from the darkness. He gazes at the small, dilapidated city before him, comprising no more than 30 inhabitants, a smile creeping across his face. What a twist of fate! It truly is a twist of fate. During the day, while striving to level up, he had slain a zombie that unexpectedly dropped the night game login voucher, granting him a full 10 hours. For him, this is nothing short of a superhuman advantage. As a level 6 player, he calculated that to reach level 10, he would need to eliminate at least 300 zombies, not accounting for any return to the Spring of Revival, which would necessitate an even greater number. Not to mention the rapid advancement to the electrical age. Once upon a time, he was a formidable figure in the real world. Though he had lost some allies due to the onset of the apocalypse, and those who once followed him had deserted, it did not negate his strength. Therefore, upon acquiring the game login voucher, his intent is clear: to swiftly level up through night battles, and if possible, to establish a generator tonight. The dawn of the electrical age would mark a significant enhancement in his armed forces. And then, he would thrive in this world of apocalypse. Luxury cars and beautiful women would soon be his. Li Yong, I know you are powerful. In the past, my uncle once saved your life, yet to this day, You have not extended even a modicum of resources to me, nor have you allowed me into your domain. That is rather ungracious." He chuckles coldly, brandishing the cold blade in his hand, addressing the 15 drifters around him. "Bring forth your belongings. Nearby lies a horde of 10 zombies. Tonight, he shall lead them to eliminate these creatures. It won't be long before they can indulge in a life of luxury. A tyrant remains a tyrant." Steeped in the ways of the underworld, he neglects to cultivate the drifters through urban development. Thus, a band of ruffians is born. Half an hour later, fortune favors this middle-aged man, as through various traps and tactics, he not only slays 10 zombies but also dispatches 3 mutated beasts. Although he loses 10 drifters, his level ascends to 7. Moreover, among the spoils from the zombies, he uncovers a broken generator and an unopened S-Class mysterious character card. With such bounteous rewards, he feels that his fortunes are turning, and he is on the verge of reaching the pinnacle of his life. However, before he can revel in his joy, the sound of gunfire erupts. Before he can comprehend the situation, his head is severed from his body, and in an instant, he respawns at the spring of revival. All your items have been dropped. You have been slain by player Li Yong. You are in a critically low health state. Please recover promptly. A series of notifications flood the middle-aged man's mind, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. Li Yong? How does he know I am here? In a daze, the middle-aged man forgets to respawn. After 10 seconds of stunned silence, he finally regains his senses. Yet, upon choosing to respawn, he utters not a word and, even before he can use a potion to restore his health, he is slain once more. Thus, within 3 minutes, he is killed by Li Yong a staggering 10 times. His level plummets from 7 to 1, and all his equipment and gold are lost, leaving him in tatters. Clad only in his undergarments, Li Yong, there is no enmity between us. You are the strongest player in the game. Why do you trouble me? He dared not resurrect. Instead, he resorted to a private chat channel to engage in a heated exchange of insults with Li Yong. Indeed, they had long since added each other as friends. It need not be said that you may not be aware of a certain rule. When a player is killed 11 times within the game world, if their level does not restore to level 2, they will also perish in the real world. Li Yong remained silent, yet the figure of Wang Zhaojun appeared beside the middle-aged man, a cold smile gracing her lips. As her voice fell, the middle-aged man was rendered utterly dumbfounded. He hadn't even the time to utter another word or offer any explanation before he exploded in an instant. Even the gaming bracelet upon his wrist disintegrated into nothingness, vanishing without a trace. This man was completely and irrevocably dead, both in the game and in reality. "What shall we do next, City Lord?" Wang Zhaojun inquired, her gaze fixed intently on Li Yong. "Prepare to level up and, in the process, scavenge some valuable items," Li Yong replied with a grin. This so-called uncle had been his arch-nemesis in his previous life. Indeed, he had once saved Li Yong's life. Had it not been for him, Li Yong might have been crushed to death by a large truck. However, this so-called uncle was insatiably greedy, burdened with the lives of dozens, and his act of saving Li Yong was merely a ploy to find a scapegoat. Before any lives could be lost in the real world, the apocalypse had already descended. Initially, Li Yong had been unaware of this uncle's nefarious nature, only coming to understand it during the mid-game. By that time, however, this uncle had secretly leveraged Li Yang's strength to advance rapidly, even awakening a certain special ability, which led him to become one of the formidable players. He had come perilously close to turning the tables on Li Yong. It was only during the final battle that this man met his demise at the hands of a more powerful zombie. It was then that Li Yong discovered this man had always possessed an S-rank unsealed character card. The urgency to eliminate him this time stemmed from the fact that this ungrateful wretch was far too powerful, and he also coveted this S-rank character card, Super Combat Master Long Kuei. Chapter 65. The development begins. Long Kuei's extraordinary attributes. Long Kuei, this character card, had only made a fleeting appearance in Li Yang's past life. His uncle had concealed himself too deeply, and of course, it also related to Li Yang's inability to find a method to unlock the character card. It was only upon his uncle's death that this character card manifested in the game world. However, Long Kuei was merely glimpsed by the elite players before it was claimed by the game. And thereafter, it vanished without a trace, and no one knew if this card had been acquired by other players or if it had been entirely sealed away by the game in his previous life. Li Yong had also caught only a fleeting glimpse of it before it disappeared from his knowledge. Nevertheless, based on various publicly available research materials and the character card information provided in the game manual, it was indicated that Long Kue was a super comprehensive card, far more powerful than an ordinary secretary. Not only did it possess formidable combat capabilities, but it also played a significant role in various other aspects. These numerous attributes collectively motivated Li Yong to eliminate that uncle, for he had thoroughly studied his uncle's movements in his past life. With a decisive motion, Li Yong, now at level 10, summoned forth a dazzling light with a wave of his hand. Revealing the S-rank card in his possession, in an instant, a melodious notification rang out. As you are the first player in the divine game to reach level 10, you have gained the power to unseal this S-rank card. You have successfully unsealed the Super S-rank Combat Master and Comprehensive Secretary, Long Kue. As the announcement concluded, the card shattered, and a girl clad in a flowing blue gown materialized from the void, landing gracefully beside Li Yong. "Greetings, City Lordly," she exclaimed cheerfully. The sweet timbre of her voice, combined with her melodious tone, left Wang Zhaojun, the transcendent being, and even Tony Stark momentarily entranced. This enchanting character card was simply too considerate. As the onlookers marveled, her attribute panel appeared before Li Yang's eyes. Name: Long Kue. Gender: female. Level: 10. Quality: S rank, upgradable. Like Wang Zhaojun, can use star-up cards and quality upgrade cards for enhancement. Focus: professional financial expert. Professional assassin, elite specialist, professional trading expert, fluent in over 90 different languages, former super dean of Nanxiang Technology and Finance Academy, with 9,000 financial apprentices. Special identity: Red Kue. Special identity trait: upon transformation into Red Kue, she becomes an S-rank combat master, possessing top-tier assassination, combat, and firearms skills, capable of piloting combat aircraft, airplanes, submarines, and various large machinery. Upon reading the exceptionally detailed introduction, even Li Yong, who had previously overestimated Long Kue, could not help but feel a surge of astonishment. No wonder his formidable uncle had been unable to unlock the Long Kue character card in his past life. The skills exhibited by this character card were simply overwhelming. Not only were they numerous, but the distinction between Red Kue and Blue Kue mirrored the true Long Kue from the Sword and Fairy series, showcasing two different abilities of varying standards. The synergy of these skills would serve as an immensely powerful boon for him. Especially in the current situation, Li Yong was acutely aware that many players would possess night login vouchers. Therefore, in the coming days, numerous newcomers would experience a rapid leveling phase. As soon as 20% of the players reached level 10, his vaccine plan could officially commence. This presented the best opportunity for him, be it for profit or the overall development of the city. With the formidable Long Kue now on his side, he was certain she would provide him with exceptional surprises in the vaccine industry. Contemplating this, Li Yong smiled. "Prepare yourselves. Today we will refrain from hunting down foreign players, allowing them ample time to level up. If utilized wisely, they will become our resources." As he spoke, a grin spread across his face. He realized that he had not focused on leveling up himself for quite some time. Moreover, since awakening his special ability, he had yet to put it to use. Now was the perfect moment to experience the newfound power of his abilities. However, before employing his powers, he needed to accomplish another task: hatching the previously acquired boss egg. Only after obtaining a new beast companion could he undertake more significant endeavors. After all, the pets hatched from those boss eggs possessed formidable combat capabilities. Thus, without further ado, Li Yong exchanged a few pleasantries with Long Kue before leading everyone back to Yang City. He organized the Transcendent Beings and Tony Stark to lead the newly trained army in sweeping the outskirts of Yang City. The current low-level zombies posed no threat to them, making the cleanup effort necessary. Meanwhile, he assigned Long Kue and Wang Zhaojun to conduct a comprehensive reorganization of the entire Yang City. Simultaneously, he returned to his office. With a wave of his hand, the pet hatching system opened instantaneously. In another region of the game world, the land of the Ninja Nation was illuminated by a flicker of light, revealing a total of 10 players. The leader, with the ID Takahashi Naruto, stood alongside a young girl identified as Konan Hibara. At that moment, Takahashi Naruto gazed at Konan Hibara and the others, a serious expression crossing his face. "We only have 5 hours of night login time. This is an excellent opportunity for us to level up. Courtesy of the super big shots, we are all level 7 experts, and today, We need to upgrade our ninja guild to the electric era within 1 hour. The remaining 4 hours must be spent utilizing the 500,000 gold coins we have saved to purchase large firearms from the electric era shop. So we can quickly level up to level 10. News had just arrived that Li Yang had listed vaccines in the trading market. We must seize them at the earliest opportunity. Thus, leveling up is imperative for us. Understood. Conan Hybera and the others nodded emphatically before they began their operations. Such dialogues and activities were unfolding among over 300 players, all of whom were keenly aware of the most critical task at hand. Chapter 66. The new Level 10 City, Dark City. In the realm of gaming, within the vicinity of Yang City, at this very moment, there is a complete absence of any signs of zombie activity within a radius of nearly 2,000 meters. The air is thick with the pungent scent of blood, mingled with the acrid aroma of gunfire. Under the guidance of the extraordinary, all surrounding zombies have been eradicated within a mere half hour. Furthermore, after expending 100,000 gold coins, a circular area with a diameter of 1,000 meters has been incorporated into the domain of Yang City. New city walls are continuously under construction. Simultaneously, due to the considerable number of zombies slain, even during the night, the influx of refugees into Yang City has surged by over 1,000 individuals in a single instance. Upon their arrival, these newcomers, upon witnessing the brightly lit surroundings and the ever-improving architecture, including towering residential buildings, felt their favorability soar to over 70. Remarkably, without the need for the extraordinary to solicit their participation, they voluntarily completed the residency procedures, officially becoming citizens of Yang City. After all, the more splendid a city, the greater its allure. With the surrounding area devoid of zombie threats, coupled with the security provided by countless submachine guns atop the walls, how could these refugees resist joining Yang City? Consequently, with the addition of these 1,000 individuals, the workforce of Yang City has become increasingly refined. At the same time, Li Yang, the leader of Yang City, has finally succeeded in hatching the so-called Poison King lizard. At the moment the egg cracked in the incubation chamber, a blue glow emanated from the lizard. Shortly thereafter, a towering 2-meter giant lizard materialized before Li Yang, and its attribute panel was simultaneously refreshed. Name: Poison King Lizard Level. A special remark: growth potential, can be nurtured using zombie crystal cores to upgrade its pet level. Skills: Fire Breath, Freeze, Toxin Special Skill, Speed Boost 200 Level 10. An A-quality Poison King lizard at level 10. Gazing at the clearly defined attribute panel, even Li Yang couldn't help but smile faintly. Although its attributes may not surpass those of Wang Xiaojun and Long Kuei, being merely of a quality, the crucial aspect is that at this moment, the Poison King lizard is classified as a boss-level creature, boasting a massive physique of 2 meters. Particularly noteworthy are its extraordinary abilities, which surpass even the formidable attributes of Wang Xiaojun and Long Kuei, representing a bug-level advantage. If utilized effectively, its power could be even more terrifying than that of an ordinary S-level entity. Thus, the presence of this beast companion is akin to acquiring an elite extraordinary being, with strength that is incomparable. Impressive, City Lord. I never imagined that a mere beast companion could yield an A-quality hatchling. Tony Stark, the super scientist, expressed his astonishment upon witnessing the scene. Having a clear understanding of beast companions and mutated creatures from his time as a refugee before joining Yang City, he recognized the immense difficulty in hatching such beings. There were instances when substantial resources were expended, only to have a mutated beast's egg perish due to insufficient temperature control, resulting in a significant waste of investment. Yet, Li Yang had managed to achieve a successful hatch in one go. Was this mere luck, or was it indeed fortuitous? In response, Li Yang chuckled. Just moments ago, he had utilized 90% of his funds, depleting all the gold coins and points he had previously acquired to exchange for an abundance of quality resources, all poured into the egg of the Poison King lizard. Hence, such a successful hatching state was achieved. Currently, he was left with less than 3,000 gold coins and points, a testament to the magnitude of his investment. Thus, it was not mere luck, but rather the result of substantial resources. Without adequate resources and funds, achieving a hatch in the short term would be utterly impossible. It wasn't merely luck. It was the availability of resources. The first hatching required gold coins and points, while the subsequent hatching would necessitate various special materials. Therefore, they would need to seek boss creatures next. However, before embarking on that quest, there was another destination to visit. Upon hearing Li Yang's words, The others were momentarily taken aback. In the midst of this night, with 10 hours remaining, shouldn't the priority be to hunt down more boss creatures to elevate their experience and strength? Why was there a need to go elsewhere? Their confusion was palpable. Yet, Li Yong did not leave them in suspense. After a brief pause, he continued, "We are heading to the Dark City. I have now reached level 10, and the Dark City has been unlocked. It is time for us to pay a visit to its inhabitants." What? Upon hearing this, while Wang Zhaojun and Long Kuei remained largely unfazed, Tony Stark's expression shifted dramatically at the mention of the Dark City. As a native powerhouse of the gaming world who had now fallen to the status of a refugee, he was all too aware of what that place entailed. In the gaming world, where a realm of refugees exists, there are corresponding cities. Under the apocalyptic circumstances, the situation becomes even more dire, with cities categorized into Sky City, Underground City, Dark City, and similar distinctions. Sky City, as the name suggests, is a city built in the skies, purportedly established by a group of extraordinarily skilled individuals, including some mutated creatures and zombies with advanced intellect. The Underground City, conversely, is a bastion of survival constructed by numerous elite experts beneath the surface, where they indulge in fine wines and champagne while researching vaccines, serums, and gene warriors to combat zombies and large mutated beasts. The inhabitants of this city possess both virtuous and malevolent qualities, and their identities are stringently controlled. Tony Stark himself was once an elite figure within the Underground City. However, 5 years prior, due to certain events, he, along with Spider-Man and a few subordinates, chose to leave the Underground City, ultimately becoming a refugee amidst the apocalyptic ruins of the surface. As for the so-called Dark City, it is a post-apocalyptic urban area established by a collective of high-intelligence, high-power elite criminals. In this place, there exists no semblance of order, only brute force, survival, and death reign supreme. Notably, the Dark City is under the control of terrifyingly deranged scientists who have engineered hybrids of zombies, mutated beasts, and humans. These individuals are not only cruel but also harbor ambitions to completely dominate the apocalyptic world. Their nefarious plans are continuously in motion, and they frequently venture out to capture refugees and residents from the surrounding wasteland to serve as test subjects for their horrifying experiments. Thus, the reputation of this city is exceedingly vile. Even more alarming is the presence of countless dark experts within the Dark City, including symbiotes like Venom and Carnage, which have made appearances in films and are indeed harbored within the confines of the Dark City. Chapter 67. The Horror of the Dark City, Spider-Girl. Indeed, the Dark City is as terrifying as it sounds. In his previous life, Li Yong retained vivid memories of the numerous overlords within the Dark City, who formed a formidable biochemical legion, including monsters of level 100 and even 200. Their assaults on the human army resulted in the deaths of millions. Particularly, human players found themselves targeted, with top-tier experts like Venom breaking through the game's limitations to seize human gaming rings. Entering the real world. It was due to such occurrences that the gaming world and the real world began to intertwine before the Ultimate War. Consequently, the ensuing Ultimate Battle saw the Dark City nearly conquer the entirety of the real world. Li Yong himself fell in battle against the forces of the Dark City while fighting alongside several top-tier experts, leading to his eventual demise and subsequent rebirth into the present. Reflecting on past events, a glimmer of determination shone in Li Yang's eyes. The Dark City, now accessible to players upon reaching level 10, represented a prime opportunity at this initial stage of the game. Therefore, it was imperative for Li Yong to make the journey. Seizing every advantage available, let us proceed. Li Yong, without any hesitation, took Wang Zhaojun, Long Kuei, and others with him, their figures flickering as they utilized the teleportation array to instantaneously arrive at the Dark City. At the same time, extraordinary beings such as Tony Stark remained stationed within Yang City. Their primary focus was twofold. Firstly, to continue the cleanup of various situations surrounding Yang City, striving to further expand the territory and thereby acquire more land. Secondly, to procure equipment from various zombies, while Tony and his fellow scientists tirelessly pursued the advanced version of the zombie virus vaccine. After all, the more superior and innovative the product, the more potent the weapon for future profit. This was a city, awash in vibrant lights and bustling high-rises, standing in stark contrast to the so-called apocalyptic world, as if belonging to two entirely different realms. Situated at the game world coordinates 3333, 8888, it represented a super-colossal city, the size of the entire Dragon Kingdom in the real world, located at the far eastern edge of the game world map. At this very moment, this immense city was enveloped by a gray energy shield. Beyond this shield lay an endless expanse of ocean, while within it resided the Dark City. This so-called gray shield was none other than a sophisticated technological protective barrier devised by the elite experts of the Dark City, capable of isolating all human aura fluctuations and thus evading the threats posed by formidable zombies. To the left of this colossal shield sat a blue teleportation vortex. Amidst its shimmering light, Li Yang and the others emerged. Looking up, they beheld a plethora of neon-lit structures before the teleportation array. The streets were alive with a throng of people, and within the city, a myriad of shops. Hotels, entertainment venues, and gambling establishments flourished. In theory, Tony and his companions should have been more familiar with this so-called Dark City, prompting the question, why doesn't the city lord invite him to serve as a guide? As they gazed upon the vast streets and diverse shops, Wang Zhaojun and the others felt as if they had stepped into an entirely new world, their faces alight with curiosity. P.S. wanted, after all, being a scientist and the leader of a massive arms company, such a figure is highly sought after in the Dark City, hence he cannot be allowed here, Li Yang replied with a smile. He then glanced at the surrounding advertisements and advanced forward. At that moment, an enticing notification chimed in, albeit belatedly. Congratulations! You have successfully unlocked the Dark City, granting you free access to this city. Please note, the Dark City is rife with perilous events. You may encounter someone who could incapacitate you before you even recognize your surroundings. Therefore, please ensure your personal safety and avoid being sent back to the spring waters. As Li Yang and his companions entered, simultaneously, within a towering 100-story skyscraper in C1 district of the Dark City, a girl clad in a Spider-Man costume was intently monitoring all the recordings in the surveillance room on the 37th floor. In front of her were at least 50 monitors, each displaying different locations. Suddenly, as she fixated on a particular video feed, her brow furrowed. After a moment, she picked up a holographic projection device and spoke into it. Boss, the chosen one named Li Yang has become the first in our world to reach level 10. He has now entered the Dark City. Should we mobilize our forces to entice him to join our ranks? Indeed, that is correct. Within the game world, whether it be homeless individuals or residents of cities like this one, the players were referred to as chosen ones. They understood that these so-called chosen ones had appeared abruptly in their world, necessitating a code name to distinguish them from the local inhabitants. Let us refrain from acting impulsively for the moment. Our observations indicate that Li Yang is the first skilled player to attain level 10 in this apocalyptic world. His entry into the Dark City surely implies he seeks some advantage. Thus, we shall remain vigilant and await his next move before proceeding with our plans. Understood, boss. The girl in the Spider-Man suit nodded emphatically as she listened to the voice emanating from the holographic screen. After terminating the call, she directed her utmost attention to Li Yang's live stream. After all, according to the gathered data, this first chosen one to reach level 10 harbored some unique intentions, warranting their keen scrutiny. I had thought these individuals would directly approach the task management office to claim rewards from the Dark City. Instead, he went straight to the zombie fighting center. Could it be that this chosen one intends to gamble on zombie battles to amass gold? She mused. However, before she could finish her reflection, her eyes widened in disbelief. For at that moment, she could hardly fathom that the newly minted level 10 Li Yang would engage in such a horrifying endeavor. Chapter 68. Dr. Octopus, Golden Bing, Zombie Fighting Center. This place was an enormous coliseum. Much like the spectacles depicted in films and novels, a vast circular arena encompassed the entire fighting ground, which served as the venue for duels. Presently, within the arena stood no fewer than 50 zombies, each with a minimum level of 7 and peaking at level 10, comparable to boss-level super warriors. Surrounding these zombies were 10 humans, whose delectable human essence provoked the zombies into a frenzy, roaring like beasts as they lunged toward their human prey. Unquestionably, the zombies would prevail. This was an utterly foregone conclusion. All bets had to be placed on the zombies. Those 9 level 9 drifters were simply courting death, naively hoping to gain freedom through combat. Yes, ha ha ha. Watching these 9 drifters being toyed with like monkeys fills me with exhilaration. I've never witnessed such an entertaining battle before. Today is truly eye-opening. What was unfolding was merely the second match in this zombie fighting arena, a mere appetizer. Shortly, the most thrilling climax of the event, a showdown of 100 drifters against 1,000 zombies, would take place. At that time, some among the drifters would be awakened with extraordinary abilities. The clash between these empowered drifters and the zombies promised to be the most exhilarating spectacle. Just wait and see. Today's events will undoubtedly dazzle your eyes. I shall eagerly anticipate it. Although I have always known that the zombie fighting arena was thrilling, I never imagined it would be this captivating. Groups of spectators chattered animatedly among themselves. Some, driven by the fervor of the ongoing battle, even stripped off their shirts, yelling victory, like madmen. This was the most basic form of entertainment in the Dark City, pushing limits, seeking thrills, and relishing in bloodshed. The more brutal and savage, the more delighted the audience became. Notably, from the conversations among the spectators, it was evident just how formidable the forces behind the zombie fighting arena were. The mere fact that they could orchestrate battles between empowered drifters and zombies indicated their capability to capture those with extraordinary abilities. Otherwise, how could they stage such gruesomely violent spectacles? In a brief span of 10 minutes, the latest battle concluded. The unfortunate level 9 drifters were utterly decimated. The bloodthirsty zombies ruthlessly tore their bodies apart, with blood gushing and flesh being devoured, creating a scene of horror. That moment, the zombies, invigorated by the scent of blood, had their eyes turn an even deeper crimson, gazing hungrily at the humans in the audience. Some of the formidable zombies displayed astonishing speed, charging toward the stands. Zzz, crack, boom. Yet, in an instant, before the audience, a massive blue electric net materialized, unleashing a powerful surge of electricity that struck the zombies, causing the expressions of the crowd to shift dramatically. After enduring such a horrifying assault, the zombies' health bar plummeted dramatically, akin to a catastrophic hemorrhage, and in an instant, it was sent flying. One of its arms instantly reduced to cinders. It was evident that even a level 10 zombie could not withstand the might of this high-tech electric field. It could be said that even the audience positioned closest to the arena would be incapable of being grazed by a single hair from the zombies. The excitement was palpable, as the audience observed the zombies charging towards them. Their expressions transformed. However, upon witnessing the zombies being flung back with no harm coming to themselves, they were overcome with an exhilarating admiration for the organizers' power. Yet, just as one of them began to voice their thoughts, the appearance of a slender young man within the arena plunged the entire venue into a profound silence. Accompanied by two extraordinarily beautiful women, he seemed to disregard all rules and directly approached one of the organizers' cameras. Smiling as he inquired, "May I ask if I am a level 10 chosen one? According to your venue's regulations, we chosen ones are permitted to participate in combat, correct? The three of us wish to align ourselves with the refugees and confront your final program featuring 1,000 zombies. I am willing to wager all my funds on my victory." Is that acceptable? Silence. An overwhelming stillness. At that moment, the spider girl in the surveillance room was utterly bewildered. She could not fathom that the individual they had just been monitoring would engage in such a reckless act. Based on prior assessments, level 10 chosen ones had already qualified for entry into the Dark City. However, upon entering, they should have immediately sought out tasks or forged an identity within the Dark City to reap its benefits. Yet, why had he chosen to reveal his identity from the outset? Moreover, why did he opt to confront 1,000 zombies? It must be noted that those zombies were all at least level 9. With over 500 being level 10, engaging in such a conflict was tantamount to seeking death. As she pondered this, the surrounding audience shared her astonishment. In their shock, one audience member burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, the chosen one. I had been eagerly anticipating the arrival of a chosen one. We have been tirelessly hunting refugees and zombies, followed by endless experiments. Frankly, I am utterly fatigued. We have been waiting for the chosen one to inject some excitement into our lives. But is this young man not a tad too arrogant? If he had not revealed his identity, it might have been acceptable, but now, he is playing with fire. Indeed, this is intriguing. This fellow possesses an extraordinary audacity. Mr. Janbing, this marks the first chosen one in our zombie arena. As a prominent figure, should you and Dr. Octopus not confer and perhaps grant this young man an opportunity? Mr. Janbing, Dr. Octopus. The names, both familiar and foreign, were uttered by several audience members. Hearing this, Li Yong could not help but chuckle. Were these not the notorious villains from Spider-Man? In his previous life, These two were not only the shadowy overlords of the zombie arena, but also wielded control over high-level resources, boasting multiple laboratories and super soldiers. They were among the 5 titans of the Dark City. At this moment, within the underground laboratory office on the 5th level of the arena, a colossal figure weighing over 300 pounds sat in a chair. Watching the live feed with a smile playing on his lips, Dr. Octopus, what do you think? Shall we entertain the conditions proposed by this audacious chosen one? Let's test the waters and see what this fellow is truly after. Chapter 69. Jean Bing's Discovery. The battle commences. Listening to the hefty Jean Bing, Dr. Octopus, without hesitation, donned his sunglasses and replied with a grin, "Very well, you are the chairman. It is entirely your decision. However, this could potentially lead to some fascinating developments." Upon hearing this, Jean Bing appeared momentarily taken aback. Fascinating developments? What have you discovered? Indeed. Jean Bing chuckled as he gestured towards the holographic projection screen before him, causing Li Yang's frozen image to magnify instantly. At the same time, another figure materialized beside Li Yang. That person was none other than Spider-Man, Peter Parker. According to the Behavioral Dynamics Capture program in our Special Energy Sensing System, we have detected traces of Spider-Man within this mysterious chosen one. 2 years ago, this young man fled alongside Stark Industries general manager, Iron Man, into the world of refugees, and for the past 2 years, we have been unable to track their presence. It now appears they have taken refuge beside this chosen one. Thus, once we gain a deeper understanding of this chosen one, obtaining information on these 2 individuals should pose no challenge. Iron Man, Tony Stark, and Spider-Man, Peter Parker. Upon hearing these names, Jean Bing fell into a brief silence. It should be noted that these 2 had been at odds with him 2 years prior, and at their peak, they nearly brought about his demise. He remembered that animosity all too well. Nonetheless, thanks to the various research endeavors of the Jean Bing group 2 years ago, a multitude of Jean warriors and a formidable army had been created, allowing him to turn the tide. The escape of Tony Stark and his companions was partially due to Jean Bing's meteoric rise and Dr. Octopus's advanced research. Now, upon receiving news of Spider-Man, Jean Bing was naturally exhilarated. He turned to Dr. Octopus and suddenly chuckled. "Let us administer a severe lesson to this chosen one. Li Yang in the apocalyptic world where the chosen one resided. We have also been orchestrating surveillance. We have heard that numerous chosen ones are becoming increasingly powerful. So we need not concern ourselves with Li Yang's fate. As long as other chosen ones reach level 10 and enter the Dark City, locating Spider-Man's hidden location within the apocalyptic realm will be a trivial matter. Indeed, thus we shall enhance Li Yang's conditions. Shall we unleash even more formidable zombies upon him? Of course, before capturing Tony Stark and Spider-Man, we must collect some interest." The 2 conversed casually, treating Li Yang, this chosen one, as if he were nothing more than a trivial ant. While the chosen one may possess some mysterious allure, to them, their formidable technological prowess and the terrifyingly effective zombie breeding techniques, along with their biochemical army's various strategies, rendered it impossible for them to eliminate Li Yang. Hence, they were brimming with confidence. Let us not delay any further. Let the games begin. Dr. Octopus, having received precise information, wasted no time in issuing commands to the Spider-Girl monitoring outside. Simultaneously, throughout the arena, Dr. Octopus's voice resonated. "Li Yang, you, the chosen one, are quite audacious, and I find that rather appealing. Therefore, this time we shall carefully respect your decision. In 3 minutes, we will open the arena's cage and unleash thousands of zombies. Your survival hinges entirely upon your combat prowess. Enter now. Do not claim we are bullying you. Arrogance." The voice echoed with utmost arrogance. "All right." Yet, Li Yang displayed no signs of impatience. Instead, he smiled and nodded. Subsequently, accompanied by Wang Xiaojun and Long Kue, he flickered and leapt into the arena. At that moment, the atmosphere within the entire arena surged to its zenith. The chosen one had become the first to enter the Dark City. Ha 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 ha. This was bound to be a spectacle. I can already envision the blood-soaked scenes that will unfold in the arena. This young man is utterly unaware of the gravity of his situation. 3 individuals cannot possibly withstand 1,000 zombies. Do not be absurd. This time, victory surely belongs to the zombies. I wager on their triumph. I had initially thought that the first chosen one would possess remarkable wisdom, but it seems he is merely a reckless fool. What a pity for the 2 young ladies accompanying Li Yang. Did you see? These 2 girls are so tender and vibrant. Let us send a message, communicate with Dr. Octopus and Jean Bing to see if we can confine these two girls. They must not perish. I have a feeling these two will become the most sought-after treasures in our dark city. No, perhaps they will directly ascend to become the new top courtesans of our dark city's elite bars. You fail to comprehend. Do not merely focus on superficial beauty, for what truly matters is the inherent allure that emanates from within, a gathering of spectators, unabashed and wide-eyed, engaged in an open discussion about Long Kuei and Wang Zhaojun, as if they could already perceive the scales of victory tipping in favor of the zombies, while Li Yang stood merely as a failure. Enough. The time is nearly upon us. In just 3 minutes. Let us prepare for the spectacle ahead. The most intriguing moments are yet to come. Amidst the reprimands of certain individuals, the clamor among the audience in the arena gradually subsided. Then, in an instant, several colossal iron gates within the arena swung open with a creak. Roars echoed forth. Howls and thunderous sounds erupted from behind the iron doors. Countless zombies surged forth as the gates opened, their blood-red eyes gleaming with renewed intensity upon spotting Li Yang and his companions standing in the center. In that moment, the zombies' previously crimson gazes became even more vivid, with some exhibiting various extraordinary abilities: flames, ice, and mist. Instantly, a multitude of zombies lunged towards Li Yang and his group. I sense that this battle will conclude within 30 seconds, that Li Yang must be terrified out of his wits now. What? How could this be? However, just as some envisioned a swift end to the battle, 3 enormous, silver, super tanks, each towering over 10 meters, materialized as if a mountain had descended upon them. The psychic tanks have appeared. At this moment, all were left dumbfounded. In that fleeting instant, the dark openings of the 3 tanks emanated a surge of electricity, followed by the astonished gazes of the crowd as 3 colossal beams of light, each as thick as an arm, erupted forth. Whoosh, boom. The immense blue beams, akin to divine retribution, instantaneously obliterated the nearest zombies, reducing them to mere dust before they could even emit a wail of despair. A brief vacuum appeared amidst the once dense throng of zombies surrounding Li Yang and his companions, leaving many spectators agape in disbelief. According to the hierarchy of chosen ones, these zombies were classified as level 10, exceptionally powerful mutated zombies. Although Li Yang himself was also a level 10 chosen one, it was inconceivable that he could annihilate zombies with mere conventional weaponry. Some were left speechless, utterly confounded. Surely, there must be some hidden mechanism within this so-called tank. It must harbor secrets we are yet to uncover. Yet, it was evident that the initial attackers were the weakest of the level 10 zombies. Zombies within the arena possess varying strengths among the same level. Observing the more formidable zombies, it was apparent that their abilities had yet to be unleashed. A group of spectators remained obstinate, the communicators seemingly brimming with confidence in the zombie arena. After all, throughout history, the zombie arena had never faced defeat. The multitude. This occasion appeared no different as if to affirm the spectators' sentiments. The zombies in the rear seemed to be incited by fury, their eyes glowing with an even deeper shade of crimson. A thunderous roar erupted, and an inferno transformed into several fire dragons, the searing heat engulfing the 3 tanks simultaneously. Waves of tangible shockwaves emanated from the mouths of certain zombies, creating ripples aimed directly at the psychic tanks. Simultaneously, as flames and shockwaves converged, the ground split apart, and countless ice crystals surged from beneath, infiltrating every crevice of the psychic tanks. Even the vast, gaping muzzles of the tanks were instantaneously sealed by the ice. In less than 10 seconds, the immensity of the psychic tanks, occupying considerable space within the arena, rendered them less agile, even cumbersome. Consequently, the flames, sound waves, and ice combined to scorch the tanks for 10 long minutes. Surely, after 10 minutes of immobility, those tanks must have melted into molten iron by now. This chosen one claims to possess intellect. Yet, in the face of such extraordinary powers, conventional weaponry proves utterly inadequate. Speaking of which, it is rather regrettable to think that this top-tier chosen one in a post-apocalyptic world could be so easily dispatched. The audience, feeling the intense heat radiating from the arena, couldn't he help but chuckle. Don't you relish showing off? By all means, continue to flaunt your prowess. Let us see just how long you can maintain that bravado. At this moment, the spectators began to feel a sense of disillusionment. Initially anticipating a thrilling battle, they were dismayed to find Li Yang so inept, thus sullying their excitement for the spectacle. Yet, before they could voice their disappointment, they were struck dumb. For at that very moment, the flames emitted by the zombies not only persisted but intensified. The initial wave of zombies that had unleashed flames began to weaken, and in the next instant, the subsequent wave of fire-based zombies, brimming with energy and yet to unleash their attacks, swiftly replaced them, relentlessly advancing to incinerate the tanks without pause. But as the army of zombies switched, all in attendance were left in astonishment. For at this moment, they realized that amid the flames, the tanks had not transformed into molten iron as they had anticipated. Instead, the tanks appeared to gleam even more brightly, with a resounding crash. A colossal explosion ensued, sending countless flame-spewing zombies hurtling backward as if struck by a tremendous shockwave. In that void, 18 beams of blue light shot forth from the flames, piercing through 18 zombies in an instant. Then, with a resounding pop, those beams ignited the zombies, triggering a series of devastating explosions. Limbs and entrails scattered, and the horrific black blood flowed profusely as over 300 of the original 1,000 zombies succumbed to their demise within merely a minute, leaving a plethora of golden coins and various enticing loot shimmering upon the ground. However, this was not the end. As the flames dissipated and the thick smoke cleared, the 3 enormous silver tanks re-emerged, their surface shimmering with a translucent blue shield, as if warding off the flames entirely. Impossible. How could a mere chosen one possess such advanced defensive capabilities? The high-tech lightning defense technology was the result of over a decade of research by our Dark City, developed by thousands of elite scientists from 5 major dark factions. Such advancements were essential to evade the powers of our controlled zombies. Yet, this psychic tank bore no insignia of Dark City technology. How could this chosen one have developed such a marvel? The tanks unleashed a barrage of attacks, their shells roaring like fierce tigers as they decimated the advancing zombies. Level 10 zombies fell swiftly, leaving the higher-ups within the arena astounded, particularly Jean Bing and the esteemed Dr. Octopus seated 5 levels below. At this moment, they stood in shock, particularly Dr. Octopus, whose expression was laden with gravity. No, it is not as simple as the spectators believe. The psychic tanks developed by Li Yang do not merely defend against abilities. Rather, they absorb flames to fortify their exterior. We have been outmaneuvered. He has utilized our own zombies to augment the tank strength. Congratulations, your psychic tank strength has upgraded. It has reached the level of a 1-star tank. Congratulations, your psychic tank strength has upgraded. It has reached the level of a 2-star tank. Congratulations, your psychic tank strength has upgraded. It has reached the level of a 3-star tank. Congratulations, your resistance to supernatural abilities has increased by 60, granting immunity to all supernatural and thermal weapon damage below level 10, inclusive of level 10. However, please note that enchanted damage cannot be avoided and damage mitigation will progressively diminish beyond level 11. Congratulations! The melodious notification echoed incessantly in Li Yang's mind. As he listened to these sounds, a faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, this marked a bold experiment on his part. In his previous life, he had discovered that by augmenting certain attributes of specific thermal weapons with particular materials and then subjecting them to special forging, it was possible to enhance their defensive capabilities. This enhancement applied not only to tanks but also to various supernatural weapons. For instance, a specially refined supernatural weapon infused with electricity could unleash extraordinary techniques reminiscent of legendary figures from fantasy novels. Therefore, the impact and power derived from such experiences were vastly superior to those of before. Of course, in his previous life, Li Yang had only come to understand this matter towards the end of the game, when an impending battle loomed and numerous tasks demanded his attention, preventing him from conducting personal experiments. Thus, he had never attempted such a feat until now. It was only now that he comprehended the feasibility of this endeavor. One might say Li Yang was audacious, indeed, for harnessing the supernatural flames to heat a tank posed a significant risk. A misstep could result in the tank melting. Should the super bomb within the tank be ignited, he and Wang Xiaojun would meet their demise, potentially losing a plethora of equipment and items. Hence, it was perilous. Yet, it was evident that Li Yang had succeeded. In light of this, all previous dangers could be disregarded. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by the thunderous cacophony of artillery, Beams of energy erupted, causing the level 10 zombies to explode one after another, leaving a plethora of equipment and experience points scattered across the ground. At this moment, Li Yang's level ascended from 10, finally entering the ranks of level 11. Moreover, due to the sheer number of kills, he surpassed everyone else, leaping 4 levels to reach level 15. Thus, as the last of the zombies fell, the world announcement was abruptly refreshed. World announcement. Player Li Yang, having slain 1,000 level 10 zombies and accumulated a vast amount of experience, has rapidly ascended 5 levels to reach level 15. He has become the first player in the game world to achieve level 15 and the first high-tier player to kill 1,000 level 10 zombies within 10 minutes, earning an S-grade treasure chest. Let us extend our congratulations to him. World announcement. Player Li Yang has slain 1,000 level 10 zombies, accumulating a wealth of experience. Let us congratulate him. World announcement. Player Li Yang. The announcement swept through the game world, leaving the 200 to 300 players with temporary login vouchers in a state of stunned disbelief. Level 15. This revelation sent shockwaves through countless individuals. Simultaneously, the world channel descended into chaos once more. What are we supposed to do now? I've been grinding tirelessly and just reached level 7, with a long way to go to level 8, and my login time is running out. I only have 2 hours left, and in 15 minutes, it will be over. Indeed, I'm slightly ahead of you, having just leveled up to 8, but I must say, the zombies at night are far more challenging to kill than those during the day. If not for the assistance of my team members, I might still be languishing at level 6. What on earth did Li Yang do to level up so rapidly? I have no idea. No means have revealed his methods. However, I did see a message stating that an hour ago, Li Yang killed another player, who has since remained offline. Perhaps once we return to the real world, we can locate this player to glean some insights? Perhaps, but why did Li Yang choose to kill that player alone? It's perplexing. Moreover, his rate of growth is astonishing. I had thought tonight would be our time to rapidly advance, maybe even surpass Li Yang, but now it seems the challenge has intensified considerably. I believe we should remain calm. Li Yang is currently facing greater challenges in leveling up. As levels increase, so does the experience required and the difficulty of various kill tasks. This presents us with an opportunity. What we need now is to accumulate experience and strive to level up. Over the next few days, Li Yang might find himself stuck at level 15, and that would be our chance. As the conversation progressed, the fervor of the world channel began to wane, and various guilds and teams started strategizing anew within their respective channels. In this moment, some players with short login times were expelled from the game, yet those who were kicked out bore little dismay. Instead, they quickly reported this news to their superiors or their formidable leaders. This individual was none other than the captain of the third small team from the Asian nation, Salman Shaozan. At this very moment, he hurriedly arrived at the temporary underground office established by the super boss in the real world, swiftly conveying the news. Upon hearing this, the super boss of the Asian nation was momentarily taken aback. Li Yang, level 15? So fast? In the game world, it has only been less than 2 hours. In an instant, he realized the gravity of the situation. Without hesitation, he employed the satellite communication system established in the post-apocalyptic realm to dispatch messages to the super bosses of various federations, including the United States, the British Empire, the Flying Faction, and the Greek Federation. At this moment, the global super bosses trembled simultaneously. Level 15, achieved in a mere 2 hours. This shock was akin to a seismic upheaval for countless individuals. Concurrently, the super bosses from the Long Nation, along with the mayor of Long City and military leaders, also received this news. Among the foreign federation leaders, there were naturally super experts inserted by the Long Nation, making the reception of this information far from difficult. At this moment, the mayor of Long City gazed at the latest directive from the super boss, his astonishment lingering uncomfortably on his face. This young man is causing quite the stir. Chapter 72. Analysis of Li Yang and coin transactions at this juncture, within the military camp where the mayor of Long City and military leaders convened. Their expressions upon receiving the latest updates from the game world were beyond description, their faces reflecting a myriad of emotions that defied characterization. This young man is making waves in the game world, and the fun that awaits when dawn breaks and we log back in will be monumental. Indeed, however, for the time being, Li Yang's personal safety is assured, as he stands as the foremost player in the game world, with others unable to contend with him. Nevertheless, we are now apprehensive about one issue. The mayor of Long City lit a cigarette, casting a solemn glance at the military leader as he spoke. In the game world, there are awakened extraordinary abilities, commonly referred to as supernatural powers, and even a skill tree for these abilities that allows for growth. At this stage, we have no idea how many people globally possess these abilities and whether anyone has awakened them. For these powers can compensate for shortcomings in levels. If someone with an invisibility power were to stealthily approach Li Yong with a melee weapon, it could pose a significant threat. Hearing the mayor's words, the nearby superboss paused momentarily. Indeed, special abilities, this is a hallmark of the Gods game. Initially, the focus was on the competition of various thermal and powerful weapons, but once we reached the mid to late game, the influence of supernatural powers, particularly when combined with thermal weapons, will render the warfare far more terrifying than ordinary conflicts. Most importantly, it is widely known that all abilities within the Gods game, including weapons, character cards, and various items, can manifest in reality. Once countless players possess supernatural abilities in the game world, the societal order of the apocalyptic reality will undoubtedly collapse. This is a plainly evident truth. So what shall we do next? The military leader inquired cautiously, feeling somewhat uncertain. For now, there is no need for concern. After all, Li Yong is the world's top player, and many matters do not require our immediate consideration. The super bosses here in Kyoto are already closely monitoring all of Li Yang's actions. We will see if he harbors any anti-human or antisocial intentions. If not, we will undoubtedly assist him in any endeavors. In addition, regarding the direction of supernatural abilities, I just received news from Kyoto that they are striving to conduct research to ensure we can cultivate a batch of supernatural beings within our Long Nation's military and official institutions during the transition from level 10 to level 15. Otherwise, the situation could become even more troublesome. Upon hearing this, the military magnate nodded in acknowledgement. For now, we need not dwell on it further. However, the matters ahead are undoubtedly intricate. The medical order and production facilities have yet to be restored. In this apocalyptic world, acquiring raw materials for various medications has become exceedingly challenging. We can only rely on the hidden stockpiles of pharmaceuticals buried beneath the ruins to sustain ourselves. Presently, due to the winter and the disturbances caused by zombies, outbreaks of influenza, fevers, and viral infections have become rampant, posing a significant dilemma for ordinary people. Therefore, we must devise a plan to bolster everyone's health. Simultaneously, once Li Yong returns from the gaming realm, or perhaps when we re-enter that world and encounter him, we must discuss the vaccine matters with him. At this stage, only Li Yang's Yang City possesses the capital and capability to produce medications, and his workshop has been prepared in advance. I genuinely suspect that this fellow has been plotting from the very beginning to exploit medicine, advanced weaponry, and even zombie vaccines to ensure that ordinary people reach level 10, after which he can reap the rewards. After all, you and I both understand that even in the gaming world, pharmaceuticals and various vaccines are among the most lucrative industries. Upon hearing this, the military magnate was momentarily taken aback. Is that truly the case? If so, how terrifying must Li Yang's intentions be? He is well aware that from the onset of the game, this young man has been establishing cities and, even while setting up his advanced weapon workshops, has already begun researching fundamental medications. Previously, the global announcement revealed that Li Yong had successfully developed a zombie vaccine. It is hard to believe he was not engaged in such endeavors from the very start, especially considering he has the assistance of super scientists such as Tony Stark and Spider-Man. Nevertheless, the military magnate continued, I believe Li Yong still harbors some secrets. Look at the character cards he possesses. They are the finest among the finest in our understanding. Tony Stark and Peter Parker are already regarded as top-tier native super experts in the gaming world. Why is it that no other city, no other players, including those from Kyoto, Magic City, Chuan City, Sea City, and North City, have any S-rank character cards? Indeed, globally, there have been no reports of anyone possessing such super character cards. Except for Li Yong. Listening to the military magnate's analysis, Mayor Long nodded and then smiled. Undoubtedly, there are intricate machinations at play here. We all recognize that Li Yong possesses secrets. Let us take it one step at a time. Our role now is to assist him while ensuring that the latest intelligence we gather is promptly shared with him. That is the most we can do for now. He is not heartless. It is evident. Therefore, we must exhaust all means to ensure he remains in Long Country. Indeed, perhaps in the future, Long Country will rely on this young man to grow stronger. However, circumstances are ever changing. and we must not underestimate foreign entities. For now, we can only proceed cautiously, striving to glean as much information as possible from abroad. The duo continued to communicate, meticulously compiling, organizing, and analyzing all the information gathered that day. Simultaneously, they were acutely aware that the pace of leveling up in the gaming world would inevitably accelerate, and the news of Li Yong having reached level 15 would soon spread throughout the real world. Although the apocalypse had caused major communication disruptions, society had not yet regressed to a primitive state. It was still possible to obtain the latest intelligence through artificial satellites or other means. While they engaged in this discussion, powerful figures and experts from around the globe were also digesting this monumental news. Just as Mayor Long had speculated, this revelation ignited an insatiable desire for rapid leveling among countless individuals. After all, when a person stands atop the pinnacle of power for too long, others will inevitably covet their position. Meanwhile, in the gaming world, in the dark city, the melodious notification chimed, and Li Yong emerged from the tank, peering out with a smile on his face. Beside him, Long Kue, nestled within the tank, cheerfully remarked, "We won. Boss, in the zombie gladiatorial arena, shouldn't it be time for us to trade for our gold now?" Chapter 73. Achieving Renown, Green Goblin Group. Upon hearing this, Dr. Octopus, observing the gladiatorial arena through the surveillance, glanced at Jean Bing and curiously inquired, "Boss, should we give it to them or not? If we do, we would incur a loss of at least 100 million gold coins, as most of the audience has wagered on the zombie faction. If we pay Li Yong now, our arena will suffer significant losses." Listening to Dr. Octopus, Jean Bing looked at the monitor and chuckled. "Of course we shall give. How could we not? Although we will lose 100 million, this fellow possesses some intriguing qualities. The technologies he possesses pique even my curiosity. We might as well play along with him a bit more fiercely in the end. Once we acquire the various data and formulas from his tank, all the benefits will be ours. Li Yong is merely a chosen one. Although his tank's advanced technology is impressive, he cannot prevail against our genetic warriors." Understanding the underlying implications in his boss's words, Dr. Octopus realized that they were adopting a long-term strategy to reel in a big catch. He was also aware that Li Yong was still merely at level 10. Dealing with him would be quite simple. Thus, the priority was not to eliminate him but to procure the resources and high-tech data he possessed. This way, the overall technological prowess of the zombie gladiatorial arena might ascend to new heights. With this in mind, Dr. Octopus was enlightened and promptly activated the microphone, stating, "Check your account. Funds will be deposited into your account within 30 seconds. However, our boss is even more impressed by your character and wishes to invite you to our laboratory for a chat." "What do you say?" Silence ensued. After this statement, no response came from the other side. Li Yong, listening to Dr. Octopus's words, refrained from making any decisions and instead waited with a smile for the 30 seconds to pass. Before long, the delightful notification echoed in his mind. "Congratulations! Your personal account has successfully received 100 million gold coins. You have become the wealthiest tycoon in the current realm of the gods game. You have earned the title of Super Tycoon, which will double your daily economic gains for 1 week." Listening to the melodious notification, Li Yong nodded slightly. The title of Super Tycoon was undoubtedly one of the most rewarding achievements from this gaming journey. While it may not be as valuable as the contents of an S-rank treasure chest, overall, once these assets were effectively utilized, the potential gold earnings would be incalculable. He was acutely aware that in the coming week, many more individuals would reach level 10 and above, at which point the abundance of resources, both in terms of cities and gold, would only multiply to that moment. It would be time for him to begin reaping these rewards. With this thought in mind, Li Yong glanced at Wang Zhaojun and others before stating with a smile, "Let us not go. I fear I may not return if I do. I trust you won't dare to act against me now. For the time being, let us soothe the audience's emotions. After all, millions, even tens of millions of gold coins have gone to waste, and they must be seething with anger." As Li Yong spoke, he stored away the 3 tanks and, accompanied by 2 lovely ladies, leaped away from the arena, striding out with confidence. Remarkably, no one attempted to stop him. Even the audience members, witnessing Li Yang's departure, dared not intervene or take action against him. These onlookers were not fools. They were nothing like the brainless antagonists often depicted in novels. Although they had indeed suffered losses, the formidable power Li Yong exhibited with his tanks was undeniable. Moreover, they could not contend with the arena's powerful figures, nor even with the zombies within the arena. Thus, confronting Li Yong would have been tantamount to courting death. Consequently, the audience refrained from acting, allowing Li Yong to leave unhindered. However, many prominent figures quietly noted this chosen one in their minds. It was evident that in the ensuing period, the attention on Yi Tian within the Dark City would only intensify. How intriguing. It seems Li Yong is no fool. Elevate his threat level by 2 grades, activate all surveillance equipment in the Dark City, and monitor his every move around the clock. Additionally, we can begin making other preparations. Once the second chosen one reaches level 10, we can deploy our experts to the apocalyptic realm to recruit chosen ones into our ranks. The first individual to become the chosen one likely faces considerable opposition from those aligned against Li Yong within the ranks of the chosen. If we can entice them and offer sufficient incentives, these individuals could easily become our loyal informants, providing us with valuable intelligence. Understood, boss. Dr. Octopus nodded earnestly and proceeded to arrange this matter. In truth, now presents the most opportune moment to eliminate Li Yong. Should he be vanquished, a plethora of information, including various details about Yang City, may very well be unveiled, potentially transforming into an enterprise for the Zombie Coliseum. However, Jin Bing was acutely aware that he was not the sole power within the Dark City. The other 4 factions were formidable as well. Furthermore, news of Li Yang's entry into the Dark City, along with the events occurring within the Coliseum, had already reached the ears of these other factions. If Li Yong were to be slain at this juncture, the other 4 factions might find ample justification to confront him directly. Although Li Yong was merely at level 10, the recent battle had made it abundantly clear that this first level 10 chosen one possessed his own advantages and secrets. Should the other factions learn of these, they would undoubtedly rush to seize them. Therefore, eliminating Li Yong was not a prudent choice, as it would leave Jin Bing at a disadvantage. This reasoning led him to devise the aforementioned strategy, to refrain from killing. By doing so, the 5 factions could maintain a balance and avoid further complications. Indeed, as Jin Bing had anticipated, at that very moment, within the highest offices of the other 4 factions, all manner of footage detailing Li Yang's entry into the Dark City and his use of a tank was already projected onto their holographic screens. Numerous individuals were engaged in extensive discussions regarding Li Yong, thus solidifying his reputation within the recently stabilized Dark City. Just as Li Yong departed from the Coliseum, he had not traveled far when a man clad in green armor, riding a flying device, materialized before him. He regarded Li Yong with a smile and said, "Mr. Li Yong, accompanied by 2 lovely ladies, I am a soldier of the Green Demon under the Green Devil. Our esteemed boss witnessed your battle and holds great admiration for your character, thus sending me to seek a meeting with you. Might you have the time to visit our Green Demon group?" Chapter 74. The Emergence of Experts, Symbiotic Venom. The Green Demon Group. This organization ranks among the top 5 supergroups within the Dark City. The core technology of the entire group revolves around armor technology, and in addition to armor, they also possess special genetic serums. While they lack the capacity to command a zombie army akin to that of the Zombie Coliseum, the existence of the Green Demon Group's unique serums allows individuals to transform into super soldiers, a significantly safer alternative to the genetic serums found in the Coliseum. Consequently, more individuals choose to join the Green Demon Group than the Zombie Coliseum. However, the Green Demon Group is not without its dark undertones. During the development of these serums, countless human experiments were conducted until a relatively safe product was finally achieved, and of course, this narrative unfolds within the backdrop of the world of the Gods game. Distinct from the universe of the Spider-Man film series, Li Yong, however, does not harbor any particular bias against the Green Demon Group due to cinematic associations. Thus, upon receiving the so-called invitation from the Green Demon Soldier, he simply waved his hand dismissively. "Mr. Lee, I believe you should reconsider," the Green Demon Soldier began. But before he could finish, the figure of Long Kue flickered, and in a radiant flash, transformed into that of Hong Kue. Wielding a blue technological lightsaber, imbued with powerful currents, she swiftly incapacitated the soldier's green demon armor. With a crisp sound, both the flying device and armor shattered into a heap of scrap metal, crashing to the ground. In the next instant, before the exposed Green Demon Soldier could react, a jet of blood erupted from his neck. With a sickening sound, his head fell, blood gushing forth. The Green Demon Soldier, until his last breath, could not fathom where he had gone awry. Hadn't he always invited others in this manner? Unfortunately, he would never have the chance to ponder that thought at that moment. the pungent scent of blood permeated the air, prompting all passers-by and shopkeepers to hastily close their doors and flee the scene. The Chosen One had brazenly committed murder in the Dark City, and not just any murder, but that of a member of the Green Demon Group. This was no trivial matter. Should a crowd gather to witness, it was conceivable that the first casualty would not be Li Yang, but rather those who dared to observe. Thus, the area quickly emptied. Presently, Hong Kuei reverted to her form as Lan Kuei, picking up the equipment left behind by the fallen soldier. She shook her head, remarking, "This dog had little of value, merely 50 gold coins. How impoverished." "City Lord, what shall we do next?" she inquired. In response, Li Yang remained silent. He was aware that this incident would rapidly spread throughout the Dark City, garnering the attention of numerous onlookers. Not only that, but he also understood that the so-called Green Demon Group, the Zombie Coliseum, and other organizations were likely monitoring his every move through surveillance. With a wry smile, he spontaneously posed a peace sign. "Long Kuei?" "Wang Zhaojun." Seeing Li Yang's antics, the two beautiful women were left bewildered. "City Lord, what are you doing posing for a picture?" Not only were they perplexed, but even Jean Bing and Dr. Octopus, who were observing from afar, were momentarily taken aback. Was this Chosen One named Li Yang truly lacking in intellect? To kill a man and then strike a pose? "Boss, I feel we may have overestimated him." Jean Bing mused. Even Dr. Octopus was rendered speechless by Li Yang's peculiar behavior. Yet, before Jean Bing could respond, the screen flickered, revealing a sudden change. In an instant, a shadow emerged from the illuminated backdrop. Clad in a black Spider-Man suit, this figure boasted a chiseled physique, with 8 defined abdominal muscles that far surpassed those of Peter Parker. His visage appeared far more menacing than that of Spider-Man. "Mr. Li, impressive. You must have known that multiple factions were covertly observing you, yes? Is that peace sign meant to convey something? Do you wish to avoid visiting any of our 5 factions? Or do you intend to challenge each of us in turn to earn some gold?" "Oh, I almost forgot to introduce myself. I am the steward of the Venom Group, known as Venom No. 2. Indeed, I am the Dark Spider symbiote, Venom, and aside from this villain, there exists another red symbiote known as Carnage within this city." Upon hearing this name, Li Yang chuckled. He was well aware of Venom, as both Venom and Carnage, by their very nature as symbiotes, could not survive independently. They required a human host to sustain their vitality. Consequently, these two symbiotes were exceptionally powerful. Particularly within the current context of the God's Game world, Venom had been engineered to produce a legion of Venom clones, each assigned a specific number rather than a nickname. For instance, Venom No. 2 was the second symbiotic clone personally cultivated by Venom. The Venom Group, to be candid, was quite formidable and boasted a naturally allied group, the Carnage Group. These two symbiotes maintained a cooperative relationship, one that surpassed typical alliances. Thus, within the Dark City, the most stable relationships among the 5 major groups were those between the Venom Group and the Carnage Group, while the Zombie Coliseum, Green Demon Group, and other factions were comparatively less cohesive. Reflecting on the events of his previous life, Li Yang waved his hand and shook his head. "You are overthinking this. Why must you dwell on such matters? I am aware of your surveillance. You have been capturing my image with high-speed cameras at every moment. To appear more photogenic, I naturally must strike a variety of poses, so the peace sign is quite normal. Isn't it?" Upon hearing this, not only was Venom No. 2 left dumbfounded, but the observers from the Green Demon Group and Jean Bing were equally speechless. Oh, it turned out that the young man was merely posing for a photograph? If you could hold on a moment, I will send you the photo of your peace sign later. But on a more serious note, would you care to visit our Venom Group for a discussion? Unlike us and the Green Goblin Group, the formidable power you have exhibited has piqued the keen interest of our leader, Venom, who is also quite eager to collaborate with you. Furthermore, our leader, Venom, assures you that he will never take residence within you to establish a symbiotic bond.